Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. I'm Stephen Cambion, your host here on Truth Seekers, and we are once again broadcasting live on twitch.tv/Truth Seekers Show. On Facebook, you can find us there under my name, Stephen Cambion, broadcasting live right now, and also our YouTube channel here and main hub, Truth Seekers. Boy, it has been a crazy few weeks for people interested in UFOs and aliens. And tonight we are going to be covering the strange, I'm going to call it a mock press conference. And there's reasons for that. And we will get into that of this person, Anjali, who claims to be, among other things, in contact with higher beings. Extraterrestrials. Aliens. She claims that she's talking to aliens, that she met aliens back in January of 2018 at a secret alien base inside a mountain. Now, there are some things that were glaringly obvious to me while I was listening to this girl talk. The first is that her story seems to be an amalgam of many accepted parts of UFO mythology. We've got an alien base. We've got multiple races of extraterrestrial beings, like the Greys, the Mantids, the Nordics, and I'm not sure that she expanded on what the fourth race was. But she did say that there are 4 races are here now on Earth. Now, I understand that people enjoy me ripping some of these people to shreds. However, in this case, I'm going to reserve my judgment of this person. I'm going to try not to be very harsh. And the reason for that is that I believe that this person is most likely mentally ill and probably physically ill as well by her own claims, I believe. During this press conference, she was seated in a wheelchair, which I found strange. Now, in fairness, I don't know this woman from Adam. A few people have mentioned her to me in the past year, but I gave a sort of cursory look at her and said, not for me. But this so-called press conference got my attention. Okay, she's going to hold a press conference, the Lincoln Memorial. But the problem really is that this was not a press conference, because in order to have a press conference, you need press. And she even mentions during her press conference that no one showed up. Literally, not one member of the real press showed up. I believe that she had scripted questions with her followers so that it wouldn't look so pathetic. But she did comment during this press conference that none of the press showed up. And so to me, this is not a press conference. And further, if this was a press conference, I would say it was a press conference that was run by the Three Stooges, because if you're going to claim that you're going to run a press conference in Washington, D.C., at least you should be able to run a live stream. It appeared to me there was like 10 minutes of like cameras dropping, them checking the mics, trying to get it the right angle, and all of this hustle and bustle going on for a full-on 10 minutes at the beginning of this thing. And it just, to me, made it appear like total amateur hour. Like I said, like she had the Three Stooges as a technical crew. And, some people may not think this is important, but to me, I don't know. I have a show business background, and this woman claims to have a public relations background. So for anybody with a public relations background to do what she did, it reeks of like total amateur desperation for attention. Because somebody that knows anything about show business or public relations is not going to let the audience see the tech guys struggling for 10 full-on minutes to try to, make this thing work. before they begin it. It's just not something that you do. You click go live when the mics are set, when the cameras aren't falling over, that's when you go live, not before. So we're going to cite fair use because there's something very important in this analysis that I've done that we have to realize right from the very beginning. So this is fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public and critiquing the video we're sharing, and this is covered under fair use and allowable by law. Further, there have been times when I have used people's material under fair use fairly and legally under fair use, and they still try to copyright claim me or whatever. So we have lawyer letters standing by to defend our position that this is indeed fair use. So the most important thing that you need to know first going into this story is that she's planning a documentary. Not only is she planning a documentary, but I got to tell you that she's got a good editor, because they took a total cluster F of a YouTube video and made it a pretty good trailer for a documentary. So hats off to her video editor, because he did a miracle in pulling off. First, we're going to show you the sizzle reel, right? Or this documentary trailer that they put together from this really amateur hour weird event where nobody showed up to see her speak. And when I mean nobody, yeah, there were some people like watching, but if you go to Washington Monument and set up some cameras and have somebody sitting there speaking, a few looky-loos are going to come along and say, oh, what's this about? That's what she had. She had her followers, and there's been various claims and rumors that she is starting a cult, or she's running a cult, or trying to start a cult. And these people came off like cult members. But first, we're going to look at the documentary. And then we're going to look at some of the original footage. One of the things that I found really, really difficult to watch during this whole thing is that this woman, while simultaneously claiming to have all of the perfect skills to do this, special mission to bring people the truth about aliens, she's got all this public relations. She was trained in counterintelligence, right, and information warfare by the DIA. One of the things that I found really striking is that if you really pay attention, especially at the beginning of this and during the question period of this YouTube video, is that this woman is shaking, nervous, and really struggling to put on a performance here. And, it's like one of these things is not like the other. Somebody that was so seasoned in public relations and has done a great deal of public speaking, something seems off to me that she was so incredibly nervous that her hands were shaking. During another period, she's fidgeting and her legs are shaking. Her hands are shaking. And if I didn't know better, growing up on the mean streets of Philadelphia, I would say that she was on some sort of uppers, either meth or crack cocaine or something like that. Because if you've ever been around somebody on those kind of drugs, they cannot sit still. They fidget constantly, their hands shake, their legs twitch. And this is some of the behavior that we see exhibited by this woman. And she appeared to be extremely nervous at the beginning of this thing. Now, in fairness, maybe she doesn't speak, on camera very much. Maybe she was nervous. This is her big moment. I don't know, but I just think it's important to point out that she was shaking literally uncontrollably at times in this video from nerves, I would assume. But then there is some information that she suffers from some sort of strange, debilitating nerve disease. And that may be why she was shaking. I don't know, and various other medical conditions can cause this sort of thing, like Lou Gehrig's disease or MS and various other things. But I just wanted to mention, if I didn't know better, I would say that she was on some sort of drugs. But like I said, we've got information that she suffers from some sort of strange neurological debilitating disease. So I don't want to make those accusations. This is my speculations and my analysis and observation of her behavior. And it's important to note, again, this is very important that I just point out, she's bragging about all of her public relations experience while she's unable to sit still through a 30-minute presentation where it's just her talking. So something didn't seem right to me about this whole thing. Now, insofar as, people are questioning her motivations, and I would say right off the bat that if you're planning a documentary before you've done anything of substance or value, then maybe, just maybe, that may be your motivation. And of course, that motivation is the same motivation we have seen from many of these conspiracy land characters. And that motivation, of course, would be money. So, friends, we're going to cite fair use, and I'm going to share the documentary trailer 1. They're already started on the documentary before they've even taken those scientists to the aliens. Imagine that. Great. All right, friends. And like I said, this is expertly put together based on the source material that they gave this guy to work with. Now, he's got a lot of nice B-roll footage in there. I'll give him that. But he did a great job cutting together what could have been, a disastrous performance. And for all intents and purposes, the full-length one is kind of a disastrous, weird, strange performance art kind of piece. But here's the documentary trailer that they cut from that.
Many of you know me by Anjali, with the name of what the higher beings that I am here to disclose to you about today have called me since I have become aware of their presence. My legal name is Angelia Lynn Schultz. I was recruited by the Defense Intelligence Agency to come to Washington, D.C. and be an intelligence officer. Transparency and full disclosure and honesty is the only thing that I want here. And I am looking for those people who can help us all deliver that. Because the beings need us to be ready for contact.
Wow. So there we have it. Hasn't done anything, hasn't shown a single shred of proof of all of her fantastical claims, but there's already a documentary in production. But now I'm going to show you a few bits and portions from her actual mock, I'm not even going to call it a press conference, from her actual mock press conference. And like I said, we could see from this video, there was, 6 or 7 people standing around her, half of which was her crew. So we don't know how many of those other people came with her, were there to be extras for the documentary filming, but any press person will tell you, any journalist will tell you that if you hold a press conference and not one member of the press shows up, you really, really failed at your press conference. It's a complete and total failure of a press conference if the press doesn't show up. And she says it and admits it, that nobody showed up in this case. So very odd. And one of the things I also found odd was that this, there's a sort of a handler. There's a couple of handlers with her, here, stand next to me so I look important, right? Is he supposed to be security? What's this guy supposed to be? Is that her CIA handler? I don't know, but some have suggested that. Yeah. And we're going to go to the Angelia press conference video. And again, we're citing fair use. This is transformative work. I have lawyer letters standing by to defend our position that we're using these videos to educate the public. And therefore, this is the textbook definition of fair use. So I found it funny that the guy who sort of introduced her looks like a guy straight out of Central Casting. It's like if you were a casting director and you needed like a new agey weirdo guy to introduce the main star, it would be this guy. It just seemed bizarre to me, and so I want to show it because it's bizarre and it's maybe all part of this performance art piece. And until I'm proven otherwise, I'm going to call this whole thing a performance art piece. We're going to see him. He's going to introduce her.
Yes.
Okay. How are we zoomed in?
Are we all ready to go here? All right.
Yep.
Yeah, so here we see the quality of like the work, the press conference that she's doing here, that they somehow still managed. See, editing is everything, friends. This was a total joke, amateur hour presentation, conference, whatever you want to call it, speech, and they cut it into a decent documentary for a film. So good for them.
Yes, this
Project down.
He looks like the old guy from Poltergeist 3 or whatever that movie was.
Okay. Thank you all for coming here to this beautiful setting for one of the most amazing announcements I think the planet will hear. This is Anjali, who's had direct experience with these beings. They've come to her, they've directed her to be here, and she's going to deliver a statement from her experience and also see what else wants to be said today. So thanks so much for being here, Anjali. I'm Alan Steinfeld, and go ahead, it's all yours. Thank you all for being here.
Oh my gosh. Like, if you're going for credibility, this is not the guy to introduce you. But let's listen to the first few minutes of her speech here.
We'll take questions after.
Yes. Hi, good afternoon. Many of you know me by Anjali, because that's how I chose to come forward with the name of what the higher beings that I am here to disclose to you about today have called me since I have become aware of their presence.
Yeah, great location for a press conference. Outdoor above the Lincoln Memorial, with the Lincoln Memorial right there. Great.
Being at the nation's capital comes with its sacrifices.
Oh boy, it's the Three Stooges press conference, friends.
My legal name is Angelia Lynn Schultz.
Yes, and I want to mention that she did disclose her legal names. She's got 3 of them. Apparently, a maiden name or married name, and then some other name besides Angelina and Anjali. So this woman has some 4 names. And that, my friends, has made checking into her claims of military service and being employed by the DIA very difficult. So I have made inquiries both with the military, trying to verify her claims of military service and what she did for them, and also that she was an employee of the DIA. So far, I have not heard back, but we will do an update once I do.
That's A.
Yeah, and she goes on to spell. I wanted to go to this other part where she's really like, she's being asked questions by, I think, her own cult members.
I don't know what that is. I don't do that. I think that might be what I'm trying to talk about without any idea of who you're talking to. Not setting intentions, not being super clear. Because conscious communication is so clear. It comes with everything.
Yeah, there was at least 20 or 25 minutes of this whole spiel that was like just word salad, new age nonsense. So we're going to get into my notes because I don't want to play this whole video and stop. I'm just going to try to go through my notes. So we have her basic claim is that she's in direct communication with extraterrestrials. She's got all these names: Angelina Lynn Schultz, Angelina Johnston, Angie Johnston, She claims that she was in the Air Force from 1992, stationed at Ellsworth Air Force Base, and she was married and divorced. And then, so she's got another name, Angelina Belter. So here we have 1, 2, 3 names plus her, I don't know, alien UFO conference stage name, Anjali here, or Angel, whatever it is. Okay. Claims that she worked at the 28th Medical Group during the first Gulf War. And then that she got a master's degree at, or she went to college at Black Hill State, and then got a master's degree at the University of South Dakota. All these things I'm still checking into. The first thing that you have to do with all these people is verify all of the things that they claim, because quite honestly, I'll be shocked if all this information comes back as real and accurate. But you never know. Many of these people who go try to make a living off of UFO dollars or alien dollars, what they do is some of them have some sort of, resume that they think will help bolster their claims and make them more credible. For example, we have Clifford Stone, who really was a sergeant in the Army. But did Clifford Stone take part in alien crash retrievals and telepathically interface with aliens? I don't think so. But he was an Air Force Army sergeant. And we can think of other examples like John D'Souza, who worked for the FBI, and he thinks that gives him some kind of credibility. But John D'Souza worked as a lawyer for the FBI. He never, and I don't think lawyers for the FBI do field investigations. More likely, he was working on legal matters like warrants for the FBI. He wasn't Fox Mulder of FBI. That's a stretch. But hey, he was in the FBI. He thinks it makes him look credible to UFO nutters, so he uses that. Okay, here. Let me minimize these notes because I don't want to miss anything here. So what we've got is a woman claiming that she was in the Air Force. She was in the Gulf War. And then she got recruited while she was getting her master's degree by the DIA to be an information operations and information warfare human factors analysis person. That's a lot of words. And are there information warfare specialists that work for the DIA? Sure. Information operations people? Sure. But I've never heard of this human factors analysis as a job or occupation, but this is what she's claiming. And she made a very big point to point out that she never used these information warfare skills against domestic or people. It was always against state and non-state leaders, foreign, not domestic. Claims she was struck ill in 2005 and spent a great deal of time in the hospital. She tried to resign, but they wouldn't let her, and eventually she had to offer her resignation. Next, she claims that this whole stunt is not an attempt to make money or build a brand, and that her book can be downloaded for free. However, if it's not an attempt to make money, I want to know if she's given the money from the documentary to a charity, or if she just given the documentary away for free. Because for somebody who attempt this is not an attempt to make money, while at the same time they're working with a production company to make a documentary about it, you guys can imagine what I think here. One second. We're gonna do that. Okay. So I just made these notes going through her presentation. The gist of her story is that in January 2018, she met a couple who she calls Wayne and Trisha. And it's very important that we understand that these are anonymous sources. She says she has their full support from her anonymous sources and that her anonymous sources are proud of her. Sure they are, but nobody can talk to those anonymous sources and find out if they're proud of her or if they have her permission to share any of this nutty information, because only she The chosen one is allowed to talk to those anonymous sources. She claims those sources must be kept anonymous for their own safety. Wayne sat her down and told her that energy had made her ill and invited her to their home. When she got there, Wayne showed her that he had excavated a tunnel into the side of a mountain on their land because he had met with aliens and they told him that they had a base inside the mountain. And from that day forward, it was his mission to get inside that alien base. Then Wayne, her anonymous source, offered to bring her to the aliens. And she said, sure, take me through the tunnel to see the aliens. So then her and Wayne and Trisha, the other anonymous source, and another couple started going through the tunnel because they were going to meet the aliens. It was right about this time that she starts talking about the aliens that she would meet that she's disclosing today, and then says, where's the press? Why didn't they come? To my press conference? Failure of a press conference if not even one reporter shows up, but okay. So the big claim is that at 3 p.m. on January 21st, 2018, she entered the tunnel. Her, Wayne, Trisha, her anonymous sources, or maybe her imaginary friends that we're never going to meet. I don't know. Her, Wayne, and Trisha, and another couple she's no longer in contact with went into the tunnel. And she makes a point to say that the tunnel is excavated so nicely. She had to say that. Then she sees a light at the end of the tunnel. Oh, I want to go back to, there was another couple that were a witness to this, but she's conveniently no longer in contact with that other couple. So nobody else can talk to that other couple and verify that this wackadoo story is real, okay? You're not allowed to talk to that couple that saw the aliens with me because I'm not in contact with them. That's a very convenient excuse for why nobody can check into any of her wackadoo claims. And these are wackadoo claims. And friends, we've said it time and time again. Come on. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And not only does she not have extraordinary evidence, she didn't have any. This whole thing is just one big circle jerk story, right? Jesus, why? This is my life, right? Covering this stuff. I could have been a real journalist. Instead, I'm covering alien wackadoo people here, okay? That's what I'm doing. So the tunnel is excavated so nicely, and her anonymous source knows how to excavate tunnels. She made a point to make sure that he knew how to excavate tunnels. Great. Can we see like his education or anything to back that claim up? Of course not. Because this is one of her anonymous sources that nobody gets to talk to but her, the chosen one. The lady that's talking to the aliens is allowed to talk to these anonymous sources that may be her imaginary friends, not me. I'm not allowed to call them and say, excuse me, do you got an alien base? Did you dig a tunnel into an alien base on your land and bring this crazy woman into a tunnel to see the aliens? No, I'm not allowed to talk to them. All right. She saw two different races. So she sees a light at the end of a tunnel. And then when they rounded the corner, she saw two different races of aliens, one being a gray. But she said that gray was not organic as we understand, but just a vessel that holds consciousness and interacts with the physical world. And where have we heard this story before? We have heard this story before because there is a lesser known diary of a woman, again, another anonymous source, that claimed to be a nurse at Roswell and interact with the Roswell beings. And this is pretty much word for word what that woman said, that those Roswell beings were non-organic. They were sort of like dolls, and there was a light being of pure consciousness inside this non-organic being that it used to interface with the physical world. So here we see, friends, we've got an amalgam of already accepted UFO mythology in this woman's story. There's an alien base, and now we've got these grays that suspiciously are exactly like the grays described in a previous book that a lot of people have. And what is that? Matilda, the Diary of Matilda. I think that story is not credible because, well, there's a lot of reasons. But this woman had a 300-page diary of interacting with an alien. And even though the government made her change her name and move to another state and sign NDAs and promise that she would never disclose her discussions with that alien, somehow she had a perfect 300-page copy of the diary and everything that she talked about with the alien after 50 years, and some guy put it in a book. And again, that's an anonymous source. Great. All right. The other race she described like typical Nordics, well over 6 feet tall, fine white hair, and beautiful alabaster skin. Skin so beautiful, she said, you just want to touch it and run your hands over it. So maybe she was hot for the aliens. I don't know. But she made it a point to stop and say that the aliens were so beautiful that she wanted to rub her hands on them, right? She wanted to get down and physical with those higher beings, which is strange to me. But, she's a woman. She's got needs. She's got desires. Maybe there's some hunky, Nordic dudes with like big shoulders and, pecs and a 6-pack. And they were like, hey, Angelina, what's up? Right? Maybe she hasn't been, I don't know what her situation is, if she's married or what, but whatever. She thought the aliens were very physically attractive. All right. So the aliens said hello, and they said, hello, Anjali, because of course they knew her name, having never met her before, having traveled from a, distant star system, but somehow they knew to call her Anjali. Okay. All right. And they said they've been waiting to talk to her and that they wanted her to accompany them deeper into the base. Then she goes on this big rant saying that where the tunnel that was excavated ended and the alien base began was seamless, which doesn't make any sense, because if you dug into a mountain until you hit what was a pre-existent base that I assume has walls and structure to it, there would be seams, but she claims that it's all seamless. Okay. I don't know why she lingered on this, but it reminded me of people's descriptions of UFOs, that they're seamless. There's no rivets, there's no fasteners. It just seemed like she was borrowing from that accepted part of UFO mythology. All right. So next, they took her into a room where she met several of the most amazing beings she had ever encountered. One was 8 feet tall and taller than the door of the room. And then she claims that there she saw the face of a being who had been given her visits, who had lavender skin and looks like a praying mantis. So there we have the mantis beings, another accepted part of UFO mythology that she could have taken from other stories and inserted into her story here. All right. Then she says she wants us to see the beauty in the faces that she saw that day, that these are beings of light, pure love. Yeah. So again, this love and light, I'm sorry. This is just like, this story is like tailor-made to make money out of the UFO conspiracy consciousness community, because these are all accepted things. Oh, the aliens, they're beings of love and light, and they're here to help us, right? They're here to guide us into 4D or 5D or 6D. What D are we up to? I keep forgetting. I can't keep track. One guy says we're going to 4D. I think she says we're going to 5D, and somebody else said 6D. I'm running out of dimensions here. These people are all crazy. Why am I covering this? All right. Next, she lays on the table on the floor and she claims that the aliens removed her consciousness from her body, and she had an out-of-the-body experience and felt pure love. And they were telling her to wake up and remember and prepare to transcend. Ooh, does this sound familiar? So in her alien fairy tales, I'm sorry. Until I see proof of any of this crap, I'm calling this an alien fairy tale. in her alien fairy tale, we're going to 4D or 5D, I don't remember, but we're not ascending, we're transcending, okay? It's different, all right? She's not ascending, she's transcending. And you can look up the difference between, I don't know, look up the definition of ascension and transcending, and you'll just get confused like I did. All right. So then I got a big problem with this next part. Under hypnosis, she recalls more specific details of that experience. So she has to add in hypnotic regression in order to get more parts of the story. And under hypnotic regression, she explained that they were trying to wake her up and remind her of her mission here on Earth. After some time, I guess they put her back in her body because she kind of skipped over that part. But here, again, we have an out-of-body experience, right? So this story has got all of these elements that these people in conspiracy land and UFO land and the conscious community love hearing stories about this stuff. And I don't think it's a coincidence that all this stuff is jammed into one story. Okay, so after some time, they escorted her back to the opening of the tunnel. And Wayne stepped forward. Remember Wayne? He's the anonymous source that took her into this alien tunnel. So Wayne stepped forward, and they were immediately standing in his home. In the blink of an eye, they had teleported right back to his home. Now this story's got teleportation in it. Great. She claims that after visits, the aliens teleport the humans back to Wayne's house. She claims she didn't want this mission, but the aliens kept visiting her and reminded her that she agreed to this mission. Could you imagine? They're like twisting her arm. They're like, you agreed to this mission, lady. Get out there on the Washington Monument and tell everybody about us aliens in this mountain. Is this ridiculous or not? Or is it just me? Bunch of aliens. They're like, hey, you said that you would be our emissary. Go do a hokey press conference with the Three Stooges who can't work a microphone or a webcam or a live stream and tell everybody that you're going to bring scientists here to meet us aliens. You agreed to this mission, Anjali. Do it. Great. All right. So then she says she's forming a team to return to the mountain and the alien base, and she needs scientists who have good equipment. She'll be releasing some names of her science team, but others will remain anonymous for their own safety. Because people don't want to get involved with this because people think it's Kooky Town, and it is Kooky Town. You're going to go jump in could you imagine like being a real reputable scientist? Like, sure, I'll fly to the middle of nowhere in the desert, and you can take me to the alien mountain where the alien base is, and we're going to go look and check out the aliens, bro. Sure. All right, so the next 15 minutes is New Age. I just wrote New Age word salad about God, consciousness, reincarnation, and the aliens are our friends and our guardians watching over our process and our evolution. So again, this is commonly accepted New Age conspiracy land, UFO land. Oh, the aliens are here to guide our evolution or here to guide us to 4D or ascension or transcension or whatever. They all say this, but none of them ever prove it. All right, and Earth is moving into its own identity and will soon become a fourth density environment. Therefore, we will have no need for the 3D world and all of its trappings. And I wrote, shedding the human body to progress to 4D. And this is very scary because this is basically Heaven's Gate right here. And there's various claims that this woman is starting a cult. So I would be very concerned with anybody that's hanging out with this woman because she's literally talking about moving into fourth density and having no need for anything in 3D density anymore, including, I'm assuming, the human body and shedding the skin. That's very dangerous and scary. She claims there's 4 races are here now on Earth. someone asks her about her background being perfect for someone who wants to build a following and do something like this. And then she talks about studying public relations and being very comfortable. And she keeps talking about being so comfortable with public relations, but she's squirming like a tweaker badly, while at the same time talking about how comfortable she is with her skills and this mission that she's on to bring people to meet the aliens. And like I said, one of these things is not like the other. Next, she claims she just wants to tell everybody the truth, and that George Knapp wants to go and meet the aliens with her. And she says she and George Knapp are in personal communication. And George Knapp did a story about this. Great job, George Knapp. Really high quality journalism there. But then again, I'm covering it too. So I can't I can't even bust George Knapp's balls tonight because I'm covering this more than he did. I'm doing a whole analysis of this nutter kook crazy train. But we got on the crazy train. Now we're going to get off. All right. And then I wrote some notes about the press conference. What I said is press conference, calling this a press conference is a stretch at best. It looks like 6 or 7 people showed up, most of which were working for her, apparently. No real press showed up, and she even mentions that during her speech. Looks like just a few looky-loos, but people seeing cameras and microphones just stop to see what is happening. Throughout this entire speech, she is shaking and nervous, at times painfully to watch, despite claiming media, information warfare, public relations skills. She is in a wheelchair, which I am not sure is because of her medical condition, and I wonder why she's in a wheelchair. Her legs appear to work. Is this and this is my speculation? I just wonder this. Is this some move to gain the sympathy of the audience? All in all, this Angelina person and her bizarre press event leaves us with more questions than answers. She provides zero evidence and zero proof. Just a story, a fantastical story with 2 anonymous sources no one else can meet, talk to, interview, or ask questions of. So, friends, here's what I will say in closing. It's very suspect to me. Oh, Matthew Riot is here. Please play the hypno-regression. Somebody get me a link to it, and we'll play parts of it. Sure. And oh, by the way, I'm happy to say that the clown situation is resolved. Thank you, Matthew Riot, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. We reached out to YouTube support, and also I reached out to a friend of mine. We mentioned previously that some other show host said somebody should report me to YouTube for using my son on the show because you can't use a child in an adult show. And I got I took them out for the time being. We have clarified that situation, and we win. What I was told by my friend from YouTube, and anybody can do this, go Google Jimmy Kimmel interviews children. Jimmy Kimmel's an adult television show, and he's got children galore on his show, and he's got children galore in YouTube clips. It's perfectly permissible to use my son, especially because we pre-record. He does not see any of the show. The YouTube's only requirements is that the child is not exposed to things like profanity or nudity or adult content. Since my son is not on the show at all, we pre-record his bits with just myself and me and him. We are perfectly within YouTube's child safety guidelines and YouTube terms of service. And I have a message for that other show host who's trying to, get my son booted from my own show. He said, don't mess with his money. That's what he said. Right? He's a little tough guy. I'd be a little worried if I were you. Don't mess with his money again. Okay? Don't mess with his money. That's his message to you. And someone else correctly pointed out that if you have a problem with me, take it out on me. It's kind of like kicking the kid of somebody you have a problem with. That's basically what happened here. But we're good. YouTube says that we're perfectly within our rights, and I have that direct from a friend of mine, a close old friend of mine. I haven't talked to him in a long time. I was glad to get a chance to catch up with him, but he gave me that excellent advice. Go look. Conan O'Brien is an adult show. He's got clips galore of him with children on YouTube. Jimmy Fallon is an adult show. He's got clips galore of you on YouTube with him having children on a show. It's perfectly permissible. We're well within our rights. And I got to say that if somebody shoots their mouth off again, I have another angry lawyer letter standing by, because I'm not going to be threatened, intimidated, or slandered by some idiot that doesn't even know. That was a fact. You totally messed up. You were totally wrong with the way it works on YouTube insofar as using a child in your show. And we were right. So thank you, Matthew Riot, and praise the king.
You're watching Truth Seekers. Praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, so I got to find the hypnotic regression. I guess I'll just look for it. So please bear with me, friends. And thank you, Matthew Riot, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. I hope I didn't miss. Did I miss any others? I will check in to make sure I didn't miss any others. Any other super chats? We read every single super chat. Oh, and I do. I'm glad I'm checking in because we missed one on the last show. Bear with me, friends. 1 second. What? 1 second, friends. Just bear with me. You know, now that we have this, 1 second, friends. Now that we have this audio podcast, I always worry about dead air, and I never did before. So see, there is, there is good and bad for expanding the show. One thing I've noticed is now I'm like, oh no, dead air, we can't have it. Okay, so we did miss, Ash Dobbs with a kind and generous $5 super chat on tonight's show. I believe we may have missed Ash Dobbs with a kind and generous $2 super chat donation, and I'm almost sure. 1 second. Oh no, maybe not. I thought we had missed another person's super sticker from the previous show. Oh yeah, we did. And well, actually, I don't remember calling this one out, so we're just going to call it out. Ann Chirashi with a kind and generous $30.99 Australian dollar super chat. And also, I want to check in real quickly. We're going to check in real quickly with the PayPal because we had somebody send in a kind and generous $20 donation to the show. And I just want to remind our viewers, this is a viewer-supported show. There's a few ways to support us. Financially, you could join our Patreon where we post sort of backstage view, and also every month we post 2 songs. I've been posting 2 songs for my new album. You get that included with the Patreon. The other way is that there is a money button down there, and it is very kind of you to hit that money button and throw money at us. The money button lets you do that. And here's Ash Dobbs, kind and generous $5 super chat donation. Every dollar helps move the show forward. Thank you, Matthew Riot and Ash Dobbs and Ann Chirashi as well. I may have missed her super sticker from a previous show. I just want to make sure that I call that one out. Thank all 3 of you for helping us to praise the cash, friends.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
I'm glad he's back, friends. Could you believe that? Because some, bitter, jealous little man who couldn't debate me, he had to attack us using my son on our show, and I had to take him down, right? Metalhead wants to hear songs for free. Email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. V, I hear you. Me too. V says, I am in debt and poor. So I'm gonna. Let me finish my spiel. So the 3 ways to support us is Patreon. It's $1 a month. You get a bunch of benefits there and backstage views, including songs, a monthly show journal. I post the screen tests and graphics from some things that we're working on before they're made public. It's sort of a backstage view. Then you could throw money at us with the money button here in the form of a super chat or a PayPal donation. Boy, this is weird. I don't know why I'm having trouble with PayPal. All right, now I think I got it. Got to do the secure with PayPal. yeah. Imagine that. www doesn't work. Well, it doesn't work right. All right. I just want to mention, if you send a PayPal donation, write a note to me, and we read those notes on air, every single one of them. So we got a kind and generous $20 PayPal donation from Rebecca, who writes, Stephen, just wanted to say thank you for what you do. I love the show. Didn't want to give you YouTube more money, so this is all for you. Hope it helps. And yes, it does. Thank you, Rebecca, for your kindness, your generosity, your support. And I certainly am in your debt for helping us to praise the cash. This one's for you.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
I'm sure glad he's back, right? And we've worked on some other new bumpers for him to praise the cash with. We've got a zombie character and a few other things. And, for those unaware, I am using, her dental commercial. Oh, geez. Yeah, so she's an actress. And here's the thing. I found another website where she's claiming that she is an author who has written for magazines, web articles. She's ghostwritten people's books and things like that, which I find a little suspect. Okay, so you're an actress and a fiction writer, and now you're coming up with these alien stories. It's a little convenient to me. Like somebody like that would suddenly start saying they have alien stories. Then let me see if I can find the link to her dental commercial. Bear with me, friends. Somebody put it in again if they put it in a while ago. Oh, Rebecca Turner. Yeah, Rebecca Turner is the person. I didn't know if that was not your chat, so I did want to include you tonight, Rebecca Turner. Thank you so much for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Now I am looking for... did you send it to me on Twitter, maybe? Yes, maybe you did. Let me look on Twitter. There we go, Jessica. Oh, man. Dean Vision Care. Oh, yeah, we're sharing this. Let me get past the commercial. Thank you very much. Go Kick Rocks. This is cool. Oh, geez. This story just got crazier because now she's an actress and she's doing dental commercials when she's not talking about aliens. And how would you like to be the dentist that hired that actress? And now she's on, talking about aliens at the Washington or the Lincoln Memorial. Jeez. And again, this is fair use. This is transformative work. We're sharing this commercial to educate the public about this Anjali alien contactee person who claims that she is in contact with extraterrestrial aliens. But before that, she was helping dentists sell their dental offices.
Glasses for a while now.
Since I was 10.
But this was the first year she went out for sports.
Oh, vision
So it wasn't
care.
until her first practice that we realized she needed contacts.
It was either that or goggles.
Everywhere we called, we were told 2 to 3 weeks just to get her in. Then we found Danny Vision Care.
Danny Vision Care worked with our schedule to get her the contact lenses she needed.
Getting used to contacts was easier than I thought.
They were friendly and accommodating. Now she's ready to play.
Danny Vision Care, next to Lens Crafters in the Empire Mall.
Wow. Yeah, so there you have it. She's also an actress. She's also a fiction writer. Yeah. Rebecca Turner says, wait, I thought she was working for the DIA. So did I. We're still trying to verify her background claims, but I'm finding it more and more suspect that she is all these things. Because, the woman appears to be, I believe she's around 50 years old. She gave her date of birth, and I did the math, and I think it was 49 or 50. Maybe, yeah. It was either 49 or somewhere around there. So in that time, she's gone to college, got a master's degree, worked for the DIA. She's been an actress in commercials. She's written, ghost books. She's offering to write books for people. And she ran for the Delaware Senate. Oh, she's in Delaware. That's interesting. I'm in Delaware. Go Kicks Rocks. Maybe I could drive out there and get a real interview. But I won't hold my breath. So, this is sort of like just the opening to this whole crazy story, because I'm telling you, friends, what's going to happen next is she's going to start dropping information, but I don't think that the information that she's going to begin to drop is going to be credible information. So I think she's going to make up fake scientists and claim that the scientists are meeting with the aliens and they're exchanging scientific information or something. We're never going to see the cave. We're never going to see the alien base, and we're never going to see the aliens. That's my take on this. I don't think that we're ever going to see the aliens, friends. But I could be wrong, so I will leave open the 1% possibility that this woman is not just crazy or manufacturing fake stories. Matthew Riot, let me make you somebody put the hypnotic regression, or put it in the Discord, Matthew Riot. Put the link to that in the Discord, and we'll look at it. I knew that she had hypnotic regression, but I didn't know. Let me see if it's on her. This is some sort of production company that is producing her documentary that this press conference is on. I don't know if they have the hypnotic regression on here, but I'm going to look. I'm looking right now. We'll see if we can't find the hypnotic regression. No, the rest of this guy's videos is like skateboarding videos, Life Straw, water bottle, spec commercial. He's making birthday gift videos for people. Real high quality video guy here. Yeah, I don't see it here. Let me see if I just search Anjali. Maybe she has her own. Because we're not looking at her. I'm not looking at her YouTube channel. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see an Anjali YouTube channel. So somebody get me. Let me see. Now I got to go over here. I got to go to the. Oh, there we go. Go Kick Rocks, save the day. Oh, thank you. I'm here. Like, oh no, where is this link? Thank you. Go Kick Rocks. You are a friend of the show and a friend of mine. I really am glad for every time you're here. It's a good thing. So thank you very much. Oh no, Barbara Lamb. Oh no. All right. For those of you that don't know, I interviewed Barbara Lamb one time about her book called Meet the Hybrids. And it was just after I had really started waking up to the fact that a lot of these people are selling fake stories. And so I got the book because I was going to interview her, and I make it my policy. If I interview somebody about their book, I have to read the book. And the reason I do that is because I knew a local talk show host very well. He wasn't like a national talk show host, but like those morning shows like Good Morning Rhode Island or whatever. He was on a show like that. It's funny. He was a great guy too. I was on his show a whole bunch of times. But anyway, every time I was on his show, or just about every time, there was an author, and there was like a 15 or 20-minute interview where he was talking to him about their book. And then one day we were eating lunch together, and I go, man, that sucks. You got to read a lot of these. You got to read a lot of books that you maybe have no interest in to interview these guys, don't you? And he goes, no, never read them. And he's eating his lunch. And I'm like, wait, Bob, you don't read any of the books? He goes, no, why would I read them? They're just here to hawk books. I don't give a crap about their stupid book. But when you see this guy on air, he bluffs his way through the fact that he reads the book so well that I was impressed. But I made it my policy that if I'm going to interview somebody about their book, I read it. So I got Barbara Lamb's book, Meet the Hybrids, and I thought this is a huge load of crap of people, fake people just saying I'm an alien hybrid. So when I interviewed Barbara Lamb, I pushed her, and I felt bad because she's a real nice old lady, and I really like her, like as a person. She reminded me of my grandmom or something, and she was so sweet to me, but she didn't want to give us any proof. So I kind of set her up and said, like, I'll pay for the DNA test. Let's look at the DNA. If any of these people in your book are really alien hybrids, there'd be something in the DNA, and we'd be able to tell that. None of them would agree to it. And she never got back to me. She was supposed to. She claimed that they wouldn't submit to DNA because then the government would find them and experiment on them. See, every time you confront one of these people that are selling books full of fairy tales and fake stories with some kind of, every time you confront them, they always have an ale. In Barbara Lamb's case, it was, oh, I don't have to, they won't submit to DNA tests because then the government will find them and do experiments on them, right? It's crazy. Or the Men in Black, right? That's another great excuse when you really get caught lying. All right, Anjali, hypno-regression with Barbara Lamb. Again, we're citing fair use. Oh, this was May 13th, 2021. Alien cop shows. What? All right, we're going to take a listen to some of this.
In that tunnel, being aware of going into the tunnel, aware of what the entrance to the tunnel is like. Totally as if you are there right now, reliving that experience, but with a few other people.
And I just want to mention that there was somebody in our Discord chat who said that they got their own hypnotic regression with Barbara Lamb and that she could not hypnotically regress a dog into eating a piece of bacon. That was their assessment of their experience with her. Take from that what you will. And again, I just want to say she's a really nice old lady, right? But I think that she just believes anybody that comes to her with any story whatsoever.
Going into the tunnel. So be there at the entrance to that tunnel, whatever that is like. Be there with your feet on the ground. It's daytime, there's daylight. You're with the other people. And when you get a look at what the entrance to that tunnel is like just use your words out loud to describe it.
Well, it's a long pause. We're still waiting for Anjali to describe it.
There's netting.
I'm going to ask you to speak more loudly, please, so I can hear. So you're there at the tunnel.
There's netting covering the entrance.
There's something covering it.
Yes.
What does that seem to be?
It's like he has camo netting hanging over a structure he's built. And
say that again, please.
It's a structure he's built. And he's covered it in netting. And he lifts it up, and there's a hole in the mountain.
So there was something stretching across the opening.
Yeah, or to think of more
yes,
BS.
It's like military camo netting, like for deserts. It's desert camo netting. And he's hidden the entrance, so nobody will find it.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And then
There's an excuse for why nobody else will ever find the tunnel that leads to the secret alien base. Why? Because he put camouflage netting on the outside. Great excuse. Look, Anjali, you're the one making these. I want to go see the aliens. I want to go through that tunnel, meet these aliens just like you did. Come on, take me with you. I'll be your media representative. Yo, if we flash to a year from now and I become Anjali's Michael Horn, like her international media representative, somebody come and blow my brains out, okay? That will mean that I joined a cult and went crazy, okay? Don't let that happen to me, friends.
somebody, is it Wayne who's lifting that covering off the opening?
Yes, he's lifting it up.
And these are leading questions, and that's not something you do during a hypnotic regression. She's offering her what to say. So, first rule of hypnotic regression is not to lead the witness at all. So she fails miserably, Barbara Lamb. And I've heard other regressions of hers that I think are very, very poorly done. That's my opinion, and that's my speculation. I don't have a background in hypnotic regressions, but I do have some experience in stage hypnosis, and I know real qualified academic people who use hypnosis in their psychology practices.
Okay.
And
very good. And is he saying anything about it as he's doing that?
I mean, it's long pauses. Wow. It's like she's thinking of what to say, right? Why would you need that long a pause? I'm letting it play.
Yes, he's saying something.
Okay, just tune in and so that you can know what he's saying.
Oh, and also, I just want to mention, in fairness to Miss Lamb, her claims of being a psychotherapist and all these letters behind her name are actually more or less real. She's a very educated woman. Yeah. More long pauses. I don't understand why she needs such a. It's like she's thinking of something to say.
He's just saying that we have to be careful.
All right, we're going to skip ahead, or we're going to be here for a year. Let's get to the alien part. Oh, I just forwarded it right to another long dramatic pause, right? This is crazy.
I'm confused. And they told me to wake up again.
Oh, the aliens are telling her to wake up. And this is maybe when she had her out of the body experience. And then they said, wake up. You got a mission to do, honey. You got to go to the Lincoln Memorial and tell everybody about us aliens in this mountain. Even though it's a secret alien base, why would aliens do that? We got a secret alien base, but we want you to go tell everybody about our secret alien base that your friend tunneled into. Great. More long dramatic pauses here.
They want me to be prepared when the other four come. When they get here, they want me to be prepared. I have to be ready.
She has to be ready to meet the other four aliens.
They're trying to get me ready.
How do you get ready for meeting four aliens anyway? This story is nonsensical. Yeah, I think I kind of had enough. I mean, I think this hypno regression speaks for itself. And also, I don't trust, personally, this is my personal opinion, and everybody in my audience is entitled to theirs, but I do not trust.
Me now.
Oh, now the aliens are touching her. I don't generally trust recovered memories from hypno regression because they could just as easily be hypnotic suggestions placed there by the regressionist. Now I'm thinking of that song, touching you, touching me. The aliens are touching her. What?
I have to be in this light. And I have to heal.
I love how it just keeps bouncing back and forth between her video and a still of Miss Lamb with, like, you know, a 15-year-old publicity picture. This is just excellent production quality right here. Every once in a while when I worry about mine, I have to remember things like this.
I'm resting in a light.
Oh, look, there's 2 hours and 17 minutes of
What
this.
about the light?
Let's see if we fast forward. Was she going to talk about the aliens or what? Come on.
Hmm.
Yeah, maybe the aliens are copping a feel. I don't know. Matthew Wright says she does talk about them. Yeah, if there wasn't all these long pauses, they could have did this thing in a half hour, sounds like. I'm letting it play. There's just dead air. That we were talking about dead air earlier. Jeez, wow, what a lot of dead air. She's just not saying anything. Like, Barbara Land asks her a question, and then we get 15 seconds of silence before she answers, which I find very suspect. If she needs 15 to 30 seconds to think of an answer for every question, it says something maybe about her thought processes, right? Why would she not be answering the questions like when they're asked? Yeah, this one is 42nd. And it's a 40.
It's far away, but it's easy to get there.
Would you say that again, please?
It's far away, but it's easy to get there. They said it's easy to get anywhere.
Ah.
I don't think I'm inside the mountain anymore.
Put it on faster speed. Yeah, I don't like that chipmunk voices. So, yeah, we're going to cut out of this. I think we've heard enough. I will add the link to this hypnoregression.
There are places.
Uh-oh, friends. There are places. What does that even mean?
That
All
are
right.
easier for them.
You mean easier to get to or easier to be at?
Be at. Yes.
Okay.
Get to. Both.
All right. I've had enough of this. I will put a link to the hypnotic regression in the description of this video, and you too can sit there for 2 hours and 17 minutes, half of which will be silence while she's thinking of answers. Yeah, Matthew Wright, I agree with you. People needed to see this firsthand. Yeah, I mean, it's a part of the story. Like, okay, so half of her memories of this event, I don't know about you, friends, but if a friend of mine had taken me to a tunnel, through a tunnel into an alien base, I don't think I'd need a hypnotic regression to remember the details of that event. I think that it would be such a life-changing, life-altering, paradigm-shifting event in your life that you would remember the event without a hypnotic regression. Why do you need a hypnotic regression, right? Gunner 65 says, wow, look at the difference in presentation. Yeah. Tina Mobley is here and says, I agree with Stephen. I watched that live debacle and she totally looked like she was tweaking. Yeah, but I want to be clear in that, in fairness, let me see if I can find it here. I think I wrote it down. There is some sort of, let me look through here. I saw on a Twitter thread what she's supposed to have some kind of rare neurological disease. And of course, I'm not finding it right now. But she did claim that bad energy while working for the Defense Intelligence Agency is what made her ill. Yeah. And I just want to mention, you know, she claims to be in contact with these super advanced extraterrestrial beings. Couldn't they heal her or get her out of the wheelchair, or, you know, if she's going to be their emissary, wouldn't they do her a solid, right? And I don't know, help her with whatever medical condition that she's suffering from. And I mentioned at the beginning of this broadcast that I didn't want to be too harsh on this woman, because from what I'm seeing here, and I'm no expert, of course, I would advise her to seek the help of a mental health professional. I would advise anybody that is thinking about joining her group to seek the advice of a mental health professional as well. BS Alert Buddy says, thank you for being a friend. Arbiter traveled down the road and back again. Oh, geez. Yeah. I don't know. I find this whole story very, very suspect. Maybe Mike Gamble says, maybe she's running with Trump for vice president. Yeah, she's going to be the disclosure vice president. Rebecca Turner says, I was regressed and it doesn't take that long to answer. She is thinking up things to say. Yeah, she's being very measured and calculated in her answers, almost like somebody who is crafting a story. And I don't know. Matthew Riot says she's acting. Enough said. Yeah. Steve Ronan, WTF is this? Yeah. Listen, I do what the audience wants. I got 25 emails or messages from different audience members here sending me the link and saying, are you going to cover this? You're going to talk about this? And I went, I don't think so. And we're days behind, friends. I just now had the time to go and listen to the entire thing and make notes and try to make some analysis of that. Yeah. She looked like a different person in her YouTube ad for Senate 7 years ago. Well, she could be suffering from some medical, degeneration related to an illness. In fairness, right? Matthew Wright says, Bashar spits it out. Yes, FGraph 72. This is a story. And what a story it is. And yeah, and she is getting some attention. Listen, the Anjali, this press conference got 25,000 views on YouTube. More views than I've ever gotten from a single video. But what's interesting is if you search for Anjali in YouTube search engine, the first video that comes up is her press conference, and then some Indian channel that has nothing to do with her, and then our video. Our video is ranking even higher than her documentary trailer right now, which got 1.3 thousand views since it was published 1 day ago. So they do the press conference and then they hurry up and they video edit together a documentary sizzle reel. And that, my friends, is what that is. That's a sizzle reel. That's like, let's take the least, actual real footage that we can and jam in a bunch of B-roll and some dramatic music and try to sell this thing. I think that this is all, and I'm entitled to my own opinion. I'm entitled to my own speculation, and everybody can form their own opinion here. So I find it very suspect that they're already hawking a documentary when they haven't proven anything that she's talking about. And this woman claims to meet these aliens 2 years ago. Let me ask everybody in the live chat a question. If you had met aliens 2 years ago in a secret alien base, would it take you 2 years to go back there and see the aliens again? Because we're expected to believe that that's exactly what's going on with this woman, though she does claim to be in contact with them. And it's something like telepathic, but then she says it's not telepathic communication, it's conscious communication, which includes emotions and then, of course, the only emotions they've ever sent her were 100% positive emotion, love, respect, healing. So again, we've got this sort of consciousness community, already established belief that all the aliens are positive and they're here to help us, which I find, either naive or stupid. Really, you just assume that all the aliens are here to help us. Yeah. Out of Mind says, no, I would have been I would have been selling merch and doing the circuits. Yeah. It's taken her 2 years to get back to that alien base. I want to go to the alien base. And so does George Knapp. So I'm going to have to compete. George Knapp, I want to be the reporter that goes to see the aliens. Why should you? You've already got the Bob Lazar story, bro. Help a brother out. A struggling investigative journalist like me needs a big story like that. You don't need this story. You got Bob Lazar, bro. Share the Lunars, okay? Share the Nutters, George Knapp. It's not fair for you to get all the Nutters. I need a Nutter that I can make some money off of selling their Nutter stories. You've milked Bob Lazar for 35 years now. Come on. Yeah, I want to go see the aliens. All Around Arbiter correctly pointing out that back in the 90s, she would have hit the talk show circuit with Montel, Jenny Jones, Sally Jesse Raphael, and Geraldo. Yeah, that's kind of the impression that I got, that it was, and it's just a tabloid TV story. There's no substance here. And until she, look, and I got to tell you, All Around Arbiter, and you know this, and everybody listening to the sound of my voice knows this, people in UFO, ufology, conspiracy land, and even the new age and consciousness community are getting real tired of people with great stories with no proof or with anonymous sources. That anonymous source crap worked a lot back in the 80s and the 90s. Just ask Linda Moulton Howe, the queen of anonymous sources, right? That nobody can talk to them but her. This woman is placing herself in the mold of, Earth's savior. Kind of like Earth's galactic ambassador, Corey Goode, right? They all put themselves in the position of being the good guy, right? It's a narcissistic personality trait. I'm so important that aliens flew from distant galaxies all the way to Earth, and then they built a secret base just to meet me. Sure they did. And what is her proof of this? Well, this couple I met who have to remain anonymous, they took me to the alien base. Okay, can I talk to them? No, they're anonymous. You can't talk to them. Kind of like that anonymous CIA deathbed confession that Jeremy Corbell and Dolan were pushing, right? That turns out to be fake. So if I'm a betting man, I'm saying 99%, we're never getting any proof out of this woman, and it's all just one big stupid story that she's going to use to sell a documentary. And the terrible part is that I predict that this is going to work. She's going to make some money selling this story. But then she's going to burn everybody out because people are going to like the story and want more. And she's going to have to invent new stories or come up with some fake evidence. There's no evidence here, friends. And the concept of falsifiability applies here. Now, she may be able to say, well, you can't prove my story is not true. And that's true. I cannot prove that her story is not true. But likewise, she can't prove her story is true. Therefore, as far as serious research into the topic of extraterrestrial visitation goes, her testimony and her story has zero value. It doesn't move the ball forward one bit because it can't be proven or disproven. I can't disprove it. She can't prove it. So here we are at a standstill with a story that is worthless then. V says abused woman. And I've had quite a few people comment on that. And I want to just say that I am in support of any woman who is battered or abused or either psychologically, sexually, physically, or in any way. Get out of that situation and seek counseling if you are an abused woman. And I pray that all women do that. V, I have known women that were in abusive relationships, and I never understood that because I have known, several women, a few that I worked with at jobs, and you could just tell, or they would spill the beans eventually, come into work crying because their husband is so abusive. Never understood that, but it can be very traumatic for a woman to be stuck in an abusive relationship. And some of that trauma may lead to sort of a fantasy escape, right? And altars and things like that. Okay. Brian XOO67 says the purpose of the press conference was to announce a visit to the tunnel with a team of scientists. Evidence for or against her story should follow, and it's not going to. Did you hear her give herself an out? We're going to release the names of some of the scientists, but not all of them. We're not going to get any scientists that are going to testify that they went and saw those aliens, Brian. But if you believe that we will, great. And you know what? I hope we do. What an amazing world that would be. If suddenly she holds a new press conference, but this time she has credible scientists sitting next to her, they're all going to talk about they met those 4 alien races and interacted with them and shared scientific knowledge and communicated with them in that secret alien base. I don't see that happening, but yeah. Okay. And V says a person can have a genuine experience and then fall prey. Yeah, she's been involved with government information warfare. She admits she's been involved with, at least she claims she's been in the DIA and her job involved information warfare. Which means here we have another former letter of the alphabet, CIA, DIA, DOD, NSA, all those I just call them the letter of the alphabet agencies. But here we have another former letter of the alphabet agency, if it's true that she is, claiming that she's going to bring us the truth about aliens. This story sounds so familiar to me. Now, some of the other letter of the alphabet people are maybe a little more credible and not making such fantastical claims, but there's still several people that are letter of the alphabet former employees that are suddenly disclosure advocates, which I find extremely suspect because, that whole truth embargo and how the government has been lying to us for 70 years. Now, suddenly members of the government are going to come out and tell us the truth about UFOs and aliens. It doesn't make any sense. Somebody's mentioned in the ugly blankets on her chair. Yeah. Boyfriends. Yes. And Rich ES says she's a self-described fiction writer. I agree with you. Mike Gamble says it's going to take a joint press conference with aliens for me to believe her. I think I'm at that point too. But we're going to follow this. Go Kick Rock says it's BS. It's bull s. Yes. And please watch the cursing in the live chat. Algorithm doesn't like. Oh no, you obscured it nicely. You're fine. So thank you. Martin Ars, are you a god? I think that's from Ghostbusters, right? Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, friends, except that this story is crazy. And, here we have another person that's claiming anonymous sources, and nobody can interview those anonymous sources. Nobody can ask questions to those anonymous sources. She will be the sole point of contact to those anonymous sources who are going to bring people, scientists, in to meet the aliens. And I just got to say, I know some scientists, a few, mostly computer scientists, but still they qualify. They're science guys. They've got master's degrees or PhDs in computer science. Friends, I can't imagine a real scientist looking at this press conference, hearing what she had to say, and signing up for this. It would be career suicide to go on a nutter mission like that. But I hope some do, so we can hear more details about those aliens in that alien secret base, right? Matthew Riot says, I thought she brought attention to the wheelchair, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, they gave her I thought it was a guru chair, Matthew Riot. It's very common, even in reputable spiritual events. I go occasionally and hear Buddhist monks give lectures or dissertations or talks, and there's always the guru chair. They put a real nice chair. Sometimes they put a real nice blanket on it or something, and they make it look fancy, and then the guru sits there and he talks. So I thought it was kind of a nod to that. That was my take on it, but I was curious as to why is she in a wheelchair. Now I don't know, I don't know her full. I don't want to feel bad later. After all, people are always attacking me for wearing these sunglasses, and then they get to feel stupid later when they find out that I have a paralyzed eye. So for all I know, she needs to be in that wheelchair. So I'm going to reserve my judgment on the wheelchair. However, I will just repeat what I've said. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. Not only does she not have extraordinary proof, she has no proof. There's no way to verify anything she's saying except for her background, and we're working on that, and we'll do a follow-up to this. So I want to thank everybody for being here, and I want to thank those who suggested that I look into this, because it was fun. It was kind of fun listening to this well, I don't want to call it a stupid story. Crazy. We'll just call it a crazy story. It is a crazy story. I mean, come on. And I find it suspect that she's thrown in so many things. Al Martino is here in the Facebook live chat. Says, finally, I found a channel that's not afraid to shout out BS. Yes, please find us on YouTube. Go to YouTube and put Truth Seekers in the search bar and subscribe. If you like tonight's show, there's lots that are better than this one. We're usually a lot more forceful with some of these what I call frauds, fakers, and UFO hucksters. However, in this woman's case, I truly believe that she's either been abused, as V suggested, or she's suffering from some sort of PTSD. She's got a neurological medical condition by her own claim, and also maybe suffering from some mental condition or mental problems. So I don't want to be too tough on this woman, because she appears to be extremely nervous and jittery, and like she's having trouble staying in her own skin. And so while it's easy to make fun of her story, and it's usually a lot easier to make fun of these people, but I found myself feeling sorry for her while I was watching this video and watching her, fidget and look like a tweaker. I mean, I grew up in Philadelphia, and in Philadelphia, if you see somebody like that, you go, yeah, they're tweaking, which means they're on meth, they're on crack cocaine. You got the dopers and the tweakers, right? If you see somebody nodding off, they're a doper. They're on heroin or fentanyl or something like that, or Oxycontin or whatever. If they're nodding, if they're fidgeting a lot and they can't sit still, then they're tweaking, which means usually methamphetamines or crack cocaine, or withdrawal from methamphetamines or crack cocaine as well. I'm not making that claim in her case. I'm just saying that from my experience growing up in a neighborhood that was infested with drugs, you see a lot of people who appear that way. They can't sit still. They're fidgeting. They appear to be very nervous, right? Yeah. Ann Shirashi says, I didn't know it was called a guru chair. Mendoza was sitting in one. Yeah, he does it too. They all do it. You give the guru a big chair, make him look important. It's part of the shtick. It really is part of the shtick. So, and Mike Gamble says she didn't jitter doing commercials. That's why she thinks. No, I think she was extremely nervous doing this, which is very telling. If she's really supposed to be Earth's galactic ambassador to take us and have us meet the aliens, then why is she so nervous telling us about them? Or is this performance art, right? Matthew Riot thinks Corey Good deserves a guru chair. I don't know about that. Twizzer in the Twitches, Martin R says, yeah. Oh no. So listen, I really got to get out of here, friends. I am bouncing out of here. I got up at 7 o'clock in the morning because my wife is very mad at me because I'm not waking up early enough for the children. And, I got to be awake before them. But today was a bad gamble because I woke up at like 7 a.m. and they didn't get up till like 11 a.m. So I could have slept in, but I didn't. So I'm going to bounce out of here and get some rest. You hear me say this all the time. Always happy when there's an audience, friends. And I can't tell you how happy I am that you are here tonight, spending some time with me and being a part of my audience. There really, really is no place that I would rather be than right here with you. I'm hoping that we're going to do another show before the weekend is over. And then next week, I really have to do backups and some other stuff. And I was thinking of taking the whole week off of shows, but then I thought maybe that's not a good idea. So I have to think that over. It's both my son's last week of summer vacation. And it's also, thank God Almighty, thank you, Jesus, I made it through. next week is my last week of daddy daycare. I've done that for 7 years now. I've been more or less full-time stay-at-home dad, running a part-time business and taking care of my 2 boys. But my youngest son is 5, is going to full-time kindergarten next week. And my older son is 9, and he's been in school all day, but I've had at least my young son Xavier all day for the past 5 years. He's been with me since he was brand new, newborn, every day. So it's going to be kind of an adjustment for me, but I'm looking forward to it because 7 years hanging out with 2 children all day. I am so sick of all of that stuff. Like, I cringe every time I hear Elmo or Barney or, any of that stuff. I'm so sick of it. And I got it worse with my younger son because he's watching YouTube videos like wacky, weird stuff. And the screaming and the singing and all the they're always blasting stuff that drives me nuts. Anyway, my point is, next week is my last week of daddy daycare. So I got to do some things to commemorate all that time with my 2 young sons. I don't regret it one bit. I just wish that I could have done more during that 7 years. I always felt like I wasn't accomplishing very much because the children require all your attention. V says, hallelujah, praise almighty. Yeah, V's got kids, so she knows. That yours are older, right? So you got that time where, like, thank God they're both in school now, right? That's what I'm going to get to do next week. I can't wait. I got to figure out something more to do, though, because I can't, I gotta, I don't know. I gotta earn more money now because I'm going to have all day free. So there's going to be a big adjustment. But anyway, I was saying that I'm going to bounce out of here. We'll talk more about future plans for the show as we move forward here. But, I'm in it here for the long haul, but we have to figure out the best way for me to do this going forward because, I'm going to have a lot more time, and I don't know if I'm going to dedicate that a lot more time to trying to expand the show into a more of a full-time living situation. I would like to do that. Or am I going to get another job? I haven't worked for somebody else in quite some time, though, so I'm leaning against that idea. Once you get out of that rat race of having a boss, you never really want one again, at least for me. Like, I felt like, no way do I want to have a boss and have to be somewhere at a certain time and answer to somebody else. And I always joke that I've been self-employed for the last, 7 years. And, I thought that I had some terrible bosses, but this last one has been the worst. Yeah, I do. I expect a lot out of myself. And when things don't go well, I blame myself, I mean, this health crisis, there's nothing I could do. My whole business went to nothing. And, you just got to try to adjust, and so I have. But now we're going to continue to adjust as things change moving forward. So I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. I want to thank those people who asked me to cover this. And I want to thank the kind and generous supporters that sent super chats or super stickers or PayPal donations or signed up for our Patreon. You really do make the show possible, and you have my gratitude. I want to remind everybody before we go, if you're listening in audio podcast land, go to YouTube, put Truth Seekers in the search bar, look for me, Stephen Cambion, the strange guy with the sunglasses, your host, and hit that subscribe button. Smash that notification bell, and you'll know when we're doing a live show. You hear all this interaction with the live chat. That's much of the fun. Please do follow me also on Twitter. It's at Stephen Cambion, or follow me on Facebook. Again, just my name, Stephen Cambion. On Twitter, you will get, I post when the shows are. I'm doing a terrible job. We will have a schedule starting in September sometime. As soon as my children go back to work, I will be able to commit to a schedule and actually keep it. And I'm leaning towards saying Monday through Friday, 10 p.m. but we'll make a formal announcement as that is decided. And I want to also remind you, there's a link I think that Spooky put it in the chat earlier. There is a link to our Discord server. So the live chats are no longer these fun live chats that you guys enjoy with Truth Seekers here. It's no longer just while there's a live show. You can now join our Discord and chat with audience members all day long. And I'm making a firm commitment that I'm going to hang out in there during the day while I'm doing other work. So just please have some patience if you send me a message there and I don't get to it for a half hour, an hour. I check in there as I'm doing video editing or working on music for the show or research for the show. So join our Discord server. You probably will enjoy it if you enjoy these live chats. So once again, friends, thank you for joining me. I should be back before the end of the weekend, but this is one of the last cabin weekends with my boys, so I really do want to try to soak up as much sun and fun and fishing and hiking as we can around the cabin. But we'll see what I can do about coming and spending some more time here with my friends, which I always enjoy. Thanks for your support. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you. Greetings and salutations, old friends and hopefully some new friends, and welcome back to Truth Seekers. We begin tonight's show with an admission and an apology from me, because I believe that one is truly owed here in this case that we'll be talking about tonight. You see, some time ago, a former military woman and Defense Intelligence Agency employee held a press conference at the Washington or Lincoln Monument. And that would be our guest tonight, known as Anjali. There in the nation's capital, she claimed that she met a couple at a coffee shop who took her to a mountain where she had an incredible experience inside that mountain in an apparent alien base where she met several different races of extraterrestrials or higher beings. Now, we've covered that press conference, but I was far too skeptical. I was skeptical of everything. Her education, her military service, her employment history, and even if the friends or the mountain that she described were actually real or just imagined. Now, I know that I was wrong, so wrong, about a great many things. After her press conference and my initial dismissal of most of her claims, a few researchers and I got together and began really digging into her story. First, I verified her education, so I was completely wrong about that, or any claims that I made that her education was likely fake. I was wrong. Her educational claims are 100% real. Next, I and several others began looking for these anonymous sources to see if they were real or just her imaginary friends. At first thinking, I even said it, and I apologize for saying it now. I said those were her imaginary friends. They don't exist. Her story is fake. The mountain is fake. These people aren't real. But God bless the research capabilities of some of the people on UFO Twitter, because with very little to go on, just that her friend Wayne was a construction company owner who owned a mountain, against all odds, I believe we found her Wayne and her mountain. Now, I wish I could take total credit for that, but honestly, I all but struck out at first. I called over 100 construction companies trying to speak to the owners, and imagine that conversation, trying to grill them on aliens and if they owned a mountain or knew anything about this Anjali person in Washington making these statements. I was unsuccessful in finding, at first, a construction company owner who owned a mountain. And again, I got arrogant and started saying, this guy doesn't exist. It's her imaginary friend. But I was wrong. Luckily, other researchers were trying different angles and following up on different leads, including Charlie Weiser and James Conrad, who found one construction company in the area they thought may fit. Then James looked up property records, and imagine this, a construction company owner who lived in the area and yes, owned a huge property, over 100 acres, had a mountain on it. Charlie Weiser then scoured social media posts and also found Nick. We believe that we have found him, her friend who went to the coffee shop with her. We can verify all of this, much of this, through social media posts. He was friends with Anjali, and his social media posts confirmed that he was in the area during the time frame she said he was. Next, Anjali recently sent me her resume and various proofs of her military claims and employment history. She sent me proofs that these things are real. Now, I haven't had enough time with them yet, and I'm no expert, but in the short time I've had them, I can say that the documents all appear to be legitimate. And while I'm still sure that I need to do some additional checking, I feel confident right now in saying that her education, her employment history, and her military service are real. We are all too skeptical. We have seen far too many people come out with stories of this type, and their backgrounds are fake, their educations are fake. I jump to conclusions. I also jump to conclusions about the friends that she wants to remain anonymous. They are real, not imagined or made up. So I owe her a huge apology for jumping to those conclusions and saying her background was probably fake or her friends are probably not real. We've seen so many frauds with fake military service, fake education, fake employment histories that I just assumed she was just another fraud in a long line of UFO hucksters.
I didn't even give her the benefit of the doubt or do my due diligence before saying some of the things that I said on a previous show. And for that, I apologize to her and I apologize to my audience. You should never do research by proclamation, and someone without doing the work shouldn't even open their mouth. The truth is, I put my mouth in gear before having any facts in hand. So again, I apologize because that was wrong of me. Now, without further ado, let's bring in our guest tonight, Anjali. Hi, Anjali.
Hi.
I never thought that you and I would do this. I never thought I would speak to you, and I hope that you know that my apology and my hat in my hand here and my eating crow is sincere. And I hope you understand the reasons why I may have jumped to conclusions, having seen so many people with fake educations, fake backgrounds. I mean, are you aware of just how many people come out with stories like yours, and then it turns out they didn't work where they said they worked, they didn't have the military service? It's very common that these stories are brought by people whose backgrounds are problematic at best. But in your case, I will stand here and say I was wrong about a great many things. So I thought that would be a good place to start our talk.
Well, awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that, Stephen. You don't need to eat crow. The apology is enough, and it's sincere, and all is forgiven. I really don't understand the history of the UFO community, but I'm learning. I think they call it proxy by fire.
Yeah, you're really going through a trial by fire, because it seems that your story has ignited a great deal of controversy and curiosity, and there are people on both sides, and I felt like the skeptical side people were far too quick, like me, to just dismiss you and say her story's fake. But the problem that I have now is, if your education is real, if your background is real, if your friends that I thought weren't real turned out to be real, if this mountain is real, then why should I not give you the benefit of the doubt and have a conversation and see what can be learned?
Thank you. Thank you. That's really all I asked for. So please, whatever questions you have.
Yeah, and I want to take a moment just to advise the live chat of two things. Number one, I promised that we would be respectful of our guests tonight. So you can ask questions, you can discuss, but please be respectful of our guests tonight. We don't want to ever be disrespectful to a guest. And number two, sometimes we read all the super chats. We're going to read them all after the interview, because I don't want to interrupt. This is far too important to stop every 2 minutes. So I'll thank every single super chat at the end. We'll read them all. But for now, we're going to dive right into the questions. I thought I could start with something, and again, this question is with respect, Anjali, but you and I have something in common, actually. And it's something that I keep coming back to when I listen to or think about your story. You described meeting a lavender being, because honestly, I once met a purple being. And I also had an experience where I thought higher beings had taken me out of my body and put me back in. But in my case, it was under the influence of DMT. And many people are asking about your experience and is there some relation to DMT, because so many people have a DMT experience that is very similar to yours. Can you talk about that? Do you think that, is there a possibility that you were dosed with a hallucinogen, perhaps unknowingly, and that is the cause of your experience? What do you think?
I think that we'll know soon enough. I can't tell you what I experienced was or was not like a particular hallucinogen. I know this is the biggest talk out there, or one of the biggest.
Have you ever done a hallucinogenic drug?
I have had, it's a synthetic mushroom. It was developed in a lab, and like at a university, like at a university lab, had been purchased that way. And it was, what I was told was that it was a synthetic mushroom. And it was from someone that I trusted very much.
Okay.
And it was a powder, kind of a tan powder.
And did you find that hallucinogenic experience similar to this experience you're having with aliens, or completely different?
No. What I was about to say is that
I was really disappointed because other than having what I would say some euphoria with that powder that I was talking about, I had some euphoria. I colors were a little more vivid, and I saw some auras a little bit, but nothing out of the ordinary otherwise. And I
And were
was
you
really disappointed because I was thinking here I
you
was.
were going to have a great experience? Yeah. Well,
I
there's
was
so many variants, and some of them are just kind of like trails and euphoria. Were you aware, however, that it is an incredibly common part of a DMT experience to see a purple being? Because I did. There's people on the internet that make videos about the purple being. It is a very common part of the DMT experience. The most common reported thing that people say after a DMT experience is, I saw a purple being.
Okay. Wow. No, didn't know that. What I have understood about DMT from what people have told me, a lot of people have suggested to me that perhaps when what I would say is the beginning of this stage of contact with the beings, in 2017 when I was in the hospital, a lot of people were suggesting then that when the woman who had just passed came to see me, that I was maybe having a DMT release. And me not knowing anything about DMT, I'm thinking, oh, okay, well, people say you can hallucinate. Maybe that's what I was having. Maybe I had a DMT release. And so I kind of went with it until after I came out on the alien subreddit and started looking into like the artwork that people have done of what they see when they're on DMT. And I'm like, stop the press. That doesn't look anything like what I experienced. Like what I experienced was in a completely normal environment. However, there are some higher beings that happen to be standing at the end of the tunnel inside of a base. And I'm getting a little confused now. You know what I'm saying? As I'm going in, like things are feeling a little different. I'm not as clear as I was a moment before. And that's when the experience of being with them began. And I was upright. I mean, if I took some or was dosed with some kind of hallucinogen, I would really like to know what it was, because I walked up and down a mountain and was quite active, went through a tunnel. I was lucid. Everything looked normal. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there was nothing different, except at the destination, there actually were beings of another race that I was about to engage with.
Yeah, and boy, what an incredible story. We're going to get into it. This next question is very important too, and this is sent from Charlie Weiser, actually. And I think this is one of the problems that I had with the story as well. And that is, why are you waiting 3 years to return to this cave that you say that you met aliens at? Because if it were me or most other people that I know who are so interested in this topic, I wouldn't be able to keep myself away from that place. I'd have to go back and try to get evidence or do something. And so people are a little confused about, why would you wait 3 years to return there?
I can't give you an answer to that. I can tell you the path of my contact at the time with my friends, and my attempt to contact and reach them that was unsuccessful, which I've already talked about. I would say that if you know anything about Southern California, it's not the kind of place that you go and trespass.
No, I know about it. Yeah, I've been through that desert in a van, and it's not a fun place. You got to make sure that you have water, or you could die. It's that strange of a place, you know.
It is. Even in the higher elevation, it's still very difficult to find water, so it wasn't an area that I felt like. Look, it never even crossed my mind to try to trespass or to go against his will. It was almost, this isn't going to make sense. And I know that I'm probably going to get grilled on it. And that's fine, because none of you have walked in my shoes unless you have. And then this will make sense to you.
So did you have to negotiate with Wayne to be able to come back? I'm sorry.
It's like just didn't want me to, and I knew that I wasn't going to go back. Like I couldn't just go back because I wanted to. I toiled and toiled at home for weeks, just desperate to get back. And it was very difficult. Later, they came and actually visited me physically, and I have other memories of being back in the base, but I don't really know what happened there. So anyway, I just need you guys to understand that
Sure.
it's not real black and white all the time. It's pretty confusing on my end too.
Yeah, and one can speculate that you don't know what effects on the human brain even being in proximity to these beings could have.
That's right.
There could be a great deal of memory confusion or other things. You know, and also I thought we have more common ground. Barbara Lamb is part of your story and did a hypnotic regression for you, but some people have found fault and problem with that. And by the way, I love Barbara Lamb. Her and I had a nice talk one time, and we disagreed on many things, but I love her. She reminds me of my grandmother, my favorite grandmother. She's just awesome.
Yes.
So
just sweet.
But the question that I and many people have is, if you've gone into this tunnel and you've been inside this alien base and you've met these aliens, wouldn't those memories be vivid and immediately accessible? And like, why did you need a hypnotic regression to sort of organize the experience for you?
I don't know. I would say that once again, as nebulous as it is and as unsatisfying as it is to hear, that's part of the phenomena of the experience of the phenomenon is this. I can't explain why I only had partial memories. I can't explain why through meditation I was able to uncover more, which really made me want to reach out to Barbara, because that was when I began, after I came out on Reddit, and I really upped my meditation and my commitment to understanding more what had happened to me, because at that time things were just really not clear. And I'm not saying that they're clear now. It's just there's a lot more that I see, but I know that there's a lot of mud still. You know, it's like I can't see the bottom.
Yeah,
I have
muddy
no
waters.
How it goes on and on and on.
You know, speaking of meditation, many people have been very critical of your social media presence and interactions. But I know myself that being in the spotlight can be a double-edged sword. And some of your internet interactions have been, let's just say, emotionally charged and difficult. And I wanted to know, do you regret some of the way that some of this stuff has been handled? Because I know that you're right now unblocking everyone that was once blocked and trying to be more transparent.
That's right. I am. I'm also human, and it's funny. Like as soon as you start talking about consciousness and transcendence, it's like people think that I think that I've already done it or something, and that I'm like preaching something, and that's not what I'm doing. I'm trying to share what they're saying to me because it feels pretty damn important, and. But if you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. It's a personal choice that people make. They don't have to be anywhere but at home. So anyway, I guess what I wanted to really say is that there have been some instances in which, yes, I do regret. No, I don't regret it. I apologize, and I held to a higher standard than I hold anyone else. I'm done berating the heck out of myself to try to sit on somebody's pedestal. I'm just not interested. I'm just having a human experience, and part of it is, this and this conscious contact, and I know how it's transformed my life, and I want to share that with other people.
Well, that's fair. And we have a lot of audience interaction here, and I got a question from one of our audience members that made me think all day. It made me think all day. Now we've talked about DMT and sort of eliminated that as a possibility. So
I'm sorry, say that again.
we've talked about DMT and sort of, I suppose, eliminated that as a possibility for what caused your experience. But V asks, for the sake of argument, that let's say you're being truthful about your whole experience. Are you open to the possibility that you may be A, being deceived, or B, not actually communicating with aliens, but with a fractal of your own psyche?
No on that second part. And read the first part again.
Are you open to the possibility you may be being deceived in some way?
I am open to every possibility.
Well, that's very fair.
I have no idea any more than anyone else. I can tell you how it feels. I can tell you how it feels to be in their presence. I can tell you what it feels like when they reach out and communicate. I can tell you that I've never met anyone personally who gave so much warmth and had so much peace just being. It's such a moving experience just being near them. And I don't know how that's bad. I look back at who I am and I feel like I'm so much of a better person than I was. So much closer, I guess, to being the kind of person, that I'd hope to be one day.
So you think this experience made you a better person?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
So is that profound and life-changing of an experience?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's been the most transformative experience of my life. So far.
Again, I want to apologize for things that I said on a previous broadcast because I did speculate, but I do want to ask you directly with great respect. Is it possible that you have some form of mental illness which causes you to hallucinate or hear voices?
If I have some sort of illness that causes me to hallucinate and hear voices, it's something that nobody else has ever had or seen before. I don't know anyone who can operate from a level of psychosis that people are trying to suggest that I come in and out of constantly. But yet I can have, lucid conversations and I can take care of myself. And
having talked to you, I discount that possibility as well because I've known somebody in my family with paranoid schizophrenia, and they could not maintain a conversation like you can, or speak intelligently, or articulate advanced thoughts. So a big question I always have to any experiencer then is, did you get some kind of sense? Why are they here? What do they want? And why you?
Okay. Someone just said, hello, Stephen. So you just got a greeting. So
the higher beings are talking to me. That's interesting.
They're acknowledging you. So they're saying like, hello. Whew. And so anyway, I
asked, why are they here?
Right. They are here because they are part of the natural cycle of what we're experiencing ourselves right now. That I agreed to come here and do this and go through these challenges. Prior to this incarnation, they say that I have an agreement with them, that I volunteered for this, that this is my work that I do. Now, I'm telling you that this feels right to me. I'm not telling you that I have memory of it being true. I just have how it feels very true. Do you understand?
Sure.
It's like there's this like itch. I don't know how else to explain it, but I just can't quite reach something, and I try. But so they say that they're here to facilitate our choices at the end of this cycle. That's a very natural cycle that comes to a natural conclusion. That we will be moving into a non-temporal, uh, more of a shift in the way that we perceive time and how we can interact with space, and that this is natural as well, and it's on a cycle. They like keep showing me like a cycle, like a wheel that's moving, like a wheel, and that that cycle is ending right now because the Earth is like has its own consciousness. Like, I'm going to say she because it makes me just
Mother Earth. I'm good with that.
Yeah. We all talk about Mother Earth, but right or wrong, that the Earth itself has a density of its own consciousness, and that it is itself transcending into a higher density of light consciousness, which is essentially, they show me like it's like if you could see something like moving very, very quickly, but so quickly that it's imperceivable, but it goes, yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
Not really like a tongue.
And I did want to ask you, because a lot of the parts of your story, with respect again, it's kind of like some new age things that I've heard before. Higher densities and raise your vibration. This is very common, and there have been a lot of people out there selling ascension for years. You could buy their courses on ascension. You could buy their books on how to ascend, and nobody ever seems to ascend. But your thing seems to be transcension, and I wanted to know, what is the difference between ascension and transcension? Because you've mentioned that these beings are here to help us to transcend, and I'm a bit unclear on the difference.
I don't know what they mean by ascension. It sounds very Judeo-Christian oriented, so I could probably take a stab at it, but I won't.
It's taken from the rapture. It's similar to rapture, where the people who are out there teaching ascension are basically saying that the few people who prepare themselves are going to be ready for this event, and they will ascend, and everybody else, I don't know where they end up. But it's been a long-standing New Age belief. So when I heard you talking about transcension, I just wondered, is this the same thing that all these other New Age gurus have discussed, called ascension?
Okay, first of all, I'm going to unpack the implication, which is that I am a New Age guru.
Well, I apologize for that characterization.
Yes, that is a mischaracterization.
Sure. So my apologies.
Thank you. First of all, the idea of vibrations and frequencies, it's manipulating them and their role in energy and the move. They're showing like the movement of stone, and they're saying they did use a vibration and a talk of vibration that is not new, that it isn't a New Age belief. It's just, it was forgotten. It's like forgotten knowledge more than it is new knowledge. It's forgotten knowledge. And that's just part of the cycle, and the waking up is the transcending part. It's realizing your connection to all sorts of consciousness, that there is an observer, that you yourself, you can observe yourself, and what is that? What is that observer? That observer is the source of all consciousness. It's like that's where we all manifest from, and they want us to understand that, because it's important for our ability to transcend, and our ability to, it helps to facilitate our choice about what we want to do next. Is there anything in that I need to clarify?
No, I think I get it, but I guess we can move on to some other
I mean, we
things.
can go deeper if that's not satisfactory.
No,
I mean,
I thought we would get to conscious contact a bit later too, and some more deep explanation of that because I find that interesting. But on the list of questions here, I have a lot of questions about things that I have seen people be very critical during this year coming out and Reddit and one of the things is money. Because a lot of people who come out with similar stories to you, they jump right into the money. Like, let's make a book, a documentary, let's do conferences, let's sell this. But in your case, what I found very interesting is that if you were here to make money, I think you would give yourself more than a few month window to provide the overwhelming evidence and proof you're promising before that window closes and people stop buying stuff because you fail to produce the evidence. But I believe, wasn't there plans for a book and a documentary? And did you change your mind about that? And what is your stance on the whole money thing? Because it's a bit confusing. Some people say you're not making a dime and you refuse to make a dime from this. And other people say, no, she's going to be selling this. She had this on her website. So there's some confusion that I thought we could both clear up so that there's more understanding here about the whole money situation.
that's right. Okay. So I'm really glad that you've had such an interest in this because you'll probably recall if you've listened to that initial Clubhouse interview and the second one, how many times I was prompted by several of the other people on the speaker panel to write a book, that I had to write a book. You got to do it. That's how you do it. It's the only way to get it out. And
I heard that interview where there was 3 people telling you got to write a book. Yeah.
Constantly, right? Constant. And it's not that they were wrong. It's just that I didn't have a lot of other guidance. That was my first step into the community. And that was the reception that I got is, oh, you've got to write a book. You've got to write a book. And I was very
I heard in the interview, you were like, I don't really want to do that. And people were like, no, you have to. That's the way this is done. And generally, that is the way it's done. Somebody comes out with a story first, then there's the book, the documentaries, the conference appearances.
Right. So I didn't want to write a book. I just was continually getting that counsel that that's what I should do, and that I had to have a website, that this is just how you do it, yada, yada, yada. And not that it's not true. It's just that that's how you do it if you have a particular path that you're trying to be on. And that's just not the path I'm trying to be on. But I didn't understand at the time. And so I had a website put up. And I was told before my the third appearance, you have to get this website up. You have to get this website up. You have to get that order form up. It's not working. It's not working. And
even to the point of taking pre-orders for a book that's not yet written, which right. People found fault with. And honestly, but I see both sides of the issue. It's because there's so many people that have profited from stories and never provided the proof. But right. Like I said, in your case, you're giving us a hard date that like, here's the date and we're going to do it by this time. And, right. And at first I wasn't willing to wait either. I was like, no, go right now and get us the proof. Why do we have to wait? Go get the proof if this is real. Right. So, but I'm at the point now where I go, it's already the middle of September. We're going to be in October in 2 short weeks. December is not very far off. So
it's right around the corner.
There's been a lot of critics about that too, because in your initial press conference, you said in a week you would release some names, and so far we've just got Wayne and one other person, I believe.
Yeah, I'm not releasing the names. I'm not after the way that I've been treated, and
understandable.
And frankly, there have been people who are interested in being on the team that I would like them to be on the team, and they don't want their names public. They don't want to be on camera. They don't want anybody to know. They just want to be a part of the research and turn over their data. That's it.
Well, I'm just throwing this out there, but I got magnetometers, Geiger counters, thermal cameras, night vision goggles, and spelunking gear. So I'm ready to jump on a plane whenever you want me there, and I will be fair. And I'm just putting it out there. Maybe you can put me in the Twitter poll.
But I want to go back to this website because I feel like it's really
Sure.
important.
Sure.
So there was never any fee attached to the book, never. The pre-order form was up, it didn't work. It never worked.
Yeah,
And
that happens.
the website began getting attacked. We tried to get a more secure server. We had so many problems that we actually had to like get some, high level involvement. And then I just said, screw it. I just don't even care. I don't want to deal with it anymore. I'm not writing the book. I'm not going to do it. My life is not important. Just what they're saying is what's important. And what they're saying is going to happen next is what's important. I'm sick of talking about me. I don't want to talk about me. And then the next thing you know, that darn screenshot comes up. And I said, oh my God. And you can follow all the comments even.
Sure, and I misunderstood. And what I said as soon as I saw that screenshot is, why would you release a book in October if you're going to have the proof in December? It didn't make any sense to me. So, I was critical. But I understand how, like, peer pressure, and that is how everybody does it. You write the book, you do the documentary, you do the conference appearances. So maybe those people weren't far off in telling you this is how you should do it. But I'm glad that you're doing it your way now.
It's not that they're doing, what they're doing is they're getting all of the information out that they're trying to get out. And what I'm doing is I'm going to hopefully introduce these beings to you. Walk right out, eventually, right out of their base, hand in hand. And
I got to tell you, when I started digging and finding a lot of truth in some of the things that you've said, I said, what if this is real? And I'm the guy that said, this is garbage. And in a few short months, I'm going to look pretty silly, supposed to be a researcher, So, but for the benefit of people too, I want to explain something. And that is this mountain that we found, Anjali has explained that if his privacy is compromised, or the whole thing could be off, and I didn't want to be the reason that happened, or to give an excuse for that to not happen, or whatever. So I got in this bad situation here that I have this information. I know this woman's telling the truth now, and what do I do with it? So just for everybody's asking me to give them the location. I'm not doing it. I'm giving her the benefit of the 3 months or whatever she decides. I am not doing it. And I know how people are skeptical. And even though I'm very skeptical and people know me, and I think a lot of people trust me when I say this is the truth and this is what I found. There is another show host that before I talked to Anjali about this, I shared that information, but that would be Erica Lukes from UFO Declassified. She's sworn to secrecy. She's not giving it out. She's not telling anybody anything. I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt here. I want to see this really happen. And honestly, I'm on the edge of my seat to see what happens when you go do this. I want to see, whatever happens, I want to see a conclusion to this very amazing story, regardless of what happens.
I think we're going to. I don't like what the conclusion looks like. I don't know exactly what happens after they come forward. Not after the team and after the evidence, but after they come forward. I don't really know what that looks like. I think that I have a pretty good idea, but I don't know necessarily that it's any kind of insight that they've given me, or if it's just, my own thinking. So there's sometimes they can be kind of, how do I put this? Where they will withhold information, give it to me. How do I say it? A little bit at a time, like, just bits.
Drip it out, yeah.
Yes, yeah. That's kind of what I've been going through, and it can be very frustrating, especially when I understand so much more now. But I was so very clear about what I understood at the beginning, and I would say, people would ask me questions, and I would say, "Oh, I don't know. I have absolutely no idea." And then today they can ask me the same question, and I have a very long answer for them. And so people think that I'm making it up, and people don't understand how ramped up the contact has become since I came forward. And I feel
Yeah, I mean, I could see just from your social media posts and presence that you got to spend hours a day just trying to field questions, or keep things on track and keep your mission, such as it is, whatever people think of it, it's your mission here moving forward. And somebody brought up a good point, and I'm going to ask this question, and this is a tough question. There's a lot of talk, and there have been historical evidence to prove that the United States government has at times sent an agent into the UFO community for whatever reason, to spy, to see what the people are talking about, to put out intentional disinformation. So I just want to know, you have a history of working for the government. Are you right now working for the government in any capacity?
No, not only am I not, but I would not. I love humanity and the earth a lot more than I feel an allegiance based on some type of unnatural human-made concept of this space belongs to us, and the people who live here are better than the people who live there. I just don't buy into anything. And so I don't think that there's a government in the world who would want me, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think that when you start talking about aliens, that might be a problem for some employers, right?
Only at a certain level. You get to the right level, and there you find out the people who are listening. I mean, this isn't, all of this isn't happening in the shadows, and some of it's just happening just right before our eyes, and we're just not quite catching everything, I don't think.
And just to clarify too, if we get back to the money situation, so
sure.
Like I said, some people have said you're not going to make any money from this, and other people are saying no, there's a book. So what is your stance on making money from this story? Are you going to do a book eventually, or have some financial interest here with what you're coming out with, or are you going to do the?
I don't have financial interests. I mean, I'm not saying that I don't think about money, because honestly, that's the reality that we're all facing right now, right? So
we praise the cash here. We praise the cash. Yes.
Well,
because for those that don't know, I would speculate that with the amount of attention that you're getting, you could sell 10,000 books easy 10,000 books. And that would be quite a financial windfall for somebody to get. Go buy yourself a brand new house after you make this book. People don't realize that there is a lot of money in this stuff.
Sure, I agree, and I think that I've already matured out of a need for a pursuit for that. I've had plenty, and I've had none, and the happiest time in my life was when I had none, when I had nothing, and I was living much more of a present.
I'm sorry, I got thrown out of my own show there by accident.
Was I? Am I still talking? I mean,
yeah, no, you were fine. You were fine. I clicked when I should have clacked or something, and I bounced myself out, so I apologize. I'm just glad it wasn't a major hiccup.
No, I forgot what I was saying. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we were talking about the money situation, and you said you had.
I have no desire to make money. I have no desire to make money on this. I
got a deal for you then. Here's what we'll do. I'll come with you. I'll write the book, okay? And I'll make the money, and then we're good. Because here's the thing, Anjali, you have to understand too, and I'm joking here, but it's not just you that's going to make money off the story. It's the shows that you're on, because they're monetized. We're monetized here, it's not just you that has, I suppose, a financial interest,
But I don't. I don't have a financial interest. I took that completely off the table. And if I write a book, number one, it's not going to be about my experience, okay? Or my life, my former contact, none of that. If I write a book,
You're good at writing books, though, aren't you?
huh?
Aren't you good at writing books? Didn't I see somewhere that you, for a time, would ghostwrite books for people?
Yeah. I'm not saying that I'm not a good writer. I'm saying that I'm not interested in writing a book about me. I'm not interested. If I were, and this is the biggest if out there, if I were to write a book, it would have to be about them. And it would have to be about what they are saying and what's happening right now. More like keeping a record of it than it would be something that would be for any kind of monetary gain. And you can't keep something like that and publish it and sell it to people. That's just like the sickest thing I've ever heard. It would have to be something that would be available to everyone everywhere. And
I'm glad that you said that, because that's how I feel about people that come out and say, I'm in contact with these higher beings or aliens, super advanced extraterrestrials, and I'm their emissary and I have a message from them. Buy my book, buy my course. You know, because it would seem to me that if that information was real and so important to humanity, it should be for everyone and not.
now, hold on. It's a little difficult because of the way that society is already constructed. It's really difficult to operate outside of that and decide I'm going to dedicate my life to telling my story and sharing my experience and disclosure for the rest of my life, and I'm not going to make any money. We can't expect anybody to do that in this world. I mean, that's ridiculous. I'm just in a position where thankfully I can do that. And so I can take money out of it and say that's not an issue for me. I don't want it because I don't need it. I'm already supported. So I would rather take any kind of financial gain off the table and just say, hey, guys, my purest of intentions is just to share with you what they're saying.
Yeah, and I truly appreciate that, because that takes half of the skepticism I have away, because then I know it's not money motivated. And too many of these people, it's been money motivated, I don't want to mention anybody, but there are guys right now who claim that they're in contact with aliens and you got to buy my course, and then buy my comic book, my course, my DVD, my movie, and it's always on to the next, buy this, and it just seems so commercialized that I give no credibility to that person. I don't think they're in contact with higher beings, because higher beings would say, you got enough money, because this guy does. I know this guy's got enough money. He's made literally millions from selling stories that he talks about aliens. While we're on aliens, we got to get to the aliens, because I got so many questions about the aliens, and I love aliens. I love talking about them. I noticed a particular thing that was strange, and that is, people could take this as corroboration, or people could take this as maybe plagiarism, but I don't think so. You mentioned that you perceived the Greys to be non-biological, almost receptacles for consciousness. And I don't know if you're aware, but there's a book. It's called Alien Interview. It's by supposedly this woman named Matilda, who interviewed the Roswell alien, and she said almost exact what you said about these Greys. That the Grey that she interfaced with was non-biological, almost like a puppet or a doll, and was a receptacle for a light being of consciousness that went in there and worked it. Tell us more about your perception of these Greys and why you thought they were non... I'm sorry.
Read that one more time for me, what she said about
She
them.
said that they were non-biological entities, almost like a puppet or a doll, that was a receptacle that housed a consciousness light being that worked the being.
Yeah. Okay. I would say that the only part about that's any different about these bodies and what she described is that we consider this a biological organic body, and our understanding of what's organic and what is biology and what can hold consciousness is only limited to what we can understand in this cycle. Okay, plain and simple. And I'm saying that there's no difference between that being a non-biological entity holding a consciousness. than you and me.
Okay, and I also noticed that you mentioned tall white aliens, and I don't know if you're aware of this, but the first person that I'm aware of that talks about tall white aliens was Charles Hall, who's been largely discredited. A lot of his military background is fake. But there's some relation, I suppose, to Nordic aliens. They look similar in some depictions. Were the Nordics wearing clothing? You didn't mention. I don't believe that you talked about clothing and things like that. The tall whites.
Right. But the drone, the little gray.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't really finish that.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay. So there are what we would consider more biological beings that we would think kind of fit the gray physique, but then there are these drones, and the drone is, I mean, it has a consciousness in it, and so it's not like a computerized life form. It's not like AI or something like that. Okay, it's I don't know how it thinks, because we're like in these bodies, we're influenced. Our consciousness is influenced by our brain activity and our chemicals and blah blah blah, right? So I don't know what influence there could be, or an influence that could be missing, or I don't know how it's different, but there has to be a difference there. I just don't know that we can conceptualize what it is.
Wow, and there's been a lot of questions about your military service, and people see, again, I'm in a difficult position because although you've sent me a lot of stuff, you want me to not share all that stuff publicly, and people are very interested in your war veteran status as far as being a Gulf War veteran. And what I've seen is a Veterans Affairs card, which you can't get unless you're an actual veteran. So what I can say is you're a veteran, but people like the minutia and saying that you're a Gulf War veteran versus a veteran. So can you talk a little bit about that?
I did send you my DD-214
Mm-hmm.
that says that I was serving during the First Gulf War.
Okay, well that should be sufficient for me. But I suppose my question is, you're willing to.
No. No.
But I suppose my question is, you're willing to release some of these documents to show hosts, right? Like Jimmy Church, I guess, and me. Yes. Why not make it easy on the research community that's so curious and just let it all out and anybody can see it? Because from what I've seen, it's legitimate, and I don't understand the reluctance, except maybe your own privacy. I don't know.
There's a lot of information on there that could very easily be used to steal my identity, and I know who has access to that information, and or at least who I gave it to. And I try to pick trustworthy people.
Yeah, and my promise to my audience and to everybody is that I'm going to go point by point and check everything that she sent me. Sure. But so far, I am on the side of this is all legitimate and this is all real. I still want to do some additional checking, but people are asking about these things, and I understand that, because it's one thing for somebody to release something publicly, and it's another thing for them to say, I gave it to him and he says it's okay.
That's right. See, that's what Nick Larkin was doing. That was it. It's just that he was an intel veteran that I felt that I could trust, and we talked a little bit, and after he actually took the first step and provided me as a gesture of goodwill his information, and just
so people are aware, Nick is a person who on Twitter has said, no, I verified her background, her military, and her employment, and it's accurate.
Right.
And I didn't know him well enough to not want to check myself, but
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
And that that's okay. People in intel and people who are veterans will typically believe Nick. You know what I'm saying? Because it's valor. It's just it's the ethics. We vouch for one another, and we have to stay honest about it. And he's in a position where he has a lot of honor in his life, I guess. And so he was the perfect.
Yeah, it seems like a credible guy that you should trust. I just didn't know him, and there's a few people that I do know, like, that I do know their quality of work, and his I just wasn't aware of. So it's not a knock on him. I just,
Yes.
when I don't know him, so I got to do this myself. And for those that don't know, it's grueling work to try to verify all this stuff, because you're going to be on the phone all day. People don't get back to you. And that's one of the problems that I have. And also with her DIA experience, just to clarify, you were a direct employee of the United States government for the DIA. And then you were also a contractor for the DIA.
Yes.
So that complicates things, because now you need twice as much verification, but it looks like those are good. And I see people in the live chat saying, this or that. But I think tonight is great because we have moved the ball forward on your story, because now we know that your education is real. We know that your DIA experience is real and your military service is real. And I think more people are going to do checking, and you'll get more verification of that. For now, I've seen the documents. I believe they're real. You're just going to have to wait it out, because I'm sure more researchers will dive in and we'll find out more. But it's good that the ball is being moved forward, and now we can talk more just about the experience. So you said how life-changing this was, and you're dedicating your life to this. Some people are claiming that you're starting a cult, or you have this group, and we've explored the money end, and that's not the issue. Now people are, maybe it's just attention and control or narcissism, whatever, and you're starting a cult. You've kind of been accused of that. How do you respond to people saying that a lot of the things that you're saying bear some similarity, I suppose, to Heaven's Gate or other sort of UFO cults that have sprung up?
I would say show me the similarities. I don't see it. I'm sorry. I don't even spend time in my own community that I started on Transcension Project or on Reddit. I don't spend time there because of ridiculous claims like this, that it's a cult, and just me going in and commenting or posting, it attracts immediate negative attention, where people will start downvoting and messaging the mods, and it's just not worth it. So I don't know of a cult that just says go out and explore your own consciousness and meditate or pray, do it however you want, and explore the nature of your own existence. And that's a cult. And do it on your own. It's like, do it on your own, Stephen. Don't come to my house unless you want to. I mean, you're more than welcome. My door's always open.
I would come visit you anytime.
Yes. Far. Okay. But that doesn't make it a cult. That makes me a friend.
I've got a lot of people in the live chat who don't feel I'm asking you hard enough questions. So I'm trying to think of one. And one that I did think is there's probably a difficult question for you to answer. And I think we kind of touched on it, but not really, is why you? Because your story, I see a lot of similarities in others that I've seen. And again, I apologize for comparing you to others, but this has been my experience. So I've seen many different people come and they make claims like, I'm in communication with these aliens and I'm going to bring humanity their message. But why you? Why not me? Why not some people in our live chat? Why not Wayne by himself? Why do they need you? If they're so advanced, couldn't they just get their message out on their own?
Well, a couple of things. Number one, what they continually tell me is that I agreed to do this.
Like a soul contract concept I've heard you mention. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what a soul contract is. I don't really talk about souls. I talk about consciousness expressing itself. I'm not saying that souls aren't real. I'm just saying that I think that that's a loaded word, and I stay away from it. I don't really know what we're talking about when we say things like that, but I know what I mean when I say consciousness expressing. So they said that my consciousness agreed to do this, that this is what I do, that I come near ends of cycles and deliver their message. That we've worked together many times. Do I know this? No. Again, no. Do I have proof? Can I give you proof? No, of course not. Does it feel familiar? There's something about it that seems really spot on, and and all of this begins to happen very naturally at that point. It's like the more that it resonates with me, the more time that I have with them, just the easier it is to communicate on their behalf. And so I think that the first part is that this is what I do, and they say that everyone has their own job, their own thing that they need to be doing here, and they have to remember who they are. Every one of us, we all have to remember who we are, why we're here, and then a lot of those questions, people will stop spending so much time pointing at me and asking about me, and they'll start asking more about themselves. Because why are they talking to me? Well, they're talking to everyone. So listen up, folks. That's what I'm here to tell you. I'm not here to tell you that I'm special and I'm the only one. They're talking through me because I can hear them. We have this connection, and they want all of us to develop a conscious connection with one another that transcends language, that transcends races, that maybe even transcends species. I don't know. Consciousness can communicate with consciousness. And if we are truly moving into a higher density, which may come with changes in dimensions or access to different time or space, something's going to be different. I can't understand exactly what I'm saying, but I can see that if everything like that comes to pass, then we're really going to need to be able to consciously communicate, because that's how they communicate. They don't speak through speech like we do. They have transcended the need to speak.
I've heard of that. A question too that I had, and this is important, is have you been in communication with Wayne during this 3 years that you were not after the experience? And also, you've had a lot of concern about his privacy and his anonymity, but how, this question is from Charlie Weiser, how does Wayne expect to remain anonymous or private after this proof that you're going to bring? Don't you think that this is going to be a media circus if it turns out that you're correct?
I think that I don't speak for Wayne or what he thinks, and I never will. He's a very kind and generous human being, and so is his wife, and I have a lot of respect for them and for their wishes. And at this time, if they can't see beyond disclosure, it's not my place to make them, and it's frankly not the public's place to make them either. The beings are saying that this is consciousness disclosure as much as it is going to be a physical disclosure, that we are simply right now unprepared for the kind of contact that everybody is demanding that I give them right now.
I see people's impatience, so yeah, I understand. People are very impatient. Have you been in contact with Wayne in the past 3 years? And he is aware of this expedition and what you're doing on the internet and all of this stuff, correct?
I have been in contact with Wayne more recently. The time when I said that I had not been in contact with Wayne, that was correct. And now it's changed. And yes, I have been in contact with him. And that's really all that I have to say about Wayne. I would just prefer not to discuss that too much. So
Okay, well, let's get back to the aliens and the alien experience. You've described this thing called conscious communication, which to me, and you were here, correct me if I'm wrong, appeared to be sort of a form of mental telepathy, but it also included the communication of emotions and memories and experiences. Can you talk more about how they communicated with you through this thing that you call conscious contact?
That's right. Okay. Yeah, you described it really well, actually. Um, so, okay, it's definitely more than telepathy because it isn't just reading minds, first of all. You're not reading another mind. You're in a flow with consciousness. Okay. So there is already just in, um, if you approach it as telepathy, you're kind of starting off on a foot that's just going to make it more difficult for you because this really is about expanding your consciousness rather than having a power to do something. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
so when they communicate, it's like a picture that comes through. It's like an image, um, and it has, you know, I've explained it so many times, but it has like all of this encoded information in it. Okay, but it's an image, and you get the intention, the emotional state of the sender, and then any information that they're trying to communicate to you. And it's much richer and more direct than our spoken language. We really uh, language divides us in a way that is that has hampered our conscious development as a race here, and they are trying to remove that barrier and get us into the consciousness experience itself out of this idea that language is, the primary way of communication, that there's actually a much more advanced communication ability, right? It's just right there. It's like an atrophied muscle that everyone has the ability to do it. They're saying that it's just like like we've just been asleep for a really long time, and so we're waking up and we're kind of stretching. We're not jumping out of bed and going off to run a marathon after we've been in a coma for 20 years or whatever. So you have to get out of bed slowly, and so it's kind of like we're in like a consciousness rehab right now, and like everybody's waking up and starting to step out of bed and stretch a little bit, and that's what this is about.
Wow. And so, did you get a sense of why are they in a mountain on your friend's property? Because and again, with respect, I thought a lot about that. And if I was an alien race, I guess to remain hidden underground would be a good place. But that was also one of the reasons that I was skeptical of your story, because we have stuff in UFO mythology for years about aliens in an underground base in Antarctica or in Dulce base. Why would they put their base inside a mountain? Did you get any sense or ideas about that from them?
Well, I don't know why they're in there. They've been in there. What they say is that they've been there for a long time, like before people were owning the mountain. There's something about the area, and I don't really understand. I don't really understand what they're saying. I don't know if they're saying that it's a geological thing, if that's why they're there, or I don't really understand. But they're showing something about the geology, maybe a magnetic field, something that's different. It's just a little different there, and so that's why they're in that particular place. But they have, I think that we underestimate the amount of area that they may be inhabiting, quite frankly.
That's very interesting. Did you get a sense of how long they have been there in that? Or when did they build the base? Or how did they build the base?
this, while it is a physical, it inhabits physical space, okay, inside that mountain, but that when you move from the tunnel into the base, that you transition from one place to the other, the here, but the not here. It's like, and I don't know if that's, I don't want to say the wrong things. Like I said, magnetic field, and I'm probably, people go, oh, that's.
There's no magnetic fields there. Yeah, we checked. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not a scientist. I'm just trying to explain that there's something different going on there, and that they inhabit they have a physical presence that they can. I don't know why. They've been there for a very long time. That's what they're just saying. They've been there for a very long time.
Okay, well that's fair enough. Did you get any sense from being inside this base of what materials it was made of, or how it was constructed, or any of that kind of stuff?
I can say that there were very smooth edges. Like I just don't remember anything sharp and like sharp corners, and it was very very smooth, very sterile, austere, I guess I would say.
Yeah, I've heard you describe it clinical, right? It was like
Yeah.
clinical, like a hospital plain, no creativity, which is odd. That struck me as odd. If they're super advanced beings, I would think they'd be very artistic or creative, maybe, right? But that's speculation, of course. I mean, I don't know.
Yes. I don't know if you've ever been inside of an operating room.
Yes,
let's talk about that.
I had a brain aneurysm, so I've been in an operating room plenty.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you know that there's not a lot of artwork hanging up in an operating room.
No, pretty
Because it
boring. Yeah.
Just more area for dust to collect, and it becomes more difficult to keep it clean. There was a clinical sterility about the place that makes me feel like it may be, at least where I was, that I was inside of a medical part of it. It was very clean. There wasn't artistic expression. It didn't feel like that was the point. I didn't feel like I was in a museum or a coffee house there. I'm inside of everything's smooth, and it was maybe
Like it was maybe molded, like injection molded, no corners, no rivets, no joiners or fasteners.
That's right. I didn't see anything like that. In fact, moving from the rock of the tunnel into the base, I cannot see. Like I've tried and tried and tried, and I just can't see anything that looks like like it's a physical transition, like you would expect, like a door, like a pocket door that's going to slide close behind me or something.
People have been very critical of that, saying she got that from Star Trek, but there's 100 examples. You described a door that slid open, sort of like Star Trek, and I think sometimes people nitpick things, and I do too. I caught that and went like, oh, like Star Trek.
Or like
Star Trek doors.
You go to the grocery store and you step on, whatever you do, and the door opens. I mean, we have so many examples of automatic doors. I don't know why that would be the hang up. I mean, it seems a little silly, but.
Did you get some sense of why multiple races of aliens would be cooperating in building a base? And did you see any of their craft or get a sense of how they come here? How did they get here?
I didn't see any kind of craft. I don't remember any of their craft, like when I've seen them, like since the day that I was there in their base, when they came to my house. I don't remember. I remember other times of being at the base, but I don't remember like a craft or anything. Okay, is what I'm trying to say. But the doors they were a different color, first of all, than the rest. Like the walls and the floors were all the same. They were like a creamy, tannish smooth surface. I didn't touch it, so I can't tell you exactly what it was, but it was incredibly smooth. And then the door was like a metallic color. The floor in the other room was more metallic, and the room that I stood up to, and the table that came up out of the floor, came up. It was silver. It was silver, like the ground, the table coming up.
Well, that's very interesting, and I'm glad to get some more detail from you. Now, I do have a couple of questions. I realize, Anjali, and this is very important, I just want to recognize this. I applaud your courage for coming here and answering all these questions, because people know I'm very skeptical, and there's other skeptical hosts that are sending me questions because they don't feel that you'll go on their show. So I wanted to be gracious and give an opportunity for questions from a few other show hosts. So I have one very good question from Scott Brown, and he says that you have mentioned the aliens visiting you at your home, and that you were in this alien base for 6 hours using your cell phone as a flashlight, but you didn't think to take any pictures. So why would you not take pictures in the alien base for 6 hours? And then if you are having these physical interactions with aliens at your home, why would you not take pictures and use that for evidence and proof?
First of all, when I didn't have my phone out for 6 hours using it as a flashlight, that was only while I was in the tunnel. I have no recollection of ever putting it back in my pocket, but that's where I found it. And I can't explain that to anyone. And that doesn't mean that I'm lying. It means that I can't explain that. I don't know. My sense is that they are in control of that I didn't have a choice. And how is that different for when we go back? Well, because they're saying that now is the time for disclosure, and so they will provide that evidence.
And what about those visiting your home? They won't let you take pictures of them or films or...
No. No.
But they're going to let you when you go back to the base.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, what they're saying is that, hold on, that
you're talking to you're telling me that you're talking to aliens right now?
Well, look, I'm going to get a lot of crap for this.
No, it's okay. I just want to be clear because I'm.
Listen to me. They don't like. I've used it in the past, and I use it when just quoting conversation. But they say that aliens is a slur.
I saw that, so I apologize. What should I refer to them as? Higher beings?
Or beings, or
just beings.
Just
okay.
Whatever you're comfortable with. That's just people is fine too. They're different people than we are. But yes, so like I said,
yeah, is it true? I've heard people say so. They consider alien like a racist term.
Yes.
Okay.
All because right. There's a lot of human connotation with it. It's sure. Our own. We created the term. We created a lot of imagery around it, and we use it. We have a very divisive stand regarding what that means when we start talking about nations and borders, and there's just not a situation where it has a positive connotation, and they just want all of us to use less of divisive language, less divisive thinking, and to think more collectively about how to treat each other, I guess.
Well, that's fair enough. And I had, again, from Scott Brown, and he's been very critical of you on Twitter, and so have many other people. So I appreciate that you're willing. Listen, some people just won't answer questions, or they'll do the thing where they block everybody out of existence, and then they live in an echo chamber, so nobody gets to ask questions. And one of the reasons that I have some respect for you, Anjali, is because you're sort of turning the corner and saying, I'll answer the questions, right? And that is a very brave thing to do. And it makes me believe that you're telling the truth about much of your story, and at least you believe that the experience was real. So Scott also asks, if they teleported Wayne back into his living room multiple times, why would he need to excavate a tunnel into the mountain? And if it's a secret base and they don't want anybody to know about it, why would they allow him to excavate a tunnel into the side of their base?
Well, clearly, they knew what they were doing because he did excavate a tunnel, and I went inside of it and walked into their base. So why did he do that? Because they clearly wanted him to. Why didn't anyone find out about it? Because they didn't want anyone to find out about it. I don't think that we really understand what we're dealing with. I have to tell you that one of the things that they said that I still haven't, I don't have a grip on it like I would like to, is what you think is going on here isn't what's really going on. And that has stuck with me. And it's why, everybody thinks that, I'm so positive about everything. I have been told flat out that what we think is going on is not what is happening here. And that through this consciousness awakening that we have, we will begin to see what's really going on. And I'm along for the ride just like everybody else is here. I'm having, the same human experience everybody else is.
Well, it's slightly different because you're actually claiming to be in contact with the aliens in multiple ways, right? I mean, you're having this conscious contact sort of mind meld experiences, and pardon the term again, I know that might not be accurate, and then also you're physically interacting with alien beings visiting you.
That's right. That's right.
Wow.
The
and
last time...
Oh, I'm sorry. I had an excellent question again from another show host, Rich Giordano from GoofOn. And this made me think a long time today when I heard this question. So I wanted to make sure that I get it in. And again, he's one of those people that may never get to interview you. We want to be gracious and try to bring more people from the community to ask you these great questions. Rich brought up a great point. He said, many have promised, but no one has ever brought proof of aliens to the world. Does she really believe she will be able to do this, and how will she avoid the government shutting her down? And by shutting her down, I mean shutting her down forever, maybe killing her. Do you think you might be in danger, and do you think you're really going to be able to pull this off and bring us the proof?
I think that all I can do is trust what the beings are saying, that this is going to happen, and until I see movement otherwise. I know that the public is quite critical of how things have gone, but they've actually gone quite well. And I think that it says something that I am here on your show, Stephen, that we're able to have this conversation. How many people are going to start wondering about the message that these beings are telling us, about them actually being there and what they're communicating to us? That sounds to me like a consciousness awakening. And I'm kind of along for the ride with everybody else. So I just have to trust that they're being honest with me, and back that up with me being honest with you and everyone else about what they're saying, and being honest about my own sense of vulnerability with this, because I have put my entire life on the line for what they're saying, and I will see this through, and I really do hope that it's going to come out to the outcome that they've shown me, because I don't know what happens after that, otherwise. I know that other people have claimed that they've been, really misled. I just really hope that's not what's happening here. I don't feel like that's what's happening here.
Wow. And so I guess I'd also like to get into, really, you talk about some things and the beings and their interest in our free will. And this one is from Charlie Weiser, who brought this to me, and I kind of agree with her. you talk a lot about the beings, and they have interest in our free will, and they're benevolent. They're here to help us. But then it seems that some other statements that you've made sort of contradict that. Like some aliens had a problem with the human race, but then changed their minds. Can you talk about that in more detail?
See, this is why Charlie is blocked. I mean, or has been, repeatedly, because there's just a lot of intellectual dishonesty. The people that I end up blocking on social media, it's not because they disagree. It's because when I answer them, they still call me a liar. It's like I give them the answer. They ask me a question, I answer it, and they say liar. I'm like, well, what, there's not much else I can do. I've just answered your question. Well, give us evidence. And it's like this circular thing that I just can't deal with. So you're going to have to repeat Charlie's question. I'm sorry. I got triggered.
No. Sure thing. You've talked a lot about the beings and their interest in our free will, but
Yes.
then it seems some other statements you've made contradict that. Can you talk more about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is one of those situations where in the beginning, when I first started sharing my story in March, that I couldn't remember very much. And as the months have gone on and I've had more and more contact, I would say that I have a better understanding of what I experienced, and I have tried numerous times to correct that. So in the beginning, what I understood was, hurry up, the 4 are coming. They were here, they left. There were things that I got right about them, okay? What I understand, my more full understanding of it, is this: that there are members of this council, and everyone has a role to play. And the 4 that left, it's like they came back because it is this is the time where they're on deck, okay? Like this is their stage of the game or of the cycle. And so they're here to facilitate their part, their role in what comes next. And I don't expect anyone to just blindly believe what I'm saying. I'm saying that this is what they're telling me. And I'm saying that they want to have open contact with humanity. And I'm saying that they're saying that we're coming to an end of a couple of different cycles, that one is a change of the earth, and the other is a cycle of incarnation and reincarnation that we've been doing here for a very long time. And that's just, it's like time is coming up, okay, is really what it is. It's like we're living in a temporal kind of existence that's been created for us to have this experience, and we're moving through that. And so it has a beginning and it has as an end in the cycle, not in a beginning and an end of consciousness. It's like, a beginning and an end of dinner. You're not born when you start your breakfast and you die at the end of it. You start breakfast and then you finish breakfast and you do something else, right? Well, that's what they're showing. They're not saying we're extinguishing consciousness. They're saying that we're moving through a cycle, that these 4 are coming to facilitate the choices that we are making right now. And they kind of have an audience. And I don't know why. I don't know if this is like their first time doing this, or if it's because these 2 cycles are coming, like there's so much that's happening at the same time, where we have the earth that's changing its consciousness density is like rising, and then humans are supposed to be making this consciousness change.
Take a breath. I'm sorry. We didn't give you a break or anything. I know this is difficult because this is a lot of deep stuff, Anjali, and I'm glad you're here to try to bring some more understanding and nobody thought that this would happen, and I'm glad that it did, because now I'm more fully informed and I feel like I know more. I'm a lot less skeptical and a little more willing to give you the benefit of the doubt when I wasn't before. And I'm getting beat up for that. People, people are some of my audience members are very skeptical, and they're like, but here's where we are at. We have I have run through some questions that I think were very, very important, but I wanted to see, we've got a little time left. We'll run out the clock here. If we could take some questions from the live chat participants. Now, but I'm gonna put a caveat. They have to be respectful questions, and you have to treat the guest with dignity and respect, or we're not going to take the questions. So questions for Anjali, we'll put them in all caps in the live chat. And people are asking about the super chats. I didn't want to interrupt the interview every few minutes to thank and announce a super chat, so we'll be doing that after we conclude the interview. I'll let Anjali go, and I'll continue on, and we'll talk. But are you okay with taking some public questions? Because that's another brave thing to do, Anjali.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with that. But I just want to, before we do that, I want to finish what I was saying about.
Sure. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. There's only so much time, and I understand. But I feel like it's really important for us to get this. It's been very difficult for me to determine how to address this. Do I go back into that initial post? As soon as I go in and I make a huge edit regarding the 4, that becomes a point of ridicule and scrutiny. And so I've decided to keep it there, but I don't really know that it's the smartest thing. So the reason that they were saying that we had to hurry, it wasn't because the 4 were coming to destroy humanity. I wasn't understanding everything. One thing was that they were trying to say is that there are some big earth changes coming. There's this end of this cycle coming. Just what I've already been explaining all night. Okay, that those things I was like tying them to the 4 coming. I didn't understand what they were saying to me at the time. I couldn't quite recall it. So it's so I thought that they were coming in some kind of vengeful way, but it's the urgency is that our conscious awareness as a race right now in this world as an experiment is really just not going very well. The veil is very heavy, and the illusion is very, very convincing, and so typically at this point they're saying that there would be more people who are awake. Like, we should have more conscious awakeness than we have. And that's the urgency, because this all matters, like something way down the road that it could be thousands of years. I don't even understand, okay? Because again, it's outside of our concept of time. But like it matters in the end how many of us are ready right now to transcend. And I don't understand why that matters, but it does. And so that's why they were like, hurry up. Like, you've got to remember what you're doing here, because you have a job to do.
Your mission. Yeah.
Hurry up. They're coming. We're getting to the end of the cycle. So I hope this helps. It's the best I can do. It is my honest to goodness answer. There's nothing else that I can say about it. I can't be any clearer.
Great.
They have jobs, and that's why they're here.
We'll go to viewer questions first from, there's just a few in the super chats. This is a fun question, so we're getting pretty heavy here, so this I think will help. Ellen Fox asks, because Anjali is connected to these beings, can you ask her if the beings can confirm if Elon Musk is a part of disclosure? Thank you. A lot of people theorize he is. Did the aliens tell you anything about Elon Musk being part of disclosure, Anjali?
What my understanding has been is that he has contact. He has conscious contact.
Wow.
That he's had contact. Don't get too excited. There's a pretty good chance so has Bezos, and look at the two of them. Right? You can't say, wow, it's so enlightening. Again, we all make our choices, and we can choose to try to do what's going to be the best for everyone, or choose to just really buy into this illusion of what we've created here and all the things that we think are so important that keep us so separated. And boy, are we going to be surprised when we find out that we're not alone, and that there are actually so many other beings that are sharing this space with us that we can't even see.
I hope so, because that would be a cooler world to live in than the one we actually live in.
Absolutely.
Another question, which is a great question from Lisa Bowden, asks, do you think they mean us any harm?
I can say that the beings that I have met mean us no harm. I'm not saying that there aren't beings that exist out there that don't mean us harm. I could probably name you a bunch of humans out there that mean a lot of people harm. I just don't know. I just don't know. I think that they say that we have to be mindful of our thoughts and our intentions. That those manifest into actions. They materialize in our physical world. That they explain like that there's two kinds of energy. One is like the light that is consciousness, and then the other is like energy that manifests as matter, like that, and that's what we do here. And so that when we're all collectively trying to think about the betterment of the planet and the betterment of humanity, then we're raising that and we're manifesting, something that is that's positive and and fertile, I guess I would say. That can be that we can grow from, rather than
Sure.
when we all operate from a place of, I am the most important, my needs come before everyone else's needs, and I will cooperate with you, Stephen, as long as us cooperating together, we can be on a team together, but as long as my needs are still like what I want. There's a different kind of thinking there, and so we have to be really careful about how we think about contact and how we think about consciousness and attracting energy to us. So for those people who meditate, they will put out positive intentions. When people pray, they're putting out positive intentions. So they're saying that when you operate in that mindset, that you're like awakening your consciousness.
Well, Eric Stitt, who you may know, he does some incredible alien artwork. His name is Eric Stitt, has an incredible question, and it's kind of deep. This one's kind of deep, and he asks, how can we take your subjective experience, which purportedly is real to you, and turn it into a repeatable and testable objective evidence for the rest of this? I ask this in earnest.
Yes. I would suggest, and I mean this, I get no monetary gain whatsoever. I would go over to Reddit and go to the Transcension Project and join that community. The people there are all asking the same questions. And we have people who have been lifelong meditators to people who are just, new to the idea that there could be something beyond our consciousness than this one experience. I mean, it runs the gamut. But what's really neat about it is that it's becoming like it's a community of resources and support, and they have a lot more time and energy to work directly with people, individually. If you want, to know what is the very first step to awakening, I would say that it is to show some serious humility about what the nature of our understanding is of where we came from, who we are, and why we're here. and to really seek to understand that instead of thinking that you already have it answered. Say, I don't know, and I really want to know. I really, truly, and you commit to that, and you commit to it in a positive way, without fear and without ill intention, just good humans.
Sure. And a question about the aliens from Zofa says, I'd love to see if she could go into more detail on the description of the mantid's head, its mouth, and texture in particular.
I was actually, when you said Eric Stitt is a really good artist, I'm an artist, but I'm not a portrait artist, and this has been a real issue for me, how to get these drawn. I really would love to be able to work with someone who could, really what do you call it when it has that kind of art, like police sketches do it. What do you call that, Stephen? And
Like a composite?
Yes, there you
Yeah,
go.
because then you could draw composites of these aliens, right?
Yeah. I'd love to work with someone who could try to
Reach out to him. He's the best. If I could afford him, I'd hire him. I think he's the best artist that does aliens and spaceships anywhere on Earth. He is amazing. He's really amazing. And now I apologize. I just want to apologize to the Super Chat people because my chat will only let me go so far back, so I couldn't share on the screen, but I wanted to make sure I asked your questions, and this one is a great question. And something that was on my list of alternate questions to ask you. Anjali, what do your beings think of DeLong, Elizondo, and the current disclosure narrative? Are they in contact? That's a great question.
The beings don't have, like, when they said, what do you think, what do they think of them? They are very compassionate and supportive of all of us. So have they reached out to those people? Yes, but they're saying that they are reaching out to all of us. Are these gentlemen being motivated? Is the current narrative being, motivated by their contact? Possibly. I can't say for sure. I've never met any of them, but they seem like very lovely gentlemen. And
yeah, somebody asked Elizondo recently if he knew you or heard of you, and he just gave a quick recounting of part of your story and then said, I never met her.
Right.
So, because people were speculating since you both worked in intelligence. This is an excellent question from C.W. Channer, who really is a student of spirituality in all things. He has looked very deeply at many different religions and traditions, and he has his own religion called Commonwealth Chanting. He asks, how does this cycle talk relate to the ancient Indian concept of the yugas? Are you familiar with that?
I couldn't really tell you. Yeah, I'm not versed on the ancient Indian concept of the yugas. It sounds like it's related to a cycle of talk. I don't know. What I can tell you is this: is that they're saying that a lot of their ancient tech. Let me rephrase that. The ancient texts that we had, that they have inspired a lot of the prophecy, a lot of the explanations. They have inspired those books, and that those stories have been contaminated by us, essentially. That we have created, like, we have this need to deify, because we feel lost if we don't, and we feel lost because we have been thinking of ourselves as individuals, that we have confused our body and our sensory experience with who we are, and so we have felt very separate and not so much so that deification is how we deal with it. And so they're saying that not only are the stories always told through the lens of the culture and society at the time, and their knowledge, but that it's also been like contaminated by deification.
I've heard that. I've heard that before.
So take that for what it's worth.
Okay, and Erica Lukes is here from UFO Classified, and again, she's the person who I shared some of this information about Wayne with, but we've talked, and she's not going to spill the beans, and neither am I. So out of she asked, and I do agree that your explanation of what you did for the intelligence community was somewhat vague, and I'm not sure if that's could be because of NDAs or other things. But Erica asks, what specifically was your role working with Intel, or the intelligence community, I think she means, or DIA?
Yeah, I had many, I did a lot of different things. Human factors intelligence, which is essentially doing research on state and non-state leaders, just so that we have a better understanding of how to influence their decision making to to be more congruent with U.S. interests. Okay, and so everything that I did, my charter was all non-domestic. Total.
So dealing with foreign countries and intelligence.
And so everything that I did was just in support of the war on terror is what it all comes down to. If we have to simplify it to a sentence, it's in support of the war on terror.
People are a little upset because we asked the question about the mantis and its anatomy, and we kind of got sidetracked. So maybe we could get back to that. And the question was, let me get it back. 1 second. It was from Zofa and says, I'd love it if she could go into detail of the description of the mantid's head, its mouth, and texture in particular.
As far as texture, my recollection is that it's pretty smooth. The head is rather, bulbous in the back. There's no hair on the body. Very spindly body, beautiful, very thin and lanky, but with specific shoulders. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, there are, as different as their bodies are, there are all of these very universal things. There's eyes, and the eyes were larger and set off to the side a little bit more than ours. The face came down into more of a point, but it was quite bulbous in the back, and very small mouth. It just, I don't know how to explain something like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to explain because from most descriptions I've heard of mantis, it's like a 6 foot tall praying mantis insect standing right in front of you, and that's kind of crazy to think about.
More for this one, more like pushing 8 feet is what I'm, my best recollection is that quite tall. The skin was definitely, a lavender, a purple, light lavendery color. Everything, I want to just reiterate that I wasn't seeing geometrics and paisleys and tracers with my hands or any of the things that people claim that they see. And I also wasn't in a fetal position, having just vomited from being dosed with some kind of DMT or ayahuasca, unbeknownst to me. Everyone that I've ever heard who's been on those experiences, it's something that happens, pretty quickly. The whole thing is up and over and they're not up walking around and doing things for hours. So I can't really tell you exactly. I don't know how to explain how they looked. I don't remember the hands. That's been a question. I don't remember. I wish I did. I can tell you that I was in such awe when I saw them that it was like it was maybe the most magnificent moment, even more so than, turning that corner and saying, oh my gosh, it's real. They're actually really standing there. I thought that was, mind blowing enough, but to find out that the being that I had been talking to that I thought was about 4 foot tall was actually more like 8 foot tall was pretty darn mind blowing.
Great. And we have another question, and again from Go Kicks Rocks, big UFO Twitter person. And she asked, Wayne excavated the tunnel but didn't see the base until he took her. How is that possible? Maybe you can clarify, because I don't think she's, yeah.
I'd never say that. I'd never said that he couldn't see the base. I said he's never been, that to his recollection, he has never been in the base. That's what I had said. And that when he stepped into it, we were immediately moved back to his home under that place where he said he would be. So no, he didn't say that he had never seen the base. In fact, what he said was, I found their base and I want to take you to see them.
Interesting. And can you describe, this is another question that was on my alternate list here, what was the experience of this teleport like? What did you feel, see, or experience?
Nothing. I saw, felt, experienced absolutely nothing. Okay, I'm standing there and I'm the smaller gray is here beside me. The tall whites are right here, and I'm convinced that there's security. I really am convinced of that there's some kind of security. They all dress the same, and they were completely silent. They didn't speak to me. They didn't interact with me. From the human, my human understanding of that kind of behavior makes me think, oh, it's like a security detail. So anyway, so I'm standing there. We have just, walked down the hall. It's very quiet. Nobody's talking because everything is happening, consciously. The only sound that was there was the sound of our own movement. And as soon as Wayne stepped into the base, it was like I blinked. And when I opened my eyes, we were standing beneath this arch in his home. And it was literally like a split second is how it felt. Just, I have no conscious memory of anything, no strange sensations.
So it was over in an instant before you even realized what was happening, right?
It was so discombobulating. If you can imagine, like right now, if you blinked and suddenly you're somewhere completely different. The very first thing I did was I put my hands on my head and I screamed, "What the F is going on?"
Yeah, I remember that part of your story, which is something that I would probably do as well.
Oh my God.
I want to get to, I really got to get to, what are your plans? Is this timeline that you've discussed still okay? Do you have more team members? And how, is that on track? Are you still set to deliver this proof and evidence? And what forms do you think that will take? Are you going to bring us back pictures of the aliens? Is everybody going to take a selfie? And I know this is a stupid question, but are these scientists going to go take selfies with the aliens? Are they going to have similar experience that you had when you go visit the base? And is the timeline still right? What forms of evidence do you think you're going to bring forward to prove this by the end of the year, as you've promised?
My understanding from them is that everything is still right on track. What kind of evidence? My gosh, well, we have so many different kinds of equipment that I'm not, a scientist. So it's really hard for me to describe the different kinds of equipment that we will have, but you will have, obviously we'll have audio, video. I don't know about live streaming, only because I just don't know how to make it happen. Okay, I'm not saying that it can't happen. It's just that I don't know how to make it happen.
I can come and do that for you right from my phone, and I'll make sure that I have a phone that will work in that area. I'm just putting it out there, just letting you know.
If you don't have reception, Stephen, what do you do? How do you stream?
Yeah, I'd have to check in advance that I'd have a phone with a carrier that would cover that area.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say, darling, is that...
Or put a Wi-Fi booster up from Wayne's house, and then I could use his Wi-Fi if he has internet.
Okay, so anyway, I'm sorry. Remind me what the question was again.
What are you on track with this promise of delivering this evidence by the end of the year? And what forms do you think, are we going to get pictures, videos? Are we going to get, I would think that there should be some kind of cultural exchange. Like, for example, if we met aliens, we might show them our history books or our Bible or things like that.
They don't need us to show them anything. This is all part of the illusion. They don't need us to show them anything.
Well, will they be giving us some kind of scientific knowledge or anything, any goodies? People always want the secret to anti-gravity, the secret to interstellar travel. Are they going to give us any of that?
My understanding is that they are going to help to facilitate our us getting through this next cycle. I think that there are things happening that we're going to need their help with, and it sounds like that's why they're here. And so, what does that look like? I don't know, because that's above my grade level. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know.
Or they haven't communicated to you what they're going to give us or share adequately, do you think?
It's not, I think that we're misunderstanding. They're not here to share technology. They're here to help us because we're facing some difficult times. And I don't know what that assistance looks like. They do not show me that, but it's not a matter of specific technology. I just don't know. I don't know what it is.
Okay, and again, a question with respect. You've discussed health problems, and your friend Wayne had some health problems, and you discussed that they were trying to heal you or something like that. And I guess my question is, if these super advanced beings want the best for us and they want to help us, and they're able to go from other star systems to here on Earth and have all of this advanced technology, did they try to heal you and Wayne, and were just not successful, or were they unwilling to? Maybe some rule that they can't intervene in that way, or a lot of people have asked about this.
Right. Okay. So I do not know with respect to Wayne and his health and what that relationship has been like. I can tell you that they took me out of my body. They took my consciousness out of this body, and I was in a light that was like mist. I don't know if you experienced this, Stephen, but it was like literally, if you could imagine the faintest mist, but it's all just little itty bitty pieces of light. And
I may have seen something like that tripping, with respect. I was a rock guy. I did everything. Every party favor there was,
That's okay. Well, this was like as I was laying supine, on my back. The light was like a triangular light that was. It wasn't like it was dispersed everywhere. It was very controlled and within a specific area where I was inside of it. Okay. And they used it to look at what was going on with me. I don't know what all they did with it. they did tell me about a couple of medications that they wanted me to get off of because they thought that, or because it was causing seizures, and they were lowering my threshold. We found out that a couple of them together lowered my threshold too much, so that I was having, more absent seizures, which was making my short-term memory more difficult. And so they pointed that out, and I did actually later get off of both of those. They said that there was something that was wrong with my genetics, like it was like my DNA. There was a DNA issue, and that they couldn't really fix that. That they could help me, with my energy, but that they couldn't fix the genetic problem with this body. And so, I just accept that.
Okay.
So, but now, okay, so they're not here to, my understanding is that they're saying that part of the third density experience is that they don't interfere, that they're here to facilitate the cycle that we choose to be in, and to prevent us from basically destroying it and destroying ourselves in the process, while allowing us to experience and learn what we're wanting to do. And so that's where free will really comes in, is they don't interfere. They try to guide us, but they don't interfere unless we're at a point where it could be extinction level for, the planet or the people and that inhabit it. And so, they just want to help prevent some of the mistakes that we've made and help us fix it, I think. So
this is an excellent question from V, and that is, I've seen people like Dr. Stephen Greer say all aliens are benevolent, which I think is a very dangerous generalization to make. And you're saying that they're here to help us and they're benevolent. So what about, V's right, there's a lot of stories about abductions, about the Greys and Mantids using humans in reproductive experiments or things like that. Did you get any sense from them? And people are also asking, how are you so sure that they're not deceiving you and they're going to, conquer Earth or something?
Well, I think that, first of all, if they wanted to conquer Earth, they could just do it. They certainly wouldn't need to play games with me. It seems to me like they're really trying to be pretty gentle with us. They're really using kind of the soft gloves. The experience is incredibly overwhelming, and they just want us to be consciously prepared for that contact. Now, as far as Greys and Mantids using humans in reproductive experiments, that was the question, right?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know who those beings are.
So those are different from the beings, if they exist, that you experienced.
Absolutely. I didn't experience anything like that. And I'm not saying that anyone else didn't, that's not what they experienced. I believe them. I just don't know who or why, to what end. I don't know. I'm sorry. And they just say that there's a polarity in everything, in this cycle where, we're in this cycle of polarity, and balance, and we're imbalanced. That our polarity is very imbalanced right now.
Well, we've gone a little bit over time, but I have one final question for you that I think is important and may shed some light on your experience and these beings. And that is, did you get a sense of where are they from? Are they from an alien star system in another solar system? Are they interdimensional beings? Are they from another universe? Are they time travelers? Or are they all the above, which is a strange but crazy thing to think about and a possibility?
my understanding is that our okay, I'm sorry, hold on just a moment. That they're at a level of development that they've transcended
There's
those.
that word again.
I know they've transcended the things that limit us and our current understanding, and that there are places that are physical locations where, for lack of a better way of putting it, the veil is thinner, or like doors can open, or like it's almost like, if you can imagine it like almost like a spider web. Okay, just imagine like you're walking. This is funny. Okay, please just bear with me, and this helps. Maybe me describing what they're showing me in my process for trying to translate it. They showed what looks almost like a spider web between two trees, but it's not an actual web. Like it's not, we can't like physically feel it, but we walk through it, and that when we go through it, like on the other side, it's different. It may look like nothing has changed, but it's actually here, but not here. It's like another place. And so there are like geological and physical locations that allow movement from one place to another quite quickly. And that's an ability that they have. So they're at this point, they're not from anywhere any more than I'm from Jacksonville, Florida. Okay. I don't consider myself from Jacksonville anymore. I've been around long enough now and lived many different places and done many things. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so they're showing me like that like we're not from anywhere anymore.
Okay. And I'm sorry, but I did have one other question that I skipped. So I'm going to ask it. A lot of people are asking, and these are the people that want more proof and evidence, if we could get an interview of Wayne sharing his experience, and wouldn't that go a long way towards proving your story if he would at least do like an audio interview with me or somebody else recounting his experience and backing up the experience that you shared together?
Right. And they want me to say that I'm not trying to prove anything, that this is a soft disclosure that they are doing. And that we are to, I know this is very dissatisfying, and I understand that. And I hear you even, Stephen, I can hear you. I get it.
Yeah, it's a little disappointing. Yeah, it's a little disappointing.
Right? But that's what they're saying, that this is a soft disclosure, and that you have to prepare your minds, prepare your hearts and minds, prepare yourself consciously for contact. Stop asking for them to just come out and, walk out of the base and say, hey, here we are, because we're not ready for it right now. They're saying, get yourselves ready. Get yourself ready. And I'm sorry, I'm seeing the links pop up too. So
somebody's just mentioning the links to your conference, your documentary trailer, and Jimmy Church appearance, if people want, will be in the video description. And after the show, I'll add your whatever links you want me to add, Reddit links to the Transcend Project or any of that.
I don't have a documentary. I have made that very clear. I do not have a documentary. I did not hire anyone to.
Well, there's a trailer though.
Yeah, well, that's not mine. It has nothing to do with me.
So somebody just did that independently?
Yes, he did that independently, and that's okay, because he's actually he's trying to do. Tyler does great work. He does great work. I am not. There's no contract between us, and I'm not affiliated with this project. He's trying to do a disclosure project for everyone, and he's trying to do it like a legit documentary. I was not happy with the naming it Anjali, and I told him that I felt like he had misrepresented to me what he had initially, decided that, or told me that his intentions were. And he backed that up, or he backed off and said, I'm going to try to do something more widespread.
That's fair. I guess that's fair.
I have not had a single, haven't signed any contracts. I'm not making any money. These are people who are out there doing their work for this disclosure. They have their own mission. And if there's something that I can do to facilitate that, like Stephen, I'm here with you because you're just trying to understand better what's going on. I'm just trying to understand better.
Sure. Yeah. And I'm glad that we did tonight, because I know so much more about this situation and what may happen next. Yeah. And another question somebody asked, George Knapp has had some involvement with you, and George Knapp, I believe, is claiming that he's emailing you and not getting a response. I guess asking if he's coming along or something like that. I don't know if you want to address that here.
I guess I didn't realize that was happening. I know that George and I have not really had a lot of contact, and so that's all it is I'm just one person with hundreds and hundreds of people every day trying to reach out. And honestly, I'm chronically ill and very tired a lot. I just haven't gotten to it.
And he just had a 2-hour grilling, so I have some respect for you. And finally, I really hope this is the last question. I hate to keep doing this, but I could keep you here talking for another 3 hours. Why did Anjali deflect about her psychedelic escapades when she used to laugh about it on Reddit? Charlie Weiser has proof on her website. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what the point is. I don't really understand. I've already said that I was not using psychedelics. I've already said that I was not an experienced psychedelic user, even when I made that comment on Reddit. And if you look at the comment where I was encouraging people to meditate, I was actually engaging with someone who was saying that you can have a complete spiritual awakening with psychedelics, and I was trying to argue with them that that psychedelics is it's a temporary state of mind, and that really you have to it's a daily practice, and you want to get meditation as a practice, mindfulness. I mean, it's all out there, guys, and they just weren't taking it. And so that's when I completely overstated my experience and said that I had a deeper experience with psychedelics than I had, only so that I could say, look, I already know, I've been there. I've been exactly where you are. And I'm telling you, it has to be a daily mindful practice. So my heart was in the right place. Did I do it properly? I don't know. You'd have to ask that person. Maybe they started meditating. I have no idea. But I'm not going to keep apologizing for it. I've already explained it.
I think that's adequate. Yeah.
This is why it gets so frustrating and why I end up blocking people, because when I explain it, they don't believe the explanation, and they don't have to. But to continue to say that's not true is just, it's not fair. I'm doing the best I can. So, so that's, that's.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm glad that I got a chance to talk to you face to face, or such as it is, and you have become more humanized to me.
Yeah.
Not a distant person, new UFO celebrity, which is what I would call you previously. So I think the best place to end this is a final thought that I had, because I'm concerned for you.
Okay.
Having talked to you and interacted with you, and honestly, looking into your education and your background, I've got a lot more respect than I did when I was so dismissive and just said, this story's fake, these people are fake, we know that's not true now, and I was totally wrong. And I have concern for you. And the one concern that I have for you, I know how you would handle this if you do this expedition and you come out with absolute proof that aliens are real and visiting us, because that would be life-altering, world-changing thing. And you'd go down in history forever. But I'm concerned, and I want to ask you, are you prepared for this whole thing falling apart? Like, what if you go there, the aliens left, the cave caved in, there's nothing there, and you come up zero, and you can't provide any proof or any evidence? How are you going to handle that if that happens?
I'm just going to have to handle it like everything else. I mean, what do I do? You know, at that point, I am putting my full self out there for everyone, and I'm trusting the experience that I had and the communication that I have had with these beings, and how I'm trusting this process. Is there a possibility that we could get there and it's, you know, something goes terribly awry and I'm not able to bring back that evidence? I suppose. I mean, anything's possible, right? So
my concern is that you know, this could be very humiliating for you if it doesn't go the way that you hope. You know,
I don't think that I can be humiliated out of this because, you know, personally, I feel like I'm being super 100% above the board. And I'm not afraid to answer any questions and to submit to any.
Yeah, well, we've seen that tonight, and I hope that helps with some of your critics, you know.
And it's okay. I mean, if it doesn't, but you know, how will I respond? I hope really well. I hope that I will take it like I've taken everything else in my life, which is.
And just so you know, it's not just you that would be disappointed.
Oh,
it would be everybody that's watching and hoping that you, unlike a lot of people who have come forth and promised proof, actually deliver it. The fact that you set a hard deadline, you know, now people are saying that you're going to kick the can or you're not going to keep the timeline. You know, I'm not sure about that, but at least you've got a date that you said, I'll bring the evidence by this date.
Yes. Because
so we're all waiting.
Yes, that's right.
Can't wait to see what happens. That's how I feel about this right now.
You and me both. You and me both. So, you know, I feel like it's going to go the way that they're saying. If it doesn't, you know, I guess it'll just be another day. Just like we'll just have to try to figure out what the hell happened. And I don't know what that looks like. It's certainly not what I want, clearly. And it would be a very difficult time, not just for me and my life, but for a lot of people, because they're having, you know, everybody just has a sense of, I don't know, times are very difficult for people. And the best thing that we can always do with every moment of every day is to decide what we can learn from what we're experiencing. And I guess that would be the only healthy way, besides probably checking myself into a hospital.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
You know,
it would be a huge blow after this huge buildup to just be a big letdown, you know? And that's honestly, my concern for you.
Yeah, like what I would, if something like that were to happen, I would probably find a
some kind of support, right?
A retreat somewhere with some shaman or some wise spiritual leader who could help me get my head back on straight from such just a terrible disappointment. And not just a disappointment, but a shatter of my ability to trust my own experience.
Sure. Well, I want to thank you so much, and I'm really glad that we got this opportunity because I've gone from being completely dismissive of you to being able to say the mountain is real, the friends that she discussed are real, her education is real, her employment background is real, and her military service is real. Now, I'm still going to do additional checking on them and report back, but I'm confident, having looked everything over, that I can say that now, and I couldn't before. And I apologize again for being too dismissive because we've seen too many people that their educations aren't real, their backgrounds aren't real, they're making up fake jobs they never had, and I lumped you in with that.
Well, do they do that? I mean, what are they? I mean,
money. They're after money. I mean, there's so many different people. There was a time when there was fake Navy SEALs all over, and they were saying they were battling aliens on Mars and different things, and then it turns out they weren't a Navy SEAL. They might have been a criminal, so they're just making up a story, and they run and go get the UFO dollars before they get found out. And I waited to start vetting your background because I thought somebody's going to blow this out of the water, and I won't have to do it. So
I understand. Really, honestly, Stephen, it's okay. Skepticism and
there's a place for all of us. You've got to have the skeptical guy to ask the hard questions. Otherwise, people just talk and we don't learn as much. So I hope that you're okay with what happened tonight. I promised you that I would be respectful, and I hope that I was. And
anytime.
And this was difficult for me because, people are going to love or hate what we did tonight. But I think that it moves the ball forward and we know more about your story, your background, and everything. So I want to thank you for having the courage to do it when a lot of people said you never would. Here we are.
Thank you. That's right. And I'll come back again if I need to. And listen, good luck. Hopefully your listeners and your supporters will go easy on you.
Well, yeah, there's always critics. I did the best I could. I asked as many questions as I could. We covered a lot of ground. I'm satisfied with what happened tonight, and I hope everybody enjoyed it. We got mostly positive feedback, but of course, from your internet interactions, some people, they're never going to be happy no matter what you say, do. You just do the best thing that you could, and I'm new at this and doing the best I can. So
every day, that's right.
Well, I want to thank you once again. I'm going to throw you out of here. You can just close down your browser, and then I'm going to just have a talk with the live chat for a while. I don't want to keep you for too much longer.
Thank you for having me, and thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you very much. I hope you will come back.
Absolutely. Okay.
Especially if you find those aliens. I want the exclusive interview once you find those aliens. I want to be the first guy to interview you once the proof comes out.
We'll talk.
All right. Great. Thank you. Good night, Anjali. All right, friends. There we go. There we have it. What an amazing evening it has been. I apologize to anybody that thinks I didn't ask hard enough questions, but we wanted to be respectful here. We wanted to be just as we promised. A lot of people on Twitter were telling her, don't go on his show. He's going to be nasty. He's going to humiliate you. He's going to make fun of you. And that wasn't what tonight was about. So here, we're going to read the Super Chat donations, and I apologize for skipping them, but I really thought it best if we not interrupt the interview every few minutes. I did go through and read the Super Chat questions first. So we're just going to read out the Super Chats tonight because most of them have passed. So we have welcome to the show, kind and generous Great Britain pounds, 99 cents with a super sticker. A unicorn. And here tonight, I feel like we had a unicorn because we actually have somebody telling stories about aliens whose education is not fake, whose military service is not fake, whose claimed credentials are not fake, whose employment history is not fake. That's kind of like a unicorn in this ufology thing to me. So I give her a lot of credit that at least her background is real. She's not making that up. FGraph72. With a kind and generous US $2 super chat says, magic, poof, light this, puff, puff, and pass this. Great. Zofa with a question that we asked about describing the mantids. Kind and generous $5 Great Britain pounds. Thank you very much. Eric Stitt with a question that we did ask Anjali with a kind and generous $10 super chat donation. Ian Burrell with a kind and generous $3 super chat donation. Ellen Fox with a question that we did ask Anjali about Elon Musk. That was a fun question. Kind and generous $4.99 super chat. Then we have Lisa Bowden with a kind and generous $10 super chat with a question we asked, do the aliens mean us any harm? And we have Jim Morris with a kind and generous $20 super chat donation. I want to thank all of you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Joe with a late one here. Kind and generous $5 super chat. Good job tonight. Come to Denver for a good time. I will take that as a invitation. If I'm ever in Denver, Joe, I'm looking up you, Alien Joe. We can have some drinks And that girl, Jessica says, I got a hello from the aliens. And people are like, you're not going to say anything? I don't know what to say. She said the aliens said hello to me. I don't know how they do that, but apparently the aliens said hello. I said it again. You're right. The beings. I'm sorry. It's kind of weird. They don't like being called aliens. They want to be called beings, but I will respect her wishes and say aliens. And yes, praise the cash friend. And so we want to thank all the kind and generous Super Chat donators for their kindness, for their generosity, and their support. We are a viewer-supported show, and every dollar goes into us producing more quality content just for you. I want to remind my listeners, if you are listening to this in audio podcast land, you're missing half the fun, which is all this live chat interaction. You can ask the guest questions too. Go over to YouTube, search Truth Seekers, look for the strange guy with the sunglasses, and click that subscribe button, hit that notification bell. You'll know about our next live chat, and you too can come and ask me questions, the guest questions, and interact with this incredible live chat. I want to remind everybody to follow me at Stephen Cambion on Twitter. That's really the best place to know about upcoming shows, news about shows, and things like that. I want to thank my fellow show hosts who sent me questions. I want to thank, especially want to thank people who have helped me with this research. It's really not me who found Wayne and the mountain and found out that it was true. It is really a team, right? It is a team of people. We've had James A. Conrad contributing. We've had Charlie Weiser commenting and contributing research and proof and evidence. And imagine that. Now, Ed is asking if the mountain is in USA or Mexico. And is that? Yeah, that is a super chat. So thank you for the kind and generous super chat. It is in the United States. She stated that it is in the Mojave Desert. And so I feel confident in saying it's okay for me to spill the beans on that. The mountain is in the United States in the Mojave Desert. But back to praising the cash. I want to thank you all for your kindness, your generosity, and support, and for helping us keep the show going by helping us praise the cash, friends. Praise the cash. Thank you, Ed.
You're watching Truth Seekers. Praise the cash, praise the cash. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
So thank you all for your kindness, your generosity, and support. We got one more bit of business just to look into because there's 3 ways that you could support our show financially. You could join our Patreon for as little as $1 a month. You could send a PayPal donation, and the links to do that are in the description. So we have a kind and generous PayPal donation of, let me look at that. I'm sorry. Bear with me, friends. A $5 in support of Truth Seekers Show. And that is from the initials MA. I want to thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and support, and encourage you too can sign up on Patreon. For as little as $1 a month, we have a backstage view. We show people sort of backstage what's happening at the show. You get a backstage pass for as little as $1 a month, extra content that we don't make public, and also a monthly journal. I put my music projects on there, so you get some songs as well, and you get to sort of see things before they happen by being a Patreon supporter. Thank you for the reminder, Mortimer James, reminding me that Spooky deserves some coffee money. She does such good work. Yes, Spooky did this thumbnail for tonight and helped me prepare for this whole show. This has been our most attended show ever. I think we had 450 people in the live chat at the height of this, which I'm completely and totally blown away by. I can't believe that many people showed up, but it shows you what interest there is. Now, I got I have something that I gotta address here, and you know, I might, you know what? I might not even. No, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I just have to tweet something really fast, so please bear with me. All right. Now I've tweeted out what I wanted to tweet out. So along with everything went pretty positively tonight. I really tried to stay on the positive side of things and this and that, but there's always somebody, right, messing with my zen. There's always somebody messing with my zen. All right, let's take a look here. I'm just going to share my screen. All right. Another show host says, please, for the love of God, do not promote this douche on the FTB feed. Thank you so much. That's a hashtag, Jimmy Church. You don't own a hashtag. So henceforth, I am going to hashtag every single show I do with that hashtag. With other relevant hashtags, but I'm going to do it with that one too. Because here's a message for you, Jimmy Church. You got the first interview. How much research did you did? Did you verify her employment? Did you verify her military service? Did you verify her employment history? Did you verify and somehow, through a miracle, find that the people that she was talking about were real? Were you poring over satellite maps for 2 weeks looking for that alien mountain? No. But I was. He could say whatever he's going to say. His interview was a softball UFO circle jerk. And we didn't do that tonight, despite what people say. I believe that it was a good interview. We asked hard, challenging questions. We pushed her for more information, more evidence. We didn't just let her recount the same story that she told in her press conference. So he's going to say whatever he's going to say. He's just a little butthurt. That's all right, Jimmy. Get over it. Get over it, Jimmy. Because I'm coming for you. You don't own a hashtag, buddy. You don't own a hashtag. I can hashtag whatever I want. And so can people sharing my show. Maybe they were hashtagging it so people can compare and contrast between our two interviews. And, you know, I was kind enough to even include your interview in the About section of my show. And I didn't say anything negative or derogatory about your interview. But you don't want people to hear mine, right? Shows what a great guy he is. Why don't you go, Jimmy Church, and sell some more fake garbage on your show? Why don't you sell your listeners some more medbed sessions for $250 or some more guests telling people that they can cure autism with camel milk and essential oils, Jimmy Church? Why don't you do that? All right? Now, I'm not going to let him upset my zen, okay? Had a good night tonight. I had a good night. And, you know, I'm not going to get too negative. But, you know, some things I have to address. And when you call me a douche on your public Twitter feed, what do you think I'm going to do, right? What do you think I'm going to do? Just ignore that? You don't own a hashtag. That's what I'll say. If people want to hashtag that, deal with it, bro. Deal with it. You have been able to sell scams and have guests selling scams on your show for years. You made a lot of money selling garbage, and now there's a new person in town that is challenging you, that is saying you don't care about your audience. You're letting people sell literal New Age scams on your show, and you don't like that. So every time that you sell a New Age scammer on your show, I'm going to talk about it, Jimmy Church, and I'm going to hashtag it FTB, because I have the right to do that. Now I'm getting upset. All right, got to calm, get my zen back. It's okay. It's okay. We're okay. Jimmy Church is blocking everyone who retweets me. That is beautiful. Block them all. They'll come to my show instead of yours from now on, Jimmy Church, because I don't run UFO circle jerks all the time. You do. All right. We're over with this loser, right? What's this guy, like pushing 60? Still acting like I'm cool. You should see how cool my studio is. It's so cool in here. I wish you could see how cool it is. Great. And Shirashi is asking, please organize a part 2 of this interview. I will try. I'm going to try to do that, right? Yeah, and I'm chilled. I am chilled out now. I'm okay. I'm okay. He upset me, okay? I'm human. But, overall tonight was very positive. I want to keep it that way. And that's where we're at. So I'll take some comments and questions from the chat, but we're already at 2 hours and 38 minutes. And I wanted to keep this under 2 hours. That didn't work out because... after party on the Discord. Absolutely. We'll do an after party on the Discord. Nicholas Karupas has been blocked from Fade to Black for 3 years. I'm going to make a whole video and we're going to make it funny. Like, have you been blocked by this show host because you asked a question he didn't like? Because he's an intellectual weakling and he can't take questions? Then fine. Come and come to our show where you're allowed to ask questions. And I have to say, look, I understand some people tonight were like, you didn't ask hard enough questions. I was trying my best to ask hard questions, but still be respectful and not be nasty. You don't need to be nasty. All right. And Miss Jackalope Johnson, by what methods have you verified the Mountain Wayne are real? By public records, by speaking to him on the phone once, by... real estate records, by satellite maps showing his 100+ acre property and the mountain that is on it, and through Anjali's verification. And yeah, that's where we're at. Ian Burrell says you did a great job, Stephen. I think we did pretty good, and I'm okay with things as they, look, I got to be honest with you. Sometimes I do an interview and later I beat myself up. I go, I should have asked this. I should have asked that. I should have asked. I should have went harder. I should have went softer. And I pick it apart in my brain and I'm not very satisfied. But tonight I'm at least satisfied. I did what I set out to do, which is ask this huge list of questions that nobody else could ask her. I got to. So for that, I'm thankful, both to her and to everybody here that came into the audience. I think I'm satisfied. I'm not going to say I did a great job or even a good job. I'm going to say I did a satisfactory job, and that's all I can ask for sometimes. I'm human. I know some of you would have asked different questions or asked her harder questions or pushed her more or been, even nasty to her. That wasn't my intention here. So that's where we're at. Nicholas Krupa says you run a great show. Well done. Yeah. And people are telling me I did well, so we'll just take it at that. Yeah. The higher being said that nobody can own the earth, so you could go onto the mountain and technically it wouldn't be trespassing. Yeah, I agree with you. Troubled Mind says they admire me brass balls this guy has. Yeah, that's where we're at. And you can join the Truth Seekers Discord right here, thanks to 6 Cents. And I want to thank all the chat room monitors. I was watching as closely as I could, but I also want to thank the entire audience, because I think the entire audience was more or less respectful. People were asking questions, but nobody was really nasty. We had Matthew Riot bailed out. I'm sorry you did. I'm sorry you didn't like the questions. I did my best here, Matthew Riot, and I'm sad that you jumped out early. Scott Brown is here and said I did a great job, Steve. That's high praise coming from Scott Brown, who's just as skeptical as me about all this stuff, right? Oh boy, what a strange world. And I saw CW Channer in the live chat earlier, and I want to say I'm gonna meet him soon in person. And when I do, I'm not sure if I'm gonna hug him or punch him in the face. Because he once said something like, don't just listen to the stories, become a part of them. And I went, yeah, you really can become a part of these stories. Somehow I started hearing about this Anjali girl, and now I'm part of the story. So you too could be. Get yourself a microphone, a webcam, start a podcast. It's an amazing adventure, the likes of which you have never experienced in your show before. That girl Jessica said that she was getting tired, so we didn't want to keep pushing her. That girl Jessica. V says I was kind and respectful. Yeah, and I hope that people, one thing that upset me, V, is not that people had a perception that I was going to be nasty or argumentative or humiliate her. Is that people really didn't know. They haven't watched my interviews to know that I wouldn't be that way towards a guest. I'm always respectful. I may ask questions that a guest doesn't like. I may check them when they're lying or when I believe they're lying or whatever, but I'm going to be respectful. And I hope for future guest reference, I can use today as a shining example of how one of these woo people can have courage and let somebody offer them really hard questions, probing questions. Did the best that I could with that. Yeah, I'm not apologizing. I'm working it out, Erica. And thank you, by the way, for your help, all your help. You and Scott Brown and Charlie Weiser and others who have really, really done a lot to make this. It wouldn't have been possible without the help of many of these other people, right? So I want to make sure that I thank them and, make sure that I recognize them. James A. Conrad, Charlie Weiser, Erica Lukes, and Scott Brown, and we have Rich from GoofOn, Alien Addict as well. One thing we didn't get to, but it's in the description of the live chat, if you're interested in this story, and this is something that gives me pause, but somebody was on Alien Addict show a year before her story telling a very, very strikingly similar story, which means I don't know what that means, but I just found it interesting that somebody was telling a very strikingly similar story to this one. So what does that mean? Does it mean that she copied her story? I don't know. Does that mean that two people are having similar experiences with alien bases inside mountains, so they're corroborating each other's story? I don't know, but it's worth listening to that interview and exploring the possibilities. I'm very interested in this story. We're going to continue to cover it here, especially when December comes and she does this expedition. We're going to do everything we can to see if she's got the proof, see if she's got the evidence. We're going to follow the story and may do future shows, maybe even including her if she's willing. I'd be more than willing if there's new developments that are worthy of talking about. So that's where we're at, friends. And, you know, we're already at 2 hours, 45 minutes. So we are going to definitely cut this short. I want to thank well, it's not short, but I'm bouncing out of here. I've got some other things to do tonight. And I want to thank, the Sixth Sense. Thank you all for participating. What an incredible evening that we have had tonight. Highest rated show on Truth Seekers ever. Over 450 people in the live chat to witness this interview. I hope you all, especially new people, please do me a favor. Like, comment, subscribe, and share these videos. It really does help. Hit that like button. Hit the unlike button. You give me a thumbs down. It's all engagement. I really, I don't know. Share this channel link on your social media and make sure that you like, comment, and subscribe. It really does help. The algorithm likes that. So we try to please the algorithm. Praise the AI algorithm gods. Please find favor in tonight's work and raise us in the search engines. Please do not strike us down if we say that letter of the alphabet you don't like or anything else you don't like. We pray for your favor because we worship the Google AI algorithm gods. In Google's name we pray. Amen. There's my daily prayer to the Google AI algorithm god. But you can help us with the Google AI algorithm god by liking and sharing this video. It really, really will help get us a bigger audience. Get us a bigger bullhorn. I would like a bigger bullhorn. Everybody wants a bigger bullhorn. Let's get me one, right? And everybody, that girl Jessica's here saying definitely we all had fun in chat. I'm glad that everybody had a good time. And, I'm glad that we could do this because this is something that people said that'll never happen. Never say never, friends. And I think that we got a good understanding between her and I. Maybe we built some rapport and now she knows that I'm going to be respectful. I'm not going to be nasty. So maybe she'll feel more comfortable with me in the future. Stranger things have happened, friends. So that is where we are at, friends. That's where we find ourselves here on this strange journey. So glad I could take you with me on this journey. That's what is so much fun about this. I get to not only do these things, but I can bring you all with me, take you with me, and you guys get to experience it as well. Yeah, Charlie Weiser's reminding me that I gave it a 50-50 chance of falling through. Well, she did recently no-show on a show at the last minute, so I gave it a 50-50 of whether it was going to happen. And interestingly, the show started at 9 p.m., and it was like 9:03, and she still wasn't here in the green room, so I thought this wasn't going to happen. And I was very disappointed. I've never been so happy to see somebody pop up on my screen as being in the green room as I was tonight. And again, we want to thank our guest, Anjali. I'll be providing links to her projects on Reddit and her website. I'm going to update the description video as soon as we're off air here. And William Pixley, I heard your question about Octorians, but she never mentioned Octorians as a race that she talked with. She mentioned tall whites, grays, and a mantid being, never Octorians. So I'm sorry, we had limited time. I couldn't fit everything in, and I apologize to anybody whose questions I could not get in. Did the very best that I could. And that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, friends. You only have so much time here and so many, at bats. And I swung for all I could tonight, and I hope you guys, acknowledge that or appreciate that or just understand that. Did the best I could, and thank you all for your participation. I always say this: I'm always happy when there's an audience, friends. And tonight we had the biggest and probably best that we've ever had. That live chat was flying by so fast. I got to see how huge shows deal with things, right? Because it's a lot harder when that live chat is going brrr, right? But thank you all for your participation. Thank you for people for suggesting that I look into this Anjali or that I research her. Do a deep dive and try to find more evidence because it has been an enjoyable experience doing so. We're going to continue to follow the story. I hope you will continue to follow us. And for people new to the channel, I want to mention that we cover all things strange, paranormal, mysterious, UFOs, cryptid creatures, all those kind of things, but we do so with sort of a tongue-in-cheek and somewhat, some would say, very skeptical approach. But it's always fun, and it's always a good time. That's our point here, to have a good time together. And I sure had a good time tonight, and I hope you all did too. So I want to once again finally thank my guest, Anjali, for having the courage to do this. People said it would never happen, and it did. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.
Greetings and salutations, old friends and hopefully some new friends, and welcome to Truth Seekers, a special weekend edition. That's right, you guys are making me work overtime, but I wouldn't have it any other way because tonight we get to go further down a rabbit hole that first started some time ago. Some time ago, a former military woman, Air Force officer, and Defense Intelligence Agency employee started telling some incredible stories about contact with alien beings that she had inside an apparent secret alien base inside a mountain. She even went as far as having a press conference held at the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C., publicly telling stories of meeting aliens inside a secret base. Throughout her telling of these stories, she mentioned the people who actually owned the mountain where she was brought to, which were codenamed Wayne and Tricia. Now, if you followed this story along with me, you'll know that I tried my very best to locate these people. First, I decided that this woman was making up the entire story and these people were her imaginary friends. Later, finding out, no, these were real people, the Wayne and Tricia that she mentioned. Now, there's the story gets complicated because we believed that we found the mountain, we believed that we found the Wayne, and Anjali was very deceptive and lied to me, led me to believe that we had indeed located the right Wayne who owned the mountain and the right mountain. Then some other people got involved and things got crazy. And you can see some of the previous streams that we have done on this story, interviewing both Anjali, then having a panel show to discuss why the expedition, originally Anjali, in her press conference promised that she was collecting a team of investigators, scientists, etc., to go back to the mountain and get the physical proof of the aliens. That was canceled. And there has been all this drama back and forth. People have even blamed me for the expedition getting canceled. I don't believe that's the case. But recently, finally, we located what is absolutely positively the right, quote, Wayne and Tricia, unquote. That's not their real names. I gave him the option, and I'm kind of impressed. He's a very brave guy because he's decided he's going to use his real name tonight, concerned that other people will find him because of the 911 call, because of other reasons. So for the first time, we are going to get to hear from the actual Wayne in Anjali's stories. And of course, I was incredibly interested in hearing if he would confirm or deny her telling of the events. So for the first time ever tonight, Wayne speaks, friends, and we are bringing it to you in a Truth Seekers exclusive story. My thanks to Charlie Weiser and James A. Conrad and others for helping to make this possible. And of course, my thanks to, I think it's very brave what this guy is doing because this could turn into a circus very quickly. And, I hope that doesn't happen. But I really wanted to give him an opportunity to tell the story from his perspective. And we'll get, I believe, after tonight, we will get closer to the actual and real truth about Anjali and her alien experiences. So without further ado, let's bring in our very special guest, Wayne.
Hey, how you doing?
I can call you Brian now, right?
Sure you can. Sure,
okay.
You can call me Brian.
Great. Well, thanks for doing this tonight. I'm very happy that I get to bring the public your side of the story. I don't know where to begin, but I thought that we could begin with the beginning. How did you meet this woman? How did you end up, inviting her back to your home? And let's take it from there. Right.
Okay. Well, we met at a coffee shop.
So that part's true.
Yeah, we're at a coffee shop. This coffee shop's kind of set up like a living room, kind of. It's at the time anyway of that place. Haven't been there in a long time.
I love places. There's a few places like that in Philly. You just go in, you get your drink, you hang out with friends, right?
Yeah, it's like
laid
coffee
back
and couches, you know what I mean? So you're kind of intimate in this place. So, you know, whoever's around the circle is part of the conversation. You know what I mean? So, I used to wear this medicine bag around my neck for about 5 years when I was fighting cancer.
Can you hold that up one more time? I'm gonna solo you so everybody can see that. Interesting. So you believe that's what got the conversation started, right?
A little spoon. You know, it could be. I think the conversation might have started with health. You know, I don't remember just walking into a coffee shop and immediately talking about aliens on the mountain. You know, so I would say it started with health, and I was the guy that used to like to dose everybody. You know, because I wanted.
You're my kind of friend, Brian.
It's me, you know what I mean? So you know, so. I believe I dosed her in the coffee shop along with anybody that wanted any.
Okay, just to be clear though, but when you say dosed, because you know my original theory was that she got dosed with some sort of hallucinogen, but you dosed her with
cannabis
THC concentrate cannabis oil,
right?
Correct?
Yes, cannabis oil, THC, yes. And you know, if you're not used to this stuff, it can be strong. If you have, I've found out through the years, if you're on any kind of pharmaceutical drugs and you mix this with that, it can have a different effect. I'm not saying that that's any case. These are just things that I know, that I've learned through people, you know what I mean? Learned by people's stories, you know? So
yeah, I've heard that as well. Yeah.
Right.
I've heard that if you're on any kind of, especially if you're on any kind of psychological medication, like
exactly.
depression or anxiety, it could interfere with that.
Definitely enhance something. You know what I mean? It does bring things out for sure.
Yeah, and somebody's asking in the live chat, did she know she was getting dosed? You didn't like slip it in her drink. You
Oh no, absolutely not.
She knew she was taking it, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Oh no, yeah. It was, yeah, for sure. You have to actually eat it. You have to, you know.
Thanks, Mr. DB Cooper. Just so you know, people are throwing money at me, and I don't want to interrupt the conversation, but I want to acknowledge the people that are supporting the show. He said I would have paid pay-per-view for this, Brian. So yeah. Well, so you meet her in this coffee shop, you're having a conversation, you start talking about the cannabis oil, and she takes a dose of it. Right?
Sure, we probably all did around the circle. Who knows, you know, because and this coffee shop serves wine, by the way. So some of us were drinking alcohol and some weren't. So I don't know who was and who wasn't really. And then soon after that, we came back up to my place, and I used to invite people. You know, I was a little, you know, I used to be a lot. I was friendly for, you know. And I didn't always think either. I'll just tell you that, like the radiation that I took kind of zapped my brain for a while. So, you know, I did.
Yeah, but I think that's okay. So you're like happy to be alive and you meet new people and you socialize and say, hey, come and hang out at our house. You know.
Yeah, it was kind of like, well, then we were talking about aliens in the coffee shop. So that's kind of what brought her. That story did come up. Like the conversation of aliens came up. And that's probably what brought her up here for, just to show her the mountain. And all we were saying is there's alien sightings on our mountain in the 60s. And there's a book out there.
Yeah, I tried to find the book. I have to reach out to a friend of mine who's like a walking encyclopedia of UFO stuff. He would know.
I'd like to know.
Apparently, yes. Apparently there is a book that details somebody seeing or experiencing or meeting aliens right in that area, in that mountain. So you were talking to her about the history of, there may be some, and there's sometimes there's UFO sightings in that area and things like that, right?
Yes. And that's all it really was. So when we all came up here, let's see if I can remember this right. She had a male friend with her, but he didn't come. She drove herself. He left. other friends came up as well that are, that are friends, that stay here sometimes. They were in their car. So anyway, we all came up and proceeded to, have some more cannabis oil. And
oh no.
Well, why not? Now you're home.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying So she takes one dose at the coffee shop, drives to your house, and then there's
I don't know if she did a second or not, but maybe I really can't call that one if she did or not. I know I did because I was home and I wanted some more. So let's see.
So you go back to your house, maybe there was some more cannabis oil. And
there
definitely
was. We walked around the land. I showed her. Now, as far as digging, as far as the tunnel.
Oh yeah, I was going to get into that. So
okay,
according to Anjali's story, you told her that you knew there was an alien mountain base. There was aliens inside the mountain, so you dug a tunnel to reach the base. No. That's what she said that you relayed to her.
No, I haven't even started digging yet. I am digging 2 tunnels on my land, but I haven't even got a chance to start yet. But the only reason I'm doing that is because I feel like there's water. There's water in the mountain. That's all. It wasn't. I never claimed there was aliens in my mountain, ever. There were anyway.
So that contradicts a lot of her story. You did tell me off air though that you were explaining to her that you were basically going to dig some tunnels and you were going to build like a wine cellar and like a man cave in there, right? It wasn't about aliens. It was about building something into the mountain.
Yeah, exactly. Like
but you hadn't begun. You had not, and to this day you have not begun tunneling or digging anything, right?
Nope, haven't even.
So there's no tunnels on the mountain that you're aware of.
There's not a tunnel on this
mountain. Is there any caves or anything that you're aware of?
Mm-mm.
No. Mm-mm. Yeah. So that kind of contradicts a large part of the story.
Where she's claiming these are absolutely not. So,
so no tunnels, no caves that you're aware of, or entrances.
Mm-mm.
And someone also suggested that there could be some kind of a shed hiding an entrance into the tunnel or something. Are you aware of anything like that?
There's a shed in front of where I'm going to be digging. So that's what she's talking about. And that's where, and that was just a conversation anyway. So
yeah, but she took it and said that you had already dug the tunnel into the mountain, that you met the aliens, that they take people and then they teleport them back into your house.
No, I never told her
any of that.
No. The conversation of me digging a hole, I mean, I didn't really even talk about that too much with people, because I didn't really want people to know what I was doing. But I mean, of course, if you're in a helicopter, you're going to see what I'm doing or whatever, the squirrels got great houses in the mountain. So I was kind of following the squirrels, it wasn't the aliens.
So you yourself have not had an alien experience at the mountain or inside the mountain, and you have never been teleported by the aliens or none of that.
No, it'd be cool though. It would be pretty cool if I.
Yeah, and just to be clear though, you have a bit of an interest in UFOs and aliens, right? That's why you were talking. Yeah, okay.
Oh, for sure, aliens, they exist for sure. I mean, I believe they live here now. You know what I mean? There's no doubt in my mind that they live underground,
yeah, but you haven't seen them in your mountain.
No.
Or dug a tunnel to them or communicated with any of the aliens. So explain for me when she was at your home, because she tends to say basically that, she kind of took a hike to the tunnel with you and another couple. And then you all went in the tunnel and then this is where she meets the aliens, and none of that happened.
Well, not in physical appearance here. I mean, if it happened in her experience, I mean, that's her experience. I mean, I don't want to really take that away from her. If that's what she thinks happened, then that's cool. What a great story.
She did. She described it as a physical experience. She, you, and your wife and another couple went into the tunnel.
we don't remember any tunnel. We don't remember any part of that.
So what did happen? She just walked around the grounds around the mountain, like took a hike, and then that was it?
We all went. Okay, as far as the hike goes, it wasn't like a hike. It was just up my driveway to the upper level of what is cut. You follow me? Like what pads are cut, you know, like where you can walk without hiking the mountain. We didn't hike. We never hiked any mountain. We walked up the driveway about another, I don't know, it's another 200 or 150 feet up. And we just went up and I just showed them that area. That's all. I mean, if it was, to my knowledge, she wanted to see like more of the land or something, maybe. I can't even remember why we walked up there because it was unusual that I walked up there on that day. So
so basically you guys were just hanging out and you were kind of showing her your
that's all.
Your land, right? You had a big chunk of land there, a nice chunk of land with the nice scenery and a mountain on it. And you're just showing her the mountain and the land and things like that.
Yeah, that's all. Just casual.
Could you estimate for me, like how long was she at your home in total and how long was she walking around the grounds?
Well, let's see. We got back from the coffee shop probably about 2 o'clock, maybe 3 or so. We weren't outside too long. We probably maybe in a couple hours, maybe before it started getting dark. Maybe I don't even remember. You know, it was January, so yeah, it probably got dark around 4, and it was cold. So from that point, I can see us coming inside by the fire. And it was about that time though that I think that call, it was still light when the ambulance showed up and the sheriff showed up. It was
I was going to say just to be clear, because we're trying to get to confirm or deny some bits of her story. We'll get to the ambulance. I have that on my list, but she claimed that you guys were all in the mountain, and then either her or you, I'm a little foggy on the story. It's been a little bit since I reviewed it all. Either her or all of you were inside the mountain in this tunnel, and you were instantly teleported back to your home.
Well, I didn't have.
You don't recall that?
I didn't have that experience. We walked down. We walked right back down the same way we walked up and came in the house. And you know that she was on her phone. She was on her phone, and I didn't think much of it. I mean, you know, a person has a phone call. You know what I mean? So next thing you know, there's a sheriff in my front yard, and there's an ambulance right with him. And
yeah, can you explain to us why would an ambulance show up for her at your home? But they did a wellness check of her, right?
It was a welfare check. So yeah, when I walked outside, I told the sheriff, I said, man, you got the wrong house again, because you know they've mixed up my address before.
Yeah, it happens, especially in rural areas. Yeah.
So I said, you got the wrong place, you know, and he said, no, is Anjali here? And I was like, well, what the fuck is that? You know, well, yeah. I mean, what, you know, who is this person? You know what I mean? Like, I just brought this person to my house, and now there's a sheriff here, and now there's an ambulance here. You know. Anyway, he didn't give me any information until he saw her. You know, and then after he saw her, and then the ambulance was checking her out. Then once she was in the ambulance, then the sheriff and I we had talks and some laughs, actually. You know, I straight up told him, I says, hey, so what's the deal here? I mean, what's up? And he said, well, somebody called in for a welfare check for her. I go, oh, okay. So, I mean, what's the problem? Are they thinking she's inebriated or something, or what? And he goes, well, I really don't know. And I go, well, whatever. He couldn't really, he didn't want to share the information with me, because I guess you can't, because it's investigation stuff or whatever. And so,
yeah, and I think I've heard her explain maybe that her daughter called.
Yeah.
Because she was concerned about her, or couldn't reach her on the phone, so she called the local authorities to do a wellness check. And what goes on for a wellness check? They just the paramedics just checked her out, like checked her vitals and asked her if she was okay, or
she was in the paramedics for about probably, I don't know, 20 minutes or so, 15 minutes. And me and the sheriff, we were laughing. I said, hey, man, I overdosed her with cannabis oil. That's all that's going on here. You know what I mean? She's probably took way too much.
You told the sheriff? You must have a good sheriff.
Oh, yeah. He was laughing his ass off, man. We were joking about it, you know?
Yeah. Let's get back to the cannabis oil. So, you know, my original hypothesis is that she took some kind of drugs and that led to her having this strange experience that she related to aliens somehow, and meeting a purple being, which is very, very similar to a description that many people give of a DMT experience. How strong is this stuff? And does it really, really hit you that hard that you could maybe have some kind of a just out of it experience and somehow interpret it as aliens?
Well, I've eaten this stuff by the spoonfuls, and I haven't yet seen an alien yet. I mean, I'm maybe if it's mixed with something, perhaps. I'm not saying that somebody else can't. You know, maybe it affects people in a different way. You know.
Yeah, but I have done a little bit of research and checked in with a few friends who are frequent users, and there's a certain kind, I can't recall it off the top of my head, that somebody recounted to me, could definitely knock you on your butt and make you feel like you're out of your own body, and a few other strange effects.
Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean,
did she after this wellness check, did she recount, did she talk about aliens or being in the tunnel with the aliens or any of that kind of stuff? So she didn't even mention the aliens to you. You didn't talk about it.
The ambulance let her out. She came right back in the house. The sheriff took off. She called for a ride from her male friend. He came back and picked her up about 11:30 that night. She left her car here because she couldn't drive her car. So she came back the next day and got her car about noon.
So she was impaired enough to know that she couldn't drive.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And so so the next day she comes back to get her car. Does she tell you about talk about the alien experience that she had or anything like that? Nothing.
We knew nothing about any aliens until just last August.
Yeah. And I guess we can pick up the story there, because apparently she doesn't really talk to you guys for several years. And then
about 3 years. Yeah, about 3
what
years.
happens? She starts contacting you, telling you about her alien experience and wanting to bring people there. And take us through that, because that's important.
My wife was informing me that this lady was trying to get a hold of me, and I honestly didn't remember who she was. You know, I was like, well, who? She goes, you know, the lady that was here that worked for the Department of Defense and you know, had the experience here, you know, the ambulance and all that, you know, and anyway, I said, oh, well, gosh, what would she want? You know, I mean, what can she possibly want? It's been years. What the heck?
Yeah. You haven't heard from her in a long time, right?
Right. Yeah. Years. And then all of a sudden now you have to know, we met this person one day at a coffee shop. I brought her home, you know, we all hung out for, you know, a few hours or whatever. And then that happened. The next day when she picked up her car, we never spoke again. We didn't keep in touch or anything. It was one of those. So,
so then she starts contacting you 3 years later.
She's contacting us, and my wife is informing me that she wants to talk to me. And I was like a little hesitant and reluctant, and I didn't really know what to think about it or whatever. Anyway, when she, you know, finally said something that sparked an interest, like, you know, I want to talk to you about, you know, how your husband and I walked up the mountain together after you went to bed. You know, that, of course, now my wife wants to know what this woman has to say. Right. So that was a manipulative kind of move there, you know, because her and I never walked together alone up in the mountain. So anyway, where was I at?
About her contacting you and what she wanted, right?
Yeah. So finally, I went ahead and reached out to her, and we had a talk. And we even had a Zoom. We had a couple Zoom calls, and whatever, FaceTime, or I think it was FaceTime. We did talked, and she told me her story, and she told me what was going on, and of course, we're completely taken back. Like, whoa, like, wow, okay.
Yeah, because she's recounting an experience that she claims you all had together, and your recollection of the events is completely
not there.
Normal, right? I mean, it was just like a normal.
It was a normal day.
Normal day, normal night. No aliens, no UFOs. You didn't see anything strange or even talk about.
Nope, there wasn't
the experience
even that night. So.
Yeah.
No,
So when she contacts you, then at some point she starts telling you that, she had this alien experience. There's aliens in your mountain, and she wants to bring a whole team of investigators, right? And I mean, how do you react to that? How did you react?
Well, at first, we were almost receptive. We were talking about it, like, okay, I was listening. When she was telling me, some of the way it was going to go down, then
were you open to the idea, or did you think? I'm sorry.
I was open for it if she was going to pay me money to uproot my life and stop me from going to work and stuff like that. So, absolutely, sure. You want to come over and dig in my mountain and bring all your equipment over here? Well, somebody's writing a check.
That's very honest of you, but it's true, because I'm sure that you knew that this would turn into some kind of a media circus, maybe because of her defense intelligence background or whatever, right?
And that's what she gave us that threat too. I mean, there's been some threats here when we started saying no to this and started going the other way, when it wasn't going in a positive direction. Then she was using threats like, hey, I'm Intel. I work for the government. Who do you think you are? I'm not going away. Shit like that. We're coming whether you like it or not. Shit like that. Now that's got me pissed off. Where you're going to tell me what you're going to do on my land. Well, we're not going to do that, because there is nothing on this land. There's no tunnels on this land. So maybe perhaps Anjali had her. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say she has not seen aliens or dealt with aliens or anything like that. Perhaps she has. She probably has. How about that? She probably has had these experiences, and they're coming out like this, and that's cool. Okay, that's whatever. Here's the thing: she can have her experiences, but they're not here on my land physically. They're not here.
Yeah,
and that's what I want everybody to understand.
But were you thinking like none of this happened, so why would she even want to dig here? Or what, did you talk to her and say none of this happened the way that you recall?
Yes,
and she just argued with you, right? That you didn't remember it, or
she's telling us we do not remember, and that the beings took our memories away, and now they're telling her that it's time for us to remember.
Wow.
That's what she's telling me and my wife, that we are now supposed to remember these things. So in other words, it's almost as if she's trying to manipulate our brains or something to believe her story and then go ahead and get on this show here and say, yeah, Steve, it's totally true. I got aliens in my mountain. I got tunnels.
Oh no, it's quite.
Would I do that? Well, I wouldn't want to do that. I mean, why would I do that?
Yeah, I hate to say it, but your version of the story is quite the letdown, obviously. And one thing, point of clarification though, was she contacting you and doing these phone calls to you and Zoom calls before this big press conference she did at the Lincoln Memorial, or after that?
It was okay. So it was coming up to the week of the press conference, like the next week. Okay.
So she was trying to get you to agree.
we were not aware of this press conference whatsoever. I happened to give her a call when I finally called her, and it happened to be like, I don't know, a couple days before the conference.
Mm-hmm.
She sugarcoated that conference. She was basically just saying, well, I'm going to go to Washington, and I had an experience at your house, and I'm going to go share my story, and I've been writing about it for 3 years, and I haven't told you anything, but now I'm ready to tell you, but I'm just letting you know that I'm going to go do this, and is it okay with you? And we're like, well, sure, I mean, knock yourself out, I guess. I didn't really. It was so shocking what she had to say. We really didn't know what to tell her. You know what I mean? Okay, so so she never sent us the link to the conference. She never sent us the information so we can watch the conference. We didn't get that information till like a week later.
Wow. And how did you feel knowing that she stood at the Lincoln Memorial and was telling this story about aliens at your house and involving you and your wife?
It was tripping us out, man. I mean, we had no idea it was going to
imagine
where it is now. Like we had no, like we didn't know what to do. It actually freaked us out pretty well. How about that? It's been a stressful experience. How about that? This whole thing has been a bunch of stress that we haven't needed. I mean, we've never had cameras before. We got them now. There's other things I haven't had before on this mountain that's on this mountain now,
So you have to worry about your security
that's a bunch. Yeah, exactly. Security. Yeah. It's bullshit. So to get everybody vamped up how about this? If you want to do this, Anjali, this is what I got to say to you. If you really want to do this and you really want to bring your people here, then get that checkbook out. Go ahead and buy the land. The starting bid is $10 million. I already told you that. And write a check, and you can go dig all you want up here. Straight up.
I think that's a very fair way to do it. Just have her buy the mountain, right?
Very simple.
After you got wind of the press conference, did you and your wife started sort of checking around? Were you shocked by the internet? By all the stories on the internet and the views that her stories were getting, and her following that was getting really big based on all these stories.
All the shit talk. Yeah. That's what was really starting to stress us out. Yeah. People saying they're going to come and do it anyway and come take our, do what they want anyway. Shit like that, So it was definitely scary. And it still is.
And there was one filmmaker who, again, back to the wrong Wayne, we can get into that situation, but somebody threatened to just fly drones over Brian's mountain, but they had the wrong location, thankfully. But people were, just so I want to make sure that we're very clear on this point. Believers of Anjali or critics and cynics who wanted to prove her stories were fake were threatening to just go on to Brian's land or find Brian's mountain and find the tunnel. Believers wanted to go and find the tunnel and find the alien. And I think that this is very dangerous because you never know what, hopefully somebody, maybe they're just a little obsessed with aliens and they're not thinking right. But you never know the mindset of somebody that's willing to trespass on somebody else's land or go digging around somebody's basically backyard. Almost, it's like this thing is in his backyard, basically.
It is
got a huge backyard. Lucky guy, he's got a big plot of land there. But the fact that there was all these people on the internet saying, she said, we're doing the expedition. Then she started saying you wouldn't allow the expedition. So then she's saying we're going to do it anyway, or we're going to find a way to do it anyway. And can you talk for a little more about, did she, you mentioned that she basically threatened you, that she worked for the government and all these things. So she was trying to twist your arm into her will to do this expedition, right?
Basically, when it wasn't working out, when we were pulling back on even thinking about it, that's when she started. That's when the more negative words were coming out, you know?
Yeah. And so she has the press conference, and then does she continue to pressure you to do this after the press conference? She continues to contact you, telling you that she's going to do this expedition. And how did you and your wife feel about that? I mean, I heard you say, well, pay us, but
yeah, right. Pay us. I basically said, you know, because I didn't really want to deal with all the stress of, you know, what are you doing to my land? You know, I like the land just the way it is, you know, what kind of energy is coming to my land, stuff like that. We're real protective about who we have around us, you know? So, it was all really a lot to think about. So we just decided, well, how about this? How about just a bag of money? And then we just leave it. You guys can have it, and then we'll just go fishing somewhere. Maybe we'll just move to Florida or something, you know? And you can have this cool mountain, and if everything is true of what she says, then she should be able to make billions with Bigelow or Elon or, you know.
Yeah, whoever else, right?
If she's so sure about it, then buy it and have at it.
Maybe the Skinwalker Ranch owner would be interested. Who knows, right?
Oh, hey, you never know. It might be here. It might be here.
And so after the press conference and her trying to twist your arm, you guys basically said no, according to her, that you're not coming here. Yeah. Right?
Not without the deal that I just put on the table. You pay us money, we leave, you dig. That's it.
And then you guys started actively sort of following what she was saying on the internet. That had to be frustrating for you, knowing that most of her story didn't happen the way she described, but she was going on shows and, you know, getting all this attention, and
it was pissing us off listening to the lies, you know, and the changing of the story. I mean, not only was it not true, but I mean, she was changing the story too. So there was some things that she was not remembering what she was saying to people, evidently, because we've been following this pretty closely from the sidelines, of course.
Now, this is a personal question, and and I understand if maybe you just want to keep things private, but it is kind of pertinent to her story. Lady Vimana mentions this, and thanks for her kindness. She says at the beginning of the interview, Brian said that he'd beaten cancer. Yet Anjali told us, and this was a recurring theme for her, Brian, just so that you know, that we were stressing you out. Everybody questioning her story was stressing you out and making your cancer worse with our questions. So people are very curious, is your recovery recent, or was Anjali lying to guilt us and stop us from trying to contact you? Or
I have been fighting cancer since 2013, and I'm still fighting cancer. It started out stage 4 lymphoma and thyroid. I don't know if you can. There's a scar.
I can solo you there. Yeah, so you had some surgeries to remove the lymph nodes and things?
The surgery was actually above my heart, on my aortic bridge. That's what it started. I didn't even really know about all the lymph nodes and the thyroid. So I don't even know. Last I checked, I was about a stage 2, stage 1 area. So
well, that's progress at least, right?
Yeah. I'm in treatment. I'm still in treatment every week, and so I got a test coming up here shortly to see if things are moving in the right direction on that. So yes, cancer never went away. I'm still fighting a lot on it, and and it takes a lot to do that. It takes a lot.
And I'm hesitant to mention this, but I have to voice this concern of mine. One might question the integrity or the ethics of somebody who would involve somebody that's fighting cancer in a story like this, because obviously she has to know this is going to bring some kind of stress and anxiety on you that you really don't need right now, right? You should be focused on your recovery.
We asked her nicely. My wife asked her nicely. We said, look, it's not the time, and it wasn't the time. It's just not the time. I got too much shit going on right now, and I got way too much treatment going on to be gone doing treatment while people are on my land without me here. That's not going to happen, unless you just go ahead and buy it.
Well,
Again,
just for any rich people out there who want to buy a mountain that may have aliens in it, it's $10 million, right?
It may. Well, that's the starting. That's the starting number. I'd like to see the bidding war go a little higher than that.
Yeah, God bless you. So, so we get to the. Yeah, there's been a lot of back and forth about. Yeah, we were stressing you out. I think it's her causing the stress, not people asking questions about her story on the internet or trying. Were you aware that all these people on the internet? It was like, I don't know if you saw that documentary, like Don't Mess with Cats, but like it was almost like that. Like a whole team of people got together on the internet and decided that this story was interesting and we want to hear from Wayne. So the whole teams of people, like a whole bunch of different researchers, all started doing this detective work, trying to find you. I called all these construction companies looking for a guy that owned a mountain. I can't tell you how many dudes hung up on me. Like, what? I don't have time for this shit. What? Aliens? No, I don't own a mountain with aliens. Click. But people were able to find. She threw us off the trail because she said, well, I changed Trisha's name to something else, but I didn't change Wayne's name. So we found a guy who was named Wayne, who owned a construction company, and we could look at the satellite maps and see a mountain right behind his home. We were convinced that was the guy. She lied and said, yes, that's the guy, claiming that she was trying to just protect you, the real guy. Were you aware that there was like a whole bunch of researchers all over the internet looking for you?
Yeah, we were shitting our pants.
I'm sorry if I put any stress on you because I was one of those idiots out there looking for you.
We weren't really mad at you. I mean, how are we going to be mad at thousands of people when one person is doing this? You know?
Yeah. And I have to tell you, it's a little bit surreal getting to talk to you in person because in my mind, I go through this journey I've been on this whole story of me spending a week on the phone calling all these construction companies. I was looking over satellite maps. Then I started going to public information sites like, okay, who owns this land where this mountain is? Does he own a construction company? There's this whole journey to try to get to you. And it's a little bit surreal to me that a few months later, here you are. And also, this kind of humanized part of the story, because at first I thought you were her imaginary friends and she just made you two up, you know, because you were anonymous. And the story seems pretty crazy and outlandish. But now having spoken to you and heard parts of your side of the story, it humanizes it a bit more to me because people need to remember when these stories start that these are real people, you know, with real lives. And, you know, Brian's got a wife and children and a job and health concerns right now. So it's just odd to me that she would sort of blame us because we went to find you. But she dropped up, didn't you feel she dropped an awful lot of breadcrumbs along the way?
She was dropping so many breadcrumbs. That was pissing us off too. And I mean, that her and I had talks about that. I said, well, you know, you're pretty much giving it up where we are and who we are. I mean, it wasn't hard to find out after all those breadcrumbs, you know. So anyway, it is what it is. Here, this is who I am, and here we are, and we're gonna lay everything out on the table here and just be truth about it. Because I like, you know, truth. We're on truth seekers. I like truth seekers.
Thank you, Brian. And you know, I appreciate that Brian actually, off air, he told me we have to be careful because I don't want to beat her up or you know,
no, absolutely not.
Vindictive or, you know, he was very clear with me that we have to be respectful to her, which I really respect because he could have come here all guns blazing, cursing her out for causing his family all this stress, you know.
No, I wish her the best. Good luck with your journey. I think it's an amazing story. I believe that she has amazing experiences from her career, you know. She must. I mean, that's all I really can say about that. I mean, she's probably had an amazing career in the military.
Yeah, and when you met her, did she talk to you about working for the Defense Intelligence Agency and all that stuff, or
very little, not too much? We just knew she did, you know. But she did mention that she worked there, and that was about it, you know. Worked for the Department of Defense, and we knew that she wasn't lying. I mean, she had stickers all up and down her windshield, you know, a lot of them. So
yeah, I have to tell you the truth. When she first came out with her story, I said, this woman's fake. She never worked for the military. She never worked. This is because most of the time, just so you're aware, a lot of times people come out with these fantastical stories and they make all these claims about where they worked or their education. And it turns out most of the stuff is fabricated. And so I was kind of shocked when I started digging in and going, oh, she really was in the Air Force. Oh, she really did work for the Defense Intelligence Agency. Not once, but twice, once as a contractor and once as a direct employee. So then I got more interested in the story, because why is this woman that worked for these government agencies suddenly talking about all these aliens, right?
mm-hmm. I mean, maybe a lot of her, I mean, I think she's had experiences to the point where
she believes those experiences, right?
Yes, but but it's said that these beings have the ability to take away your memory and all that. Have you heard about anything like that?
Sure, and missing time, sure.
Yeah, and missing time and stuff. So, if she got to have that experience here, that's amazing. But again, we're not digging.
That brings me to another one of my questions, because at any point did you sort of second guess yourself and go looking more on that mountain, or sit out there at night looking for spaceships landing or anything?
No, I'm not going to do all that. I've been up on this mountain a lot of years, so I know pretty much every rock up here. So the only thing I thought was maybe maybe we were stopped in time and she wasn't. That's the only thing I was thinking, because you hear other stories. You hear other stories of, people being abducted and, they didn't get to remember anything, So that's the only thing I was thinking. It would be something like that with her mind, that she got in her mind only, we didn't get anything. We didn't lose any time on our end,
Not that you're aware of.
Aware of, exactly right.
Just to play devil's advocate here. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows, right? I mean, that's the only, but as far as physical tunnels in my backyard, they're not there. So if they're in her mind, then they're there, because she has a pretty descriptive story about my tunnels and my tools and my equipment.
Yes, she's very imaginative, and to her credit, she's a writer. She's written fiction books. You have to be imaginative to do that.
This could be another one.
Yeah, it's quite possible. There was a push. People in the UFO community near her, close to her, were sort of pushing her to write a book and make a documentary. And I believe she had plans to do that at the beginning of this, but then she got a lot of flack for trying to cash in on the story, and she's just trying to cash in. So then she canceled those plans for a documentary and a book. And so it appears then the motive's not money, which is, again, makes her a bit of a unicorn, because she claims she doesn't want money from the story.
Well, I wouldn't claim that at this point. She's got a lot of attention on this story, So, I mean, look, she brought Wayne out of the tunnel.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this is very surreal that this is. When I heard that I was actually going to get to talk to you, and then, and I have to say, Brian, I got to talk to Brian on the phone, and I said, look, I don't know how to ask you this, but people really want to hear your side of the story. Is there any way on earth you would do an interview? And he said, let me think about it. Yes, whenever you want to do it. And I was like, great, because people want to hear your side of what happened that night. It's a great story, but if this story only happened in her own mind, it's a lot less compelling to me. And again, I agree with you. I believe she believes she had this strange experience and met these several different races of aliens. Oh, and that's the other thing. Were you surprised at the level of detail of her story and how, she met human-looking aliens, and some of them were gray aliens, and then there was the mantis alien, and were you surprised at the detail?
See, that's what I am surprised at that detail. And it also, that's what makes me think that she's had a lot of experiences in her career. That, you know, maybe she's seen these things that, you know, in her life and maybe she saw them again here. I don't know. She claims that she's had other experiences in her life when she was younger. I mean, she does have other stories here. So why this one is the big one? They really
I think maybe because that's where the story begins for many people. That's what they first hear from her. But like many of these people, it seems that her story has evolved through a little bit of time. And now I believe, I think that she claims that she has conscious contact, what she calls conscious contact with the aliens, which is sort of telepathic contact, but a little deeper than that because it involves emotions. And she claims she has that every day, which I have a little bit of a problem with, because just recently she posted some very fake looking UFO photos. And my question is always, why didn't the aliens that you talk to every day tell you those are fake photos? Don't tweet those out because it could embarrass you or whatever. You know, I don't understand, if she's talking to aliens every day, why they wouldn't warn her against certain things, I suppose.
Well, that'd be my question too.
And somebody else asked, if she's in such close contact with the aliens, why wouldn't she ask the aliens to heal you, Brian, as a favor? After all, they're living in your mountain. The least they could do is, you know,
what the hell, man? Yeah, right.
Do you a solid there, right?
Yeah, do me a solid, man. I'm tired of IVs. You know?
Yeah, that's never fun. I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm glad for your progress, certainly.
Oh, and, it's cool, man. It's not that bad, actually. It's been an amazing journey. It's been a hard one and a good one at the same time, if that makes sense.
Sure.
I'm grateful for it all.
Yeah, and I wanted to talk about there was this. You first contacted Charlie Weiser. That's why you're here. Can you talk a little bit about that and why you decided, I'm just going to go public? Because that's an important part of the story. Your flowers here. I'll give you the solo layout there. Purple lavender, right?
These represent Charlie.
Yeah, Charlie's another mysterious character here. So why did you
give you some purple flowers from the desert?
After everybody was trying to find you for so long, why is it that you decided to out yourself?
Because number one, it was already getting out there. We were figuring out that people were figuring it out. Number two, we saw something that was some kind of lawsuit that was against Charlie Weiser, and we were being listed as people in this lawsuit, evidently.
Yeah. So you decided to contact Charlie.
That was by Anjali. So it just pissed me off. You're not gonna. That was over the top right there. So I decided to reach out to Charlie Weiser to personally tell her that we have nothing to do with this. And of course, you know, to the trust to figure out that we're who we are, and you know, that we had to go through that motion a little bit too, just to make sure we are who we are, you know?
Yeah. But that can be confirmed by the 911 call. And also Anjali has confirmed that you are the correct, quote, Wayne, unquote, that she was referencing. She's admitted that on Twitter publicly. By the way, wished you well for the interview. And, you know, I guess.
Thank you for that. You know, and like I said, I'm not here to bash her. You know, I'm not here to bash her. I'm just here basically to protect us.
Yeah, and tell your side of this story, because obviously there's two sides of it, and her side is a very fantastical story. But when we realized that she involved you and claimed that you and your wife and another couple were also in this mountain, it kind of, you know, the story takes on a different meaning when we pull away these so-called witnesses that dispute her telling of the events. I would assume it kind of pokes an awful lot of holes in the story now.
Well, I would think, you know, I'm sure there's other mountains that there's tunnels in, you know, and there's other how, you know, as far as I'm concerned, these beings live under the earth anyway. They're all underneath us, you know, and over us, and in the sea, you know, in the snow, in the ice.
Could be.
Well, I mean, maybe they even live in the sun, you know.
Yeah,
You know?
anything's possible, sure. So I guess getting back to so you come out to Charlie Weiser, and then that brings you to me. Didn't you think that it was kind of ridiculous? Because I don't know if you know this, but Charlie Weiser is in Australia. So Anjali threatening to sue Charlie Weiser, who, by the way, is a researcher and very, very critical of Anjali. For anybody that doesn't know, she runs a blog and sort of picks apart everything that Anjali has said and shows inconsistencies in her story. But didn't you think it was kind of ridiculous or improbable that she's actually going to sue her? Because she would have to like go to Australia to sue somebody in Australia, and she's American, and it doesn't make a lot of sense, right?
Yeah, but I didn't even think about it like that, you know, because if somebody wants to sue somebody and if they have some money, all you got to do is just call a lawyer in that country, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I mean, that's why there's lawyers and legal workers, you know, so, and, you know, I wasn't having that shit. That's all.
Yeah, because apparently she was going to use you guys as witnesses or something to sue Charlie Weiser. Is that the gist of it?
That's what I was getting out of it. So we just went ahead and put a stop to that, and here we are.
And you communicated to Charlie Weiser that you wouldn't be a part of that, right?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
And have you and your wife you were following Charlie Weiser's blog about some of this information coming out and some other shows and things like that?
We've been following everybody. Everybody.
Oh, that had to be quite surreal, right?
People on both sides, just watching everything. You know, mostly my wife. She reads a lot faster than I do. So, you know, if something critical if she saw something critical, she'd let me know. Hey, look at this, or look at this, look at that. You know, and it's like, wow, this is crazy. You know, so yeah, we were trying to brush it off. You know, we went through a stressful period. You know, where it was just real stressful. We didn't know what to do. We didn't know what to think. It was definitely making us lose sleep. Then there for a while, we thought that this was just going to go away, you know, because, you know, Anjali was posting, you know, more of guru stuff, you know, kind of veering attention away from this. And I thought
were you and your wife surprised at the amount of attention this story got? Because, you know, there's thousands of Reddit posts, thousands of Twitter posts. There's podcasts talking about this. There's shows, mine and others talking about this or hosting her talking about it.
It's crazy. It's nuts. I think it's amazing. How about that? It's amazing.
It is a little bit amazing. Yeah.
I mean, it is. I mean, she's got a lot of people on this story, but I mean, you know, in order to back this up, well, she knows what needs to be done.
And did you find it surprising that the story got this much attention, given that she had just her story and no real physical evidence or corroborating witnesses that would, you know?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Did you find it surprising that this story got this much attention, given that it was just her story? She didn't have evidence. She didn't have corroborating witnesses that would come forward to confirm what she was saying was true. I found it surprising. That's why I was wondering what you thought of it.
It was very surprising because, I mean, we were basically going off of what she said, and this is the way it is, and you just don't remember. That's what.
And Lady Vimana, a kind and generous super chatter, is asking, completely aside from Anjali's situation, has Brian ever seen a UFO on his land or elsewhere? Because you obviously have some interest in this subject.
Nothing other than what you see in the skies, you know, like, you know, fast moving objects that you can, you know, say, hey, was that? I mean, that's about the extent of what I've ever seen. You know,
wow.
I'd love to. I haven't seen anything on my land, you know, but as far as this, I mean, you know, the desert sky, how many people have seen a fast object in the desert sky, or any sky for that matter?
Yeah, I see lights in the sky, but I'm not never that excited by just a light in the sky, you know.
Right. You know, and that's why I never really made no stink of it. I mean, you know, how do you know really what you saw? Number one, I mean, you're run out there and say, God dang it, this is what it is. That's what it is. And, you know, I don't know. I mean, you know, I really don't know. How about that? To answer that question, I don't know if I have or not. I hope.
And, you know,
I hope so.
the devil, Brian, they say, is in the details. And I'm very interested in the fact that people are very, very interested in the minutia of parts of her story. And one part of her story is that after her alien experience, she was teleported back to a place in your home where there's a big archway, and that you said that's where the aliens teleport us back to. Is there an archway like that in your home? But you said, have you ever felt like you were teleported in or out of your home? Is there that archway? People are very focused on this archway because she made a big deal of this archway in your home.
Well, it's not an archway. It's just a door. It's a doorway that goes from one side of the house to the other side of the house. That's it. And I guess you could call it a hallway if that's what you want to call it. It's you immediately step into another room. There used to be a hallway, I guess, before I ripped all the walls out. There's no real walls there now. So, but no, it's not an arch. It's just a doorway, a regular door, 32 or 36-inch doorway with a barn door on it.
That's interesting. And people are but she really went into detail about there being this real distinctive archway. I guess that wasn't accurate then, or she remembered it wrong, maybe.
That's what I'm saying. This is her experience. You know, this is what she experienced. So as far as the physical aspect of this story, the archway is square and there's no tunnels.
Okay. And just to play the devil's advocate, I wanted to ask you, have you experienced any strange or paranormal activity in or around your home, the mountain, missing time, or anything like that?
I wouldn't say missing time or paranormal things like that, but you can definitely feel an energy here. There's definitely an energy here.
Well, that's interesting. Maybe she felt it more than you.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
But there's energy in a lot of places, so I go hiking and there's energy. So, am I being, is that being too silly by saying that? Anywhere has energy, you know what I mean? Just not just my yard and my mountain. I do feel good here. There is peace here. There is something here.
Well, that's good. That's good. Good healing place.
Yeah, a healing place. Exactly.
Elite guy breaking up the seriousness, asking if you like bacon.
Oh yeah, I like bacon.
I don't know what Elite guy is always posting bacon. He's a longtime show supporter.
Tell him as long as it's from the pig that I raised, and I know where my bacon comes from. How about that?
So where do you see this story going next? Because I'm a little worried that I thought several times during this story that the story would fall apart and end. The first time that I thought it would end is when there would be no expedition, because she really hyped up this expedition and we're going to bring you the proof of the aliens. And then that fell apart and I thought the story would end. But you're right. She sort of went into sort of guru mode and started talking about more general things that the aliens, she claims she's in telepathic contact with, are telling her. And then I thought you coming out might be the end of the story. But I'm a little concerned that she's going to, it'll be like he said, she said, she'll maybe try to excuse away your recollection of events or. Well,
that's fine. She can go ahead and do that. But again, I wasn't the one in an ambulance getting checked out for, I don't know why, why was she was inebriated. She was not sober here. So I think most of us were more sober than her.
Wow. And that's the other thing I wanted to ask you. Are you aware that she took anything other than what you had given her?
Nope. Not unless
you didn't see her.
Her purse. I don't even know if she was drinking alcohol. I don't even think she was drinking. But I can't recollect.
But she had claimed in an interview with me that she was completely and totally sober during this event. You would dispute that?
Absolutely, I'll dispute that. My oil does not. You're not sober on that oil, and it. I mean, it's it puts you in a good place. How about that? And
Pretty
obviously,
potent,
it put her in a really good place. That's how I see it. So, I mean, if again, I'm still open. I'm open to. I had a friend of mine that was drunk. He was real drunk, or an old friend, an acquaintance, anyway. But he died when he was drunk, like wasted. He said he was completely inebriated, and he had an accident, and he drowned, and he died, and he had the most amazing near-death experience. So, I guess what I'm trying to say is, we could be inebriated on this side and have an experience on that side that's completely different. So perhaps something like that happened with her. I mean, I don't know. Who knows? All I know is we didn't get to know anything about this until recently. So
yeah.
We didn't know anything about it when it happened. We didn't know. We had no clue of any. None of this was even talked about. So perhaps she had an experience, 3 years later or 2 years later, and this is what came in her mind.
Yeah.
I need plug me in, please.
Yeah,
I mean,
and did you watch her press release that she did at the Lincoln Memorial?
We didn't get the link to it till a week after, so we watched it a week after.
And were you surprised at the attention that got?
Oh, of course, we were totally surprised. And we couldn't believe what. I mean, we just couldn't. We were completely taken back.
I wanted to check and see what kind of. As I recall, that got a huge number of views. Yeah, 60,000 views that got.
60,000 views. Wow.
60,000 views.
Yeah, and and she's believable. She's intelligent. She talks intelligent. She's nice.
Connor Brady sent a kind and generous donation and says, "Can we keep Brian and get rid of her?" Yeah,
that's what we're here for.
Yeah, I try to be kind and respectful towards her because I don't wish her any ill will, and I like the story, but I didn't believe it was really true from the beginning, and I got a lot of flack for even covering this story. But my interest was that I was wrong, and I put my mouth in gear before I had facts in hand. I said her background's probably fake. She didn't work there, and then I started digging in and found out that I was wrong about her education and her background and her work history. And but people really are a little vicious towards her. I don't know if you're aware, but there's like memes on the internet of like UFO Twitter throwing her out of a car. Some people don't take what they believe to be her fabricating this story very kindly, and they've been a little nasty towards her.
Well, they should all chill out a little bit. There's no reason to be nasty to anybody. Perhaps she's created that, though. As far as why people are pissed off. I've seen her go back and forth on some things. I've seen her not be honest with you. Everybody saw that. I think that kind of discredited her there when you were lied to. I think that was a turning point.
Yeah, but I suppose that her justification for doing so in protecting you, if you're going to have to lie, maybe that's a good justification. And Steve K is asking, when did it become clear that you, Brian, had become Wayne? When did you first hear her talking about Trisha and Wayne and connect the dots and say
she told us that she changed our names at Wayne and Trisha before she was going to Washington.
Wow.
But we didn't know what really was going on in Washington. She just said she was going to go share her story. We didn't know the extent of this story. We didn't know this story. She just told us her experience, but it wasn't, we didn't get all the details like she gave at the press conference when we talked the one time before that conference.
Interesting. And I guess it had to feel like you definitely felt a little threatened by her, because she's saying, I work for the government and we're going to do this expedition one way or the other.
Yeah, we still feel threatened. Actually, we're still on guard.
But are you threatened by her, or do you feel threatened by what chaos and circus she might bring to your home?
Exactly. Or both. All the above. Not so much her. I don't think she has any ill will. I think that some of her fans may, because of some of the comments that we have read out there towards us, which I'm not digging. So, if anything, go ahead.
There's a funny part to her story in that she said, and of course she's very, I suppose, politically correct, and said that we shouldn't call the aliens because they don't like that.
Okay.
So apparently aliens don't hate that we call them aliens, right?
Oh, I have no idea. Well, shit. What do we call them then?
Yeah,
we call them. We can be the aliens. Maybe we're the aliens. Maybe we're the scientific research here.
Yeah. So I don't know where we go from here. What are your plans for the future concerning this story? Because today is a big thing for you to come out in public and say, this is who I really am. This is what really happened. This is my recollection of events. But what's next? Because unfortunately, Brian, that true believers are already saying things like maybe the men in black got to you and, threatened you to not talk about the aliens, or you got paid off by somebody, or they do these mental gymnastics because they love the story so much and they don't want to see it fall apart. But what's next for you and your wife? You're just
I don't know. Go on with life. I hope. I don't know. Maybe we'll just start digging in the mountain after all, and maybe I'll run into something, and then I'll start making.
Call the History Channel, get a TV show going.
Now I'm
Now
I am going to dig in the damn mountain. Now the whole time I'm digging, I'm going to, I'm not just going to be looking for water. I'm going to hope I'm not going to hit one of these guys.
You mentioned your children. What did your children think? Because you had to share this story with them. Like, what did your children think when they started seeing their dad had an alien mountain and their mom met aliens, and the stories all over the internet? Like, what did your children say or think?
Well, I got three grown daughters, and one of them has nothing to say. The other one doesn't really know what to say, and the other one is throwing a full-on watch party right now with all her girlfriends.
Well, greetings and salutations, Brian's daughters. Good to have you viewing here.
Yeah, I wish I can see what's going on out there. I guess they got T-shirts made, and they're dressed up in lavy suits and purple lavy suits with alien piss and for drinks. They took Mountain Dew bottles, I guess, and changed the labels. And anyway,
and before I forget, I want to make sure that I remind people, because we've got a lot of new viewers, maybe first-time viewers here, that if you enjoy these kind of strange stories about the world of aliens, UFOs, the paranormal, please do like and share this video, and make sure that you subscribe and hit the notification bell, and then you'll know every time we do a live show. And you're welcome here to come to our live chat. We have so many people in our live chat are asking questions, so I wanted to ask you if you'd be okay with taking some questions from the live chatters.
Sure.
All right, so friends, here's your chance. It's not just me that gets to take this journey. You get to take it with us. Questions for Brian. Put your questions in all capital letters. You guys know I'm a little bit visually impaired, so when you put it in all capital letters, I know right away that's a question for our guest tonight, and he'd be happy to answer some of your questions. The Sixth Sense is here reminding everybody about our Facebook page. One second. So I saw questions before. Kathy Knight, I see you. I definitely see you. Mr. Catfish says, harness alien piss for drinking. Good idea. That I don't really know. So questions for Brian, put them in all capital letters. D-Rock says, sounds like Brian has the UFO version of Oak Island. Yeah, that's been going for like 7 seasons, and all they found was one single Spanish coin. So maybe there's something in that mountain. You could cash in on this, right? Definitely cash in on this.
I hate to disappoint everybody on that.
All right, 1 second here. So, okay, good. We do have some questions here. Joe says, can I come and live on your land? I need some peace. I think nutters like you, Joe, is who he's trying to avoid here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Joe.
Somebody's asking if you slept with female aliens. That's a little intimate.
Yeah, I have to my knowledge, I really can't even answer that either. I mean, who knows?
Well, I've slept with some strange women. For all I know, some of them were aliens, right?
That's exactly what I'm getting at. You know,
Paul Cargo, this is a good question. A lot of people have been very critical of this story. And I remember when the story broke, a lot of people were saying, this story's got to be fake, because who takes a perfect stranger home after just meeting them in a coffee? So why did you take home a perfect stranger?
I do things like that sometimes. I don't know. That I don't do that anymore. How about that?
It makes sense.
Mm-hmm. But there, you know, I felt safe with that. You know, that's all. It's we're right down the street from this place. Yeah, it doesn't happen often. It doesn't happen anymore. How about that? But there for a minute, I was just feeling friendly, I suppose.
Tony UK with a great question, because Anjali had mentioned that you're very qualified to dig tunnels and mountains because you have all these tools. So Tony UK is asking, does Brian have secret covert digging equipment and hidden tools?
Nope. I got a pick, a shovel. That's about it. Digging bars. We got maybe some jackhammers, I suppose, if I really want to. We do have a construction company, so we got cool stuff.
Yeah, I have a friend at my cabin that has a bobcat and a lot of cool, fun toys. I envy him, you know, because when you have those kind of toys, you can do amazing things. Like instead of spreading 2 tons of gravel by hand, you can do it in 5 minutes with a bobcat.
5 minutes,
you know,
5 minutes.
Yeah.
A hydraulic shovel, I call it. I like the hydraulic shovels.
Yeah, and Indiana is asking, when did Brian and Anjali's takes start to diverge? Was it from when you all returned to Brian's house? So her story is accurate and correct according to you until we get to the aliens, right? It's just that's where the divergence happens.
Yeah,
she's right about meeting you at the coffee house, talking, and then coming back to your home, but then things get different, right?
The only thing that got different about it is the ambulance came and stuff, and that kind of definitely changed the energy, you know. So I guess that was you know, when everybody's all buzzed up, and you know, next thing you know, you got a sheriff here and an ambulance here on this stranger that we just brought home. I guess that would be where the diverge started, maybe with some people here.
Spooky Morales is asking, did Anjali ever have time on Brian's property alone?
No. Answer is no.
Lord Ludicrous Plaid says, does Brian have any neighbors, and if so, what do they all think of this? Are they aware?
We don't really have. We have like one neighbor, but we have big parcels, so we're pretty far apart. And no, nobody was aware of any of this because we don't really see each other. Can't really see our places.
I think wealthy is a relative term, but William K is asking, is Brian wealthy? I'm sure Anjali claimed he was very rich.
No, I'm not wealthy. I'm wealthy in spirit, not in money.
Yeah, I think that's yeah, he's kind of answered, you've kind of answered this, but hello, all in all, Brian, do you think that she had a paranormal or ET experience?
All in all, she is so convinced that I wish I would have saw it. So I really don't know what to say with that. I don't think she did, but who am I to say that? is for her mind, you know. So all in all, I really don't know. But I would have to say, if she did, that's great. If she didn't, then this is all should be squashed now, right?
Scott Brown is asking, Brian, what did Anjali's boyfriend think of the false story?
I don't know. The dude, he didn't come up here. He from the coffee shop, he took off. And when he came to pick her up, there was no words exchanged. She just got in his car and they took off. And then the next day, when they came back to get her car, that's all they did. I mean, they pulled up, she got in her car and they took off. And it was high and by. No, there was no conversation. I didn't even meet the guy. I don't even think I didn't even shake his hand or anything. I didn't even know his name. So I don't know what he thought.
Hutch wants to know if you could start your own UFO cult so he can join that one instead of hers.
No.
But you're the guy with the mountain, man. You can cash in. You could, have sky watches and right.
We'll talk about tours after here. We'll talk about some tours maybe here shortly. Let us get some tunnels dug first.
Amy Collins has got an interesting question. She says, "What is Brian's pedigree as far as other paranormal, New Age, or UFO ET stories he has read or followed? Have you been a fan of some of this stuff?"
Just Ancient Aliens, I guess. I'm a big fan of Ancient Aliens, and I watch that all the time, and any other show that I can find, I guess. And
interesting.
Books.
And M. Kelly, this is a good question, I guess. Have you considered any legal action against Anjali?
Well, we've talked to a couple lawyers about some things, so we don't know. We're definitely talking about it.
Interesting. And B. Baker's asking, did this strange behavior from Anjali and the UFO community surprise you?
Yes, absolutely. As far as the UFO community, well, you can't be surprised with that because they're just listening and following somebody's story. So, I mean, of course, people are going to be on that story. So, but as far as the strange behavior from Anjali, yes. I wish I can help her.
I'm sorry, I'm scanning the
no problem.
People are asking some questions. Let me see if we get a few more here. Do you read any UFO books? Rugged Sources asked.
I have some, but I haven't got to them yet. So they're on the shelf.
That's interesting. Like maybe I ought to read up on this now that I'm the alien messiah here, and I'm the guy with the mountain, right? With the aliens
get on
in it.
I'm gonna up my UFO life for sure.
Mike Gamboli, this is a weird question. Was the ambulance driver or sheriff wearing lavender or smelled like lavender? Some people have recounted that maybe she was having some kind of a psychotic break or something, and her being in that ambulance is what caused some of this story, like that the aliens laid her on a table and put her out of her body, and they weren't wearing purple uniforms.
I didn't go in the ambulance, so I didn't see who was in there. That could have been an alien in there. I don't know. But me and the sheriff were talking outside, and he was wearing his uniform. I didn't get close enough to smell him.
And Steve K with a great question. Was she awake the whole time at your place? Was there any time that you didn't see her?
She was awake the whole time, and there was not any time that I did not see her. In fact, our company left. My wife went to bed, and it was just Anjali and I for a couple hours, bullshitting in the living room, waiting for her ride to show up.
Interesting. And Water for Life, this is actually a good question. Says, do you think her mental status has changed or digressed since you met her?
I couldn't tell you that because I met her one time, 3 years ago plus, and we've had a couple conversations on the phone here recently. So I wouldn't be able to answer that question, as I don't think I know her well enough.
Okay, another question, and I'm going to preface this question. A lot of people have suggested that you should consider hypnotic regression, and people are asking, would you consider hypnotic regression? But I tend to caution people against that, because I don't know that that's really, especially some of these hypnotic regressors that see aliens everywhere, like the woman that Anjali went to, Barbara Lamb. Barbara Lamb, almost every time she hypnotically regresses somebody, they recall alien experiences. So, I mean, would you consider that?
I would consider it. I've been considering getting hypnotized for other reasons. Again, I'm real protective about who I'm going to share that energy with. So.
Oh, and here's a great question, and I knew this would come up, and I would ask this one myself. Would you be prepared to do a show with her?
Well, of course I would.
Okay. Yeah, well, the door's open. She's going to do an interview here tomorrow, but she made me agree that there would be no other people involved, no surprise guests, no co-hosts, no panelists, or just me and her.
That's
but
fine.
I'll ask her tomorrow if she would agree to appear with you. Maybe that would be helpful. Did you tell Anjali that you excavated a tunnel on your land? I think we've been over that, but
no, I never told her anything like that, because I wouldn't tell anybody something I didn't do. I'm going to one day. I am going to excavate a tunnel one day.
Yeah,
when I get time.
Interesting, man. Well, let us know if you find aliens, and I'm on a plane there, Brian.
Hey, I call, man.
I want the exclusive.
We'll do your show with them in the cave.
We can stream it. Yeah. Ash Pollard says, how did her daughter, I think Anjali answered this, but how did her daughter know Brian's address for the welfare check? I guess
Anjali asked
Anjali
for our address, didn't she?
Yeah.
She asked us for our address when she was on the phone with her daughter.
Yeah. Somebody, I don't know why, but people are asking what you think about Max. That would be her partner, her boyfriend.
Well, I don't know really what to think about Max. I just don't know if Max, I don't know. Max is obviously her partner, but I don't know Max. I just don't know if me and Max would get along.
Just so you know, people here have a sense of humor. Somebody wants you to invest in his recycled condom company. Sometimes you're not aware of this, but sometimes people put the questions up just to make me go, what is that? What are they asking? They're punking me. They're not,
That's funny.
Yeah. And Joe, just with an observation, says, Brian, will you please not consider hypnotic regression? It has been debunked repeatedly. Yeah, that's a real hot button issue, because some people believe that the regressors just make suggestions that make people recall memories that aren't true or accurate. Right?
Yeah, I wouldn't, like I said, I wouldn't do it. I really don't need to do it for any kind of beings, because I know they exist. So I'm not questioning their existence. It'd be for other, psychological shit,
And I don't know why somebody's asking this. I don't recall her saying that you did, but somebody is asking, did you show your ID to Anjali at the coffee shop?
She claims we did, but I don't know. I mean, maybe. I don't recollect that, but that's it. I don't remember about that.
Okay. Any other questions for Brian? Please put them in all caps. That really does help. We cover an awful lot of ground here. I'm not sure where to go next with you. But you did joke about doing sky watches or doing these maybe tours, right?
Hey, you never know. Let's I'd rather just have somebody go ahead and start bidding.
Yeah, let them worry about finding those aliens, right?
And they can do all of it. Anjali can go ahead and, they can go ahead and start. They can start it. All they got to do is, they know what they got to do. It's okay. You know?
Somebody, Mikhail Mayhall is asking, do you have or have you had any paranormal experiences that you are comfortable sharing?
I wish I did have any. I wish I did. You know, I've had a near death experience, but I don't know if that counts as a paranormal. So, no, I don't really have any paranormal experiences that is, worth really trying to share. How about that?
Charlie Weiser's here in our live chat and says, mail me that lavender, please. And Robert Baratheon asks this very human question: what's your favorite band or type of music?
Well, I'm always I always like rock and roll, old 70s rock. I like the flute. I like a lot of music, actually. I like old country. I like hard stuff sometimes, but mostly mellow these days. A lot of flute, acoustic guitar. I like to play the guitar.
Well, there you go. So. D-Rock is asking, at any time did Anjali appear to be in a disoriented or disassociated state, like having micro seizures?
Not like that. No, just disoriented, I would say. Too much cannabis is what it was.
Yeah. So your recollection of her state of mind is that she was very inebriated on this cannabis oil? Impaired, would you say?
Well, she wasn't feeling good, and that's usually like that's one of the symptoms when you've had too much. You get the spins. Some people get nauseous. So she was kind of feeling like that, I think. But she appeared to be walking just fine. It wasn't like she was having a problem walking, because she walked out to the ambulance just fine. So as far as, I don't know how disoriented she was. But I wouldn't say micro seizures. I didn't see anything like that.
Ruby asking, has Anjali ever approached you with someone else from her line of work in Intel? She did make these threats that she worked for the government. So I guess people are wondering if she approached you with other parties from the government.
Not as of yet, but we've gotten, somewhat that kind of threat from her,
Interesting.
In that fashion, I guess.
Frapsap is asking, do you think, a lot of people have suggested that this whole thing is a government psychological operation for some reason, mostly because of her background. So do you think Anjali is still a covert government operative running a PSYOP?
Those thoughts have ran through our mind. We don't know shit, so who knows? She's something else, I must say. And whatever they're up to it.
Mike Gambelee, does Wayne drape himself in lavender when he doses people?
Nope.
Was anybody wearing purple clothes that day? That maybe explain her seeing some purple being. I don't get how she's seeing a purple being then.
No, there was no purple.
No,
no, I don't drape. Nope. I don't even dose people anymore. How about that?
Well, look what happened the last time you did it, right?
Yeah. I don't take
nobody home. Somebody and they started seeing aliens. They went to the Lincoln Memorial and are having press conferences.
Yeah.
That's got to be.
We're not doing that shit anymore. I
All right, and Plan B is asking, were there any other drugs taken?
Not to my knowledge. We're a holistic place here, so we're only into natural stuff. So if anybody else had drugs in their purse or self, whatever, any kind of
so if she was on anything else, you weren't aware of her doing
exactly right. Yeah, we don't have any pharmaceuticals here.
And Indiana is asking, do you think Anjali's experience was like astral travel?
Well, that's a possibility. I guess that's a possibility, but as she was astro traveling, her body was walking with us and hanging out with us. So if that's how astro travel works, that's cool. I can't wait to do it. I can't wait to hang out with my people and then later on let them know, hey, I wasn't even there. I was on another planet
Yeah.
in their spaceship. And so let me know what happened. What the hell happened again last night? Because my body was there, but I wasn't there. That'd be pretty cool, I guess. You know,
And Connor Brady with a very good question, because some people have said that Anjali is basically starting a cult, and it's kind of a scary cult too, because it's what a lot of cult experts would call a doomsday cult, because she says like the world's going to end in 2027, I think, or something like that, and we have to get ready for it. So Connor Brady is asking, does Brian think her guru narrative is dangerous to those with mental health issues?
I think it's very dangerous. Absolutely very dangerous. In fact, we've talked about that. And in fact, I guess that's what I'm more concerned about with our own life, you know, is maybe some of these people that are not, you know, mentally, because I mean, look at you, you've had death threats over this bullshit, you know, so,
yeah,
you know,
people were so pissed off that expedition got canceled that they blamed me for finding you, but I didn't really find you. We found somebody else, and it was a whole big thing. Yeah. And Matt Dillon is asking, did she have any alcohol? Drinking before smoking or cannabis is never good. Were you aware that she was drinking either at the coffee shop or at your home?
I don't recall her drinking. I just don't recall that. There only a couple of us were heavy drinkers. The other couple, they were more of the drinkers, you know. I think I was having wine that day, but I don't really get to do that because it's sugar. So that was, you know, a rare event. So I don't recall. So I don't want to answer that. You know,
This is a very good question. Did you feel that they're asking, was Anjali a spiritual guru type when Brian met her, or did that happen more after her encounter?
It was more of the after. Well, I mean, I've just been learning about this guru stuff here just recently, and since August, since we've been talking. So, but no, as far as the spiritual guru type, you know, I don't, maybe spiritual, I suppose, you know, as far as a guru type, no. I mean, you know,
so she didn't strike you like a guru type when you met her?
Not really. She was interested in aliens though, so that was cool, you know.
And the true believers are here. Robert Pellavero says, why not let Anjali guide you to the cave with Stephen Cambion to prove the cave's existence?
I'm totally down with that.
I would totally do that, but I would be pissed if I flew
and me.
I would do it, but if I flew halfway across the country with a bag full of cameras and shit, and then there was nothing there, I'd be a little upset.
You're gonna get upset.
But it'll be a nice vacation, though. You know, I've always wanted to visit the area.
You're welcome
you know?
anytime. Come on.
Yeah, and Dimensional Babe just with a comment saying, Brian is super humble given the circumstance. Kudos.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to be.
Yeah. No, he can't. Indiana is saying, can Brian come on as a guest on the True Seeker interview with Anjali tomorrow? She expressly made me agree that there would be only me and her. So maybe in the future, I'll ask her tomorrow if she'd be willing to do that in the future. I'd be happy to host that. Maybe these two can hash it out and reach a better understanding, right?
Sure. I mean, you know, maybe she'll change her mind tomorrow on the show. I'll be watching. I'll be right there, ready. I'll be ready right there.
People want you to take, what is this? Somebody wants you to take your webcam to the barn doors in the middle of your house. Oh, I guess because of the arch thing. Did she ever talk about a fake alien invasion to you?
No.
Not that you recall.
No. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
We'll post pictures of the barn door.
And Grant Haywood is asking, could the whole thing be a psychological operation to discredit experiencers or the topic in general?
I suppose it could be.
Yeah, and Wayne's welcome to participate in the chat. But I'm always, just so everybody knows, when a guest has certain conditions to agree to the interview, I always am a man of my word. So she specifically said no surprise guests, no panel members, no co-hosts, nobody else, just you and me, Stephen. And I said, okay. So I have to honor that agreement. But I will certainly, I promise you all, I will ask her to do an additional show with Wayne and her. And then, I think that would be the next step, because I think what we're going to have here, Brian, is he said, she said. Tonight is he said, and tomorrow night maybe she said, and then we'll be right where we started. Like, God, it's frustrating. Some of these rabbit holes are frustrating, right?
Yeah. Well, the only thing that won't be frustrating on this side is nothing's going to change over here as far as what happened physically.
Oh yeah, this is a good question. Did you guys talk about aliens at the house while you were baked? When she came back to your house from the coffee, I know that you said you talked about aliens a little bit at the coffee shop, and so did she. But were you guys talking about aliens when you were at your house?
I believe we were. I think we were talking about. We probably were, because we were talking. It was a subject as far as the sightings on the mountain in the 60s. Of a book that we're all looking for.
Yeah,
so that was probably what that. So yes, I would say we probably had a little bit of talk like that, but I don't think it was too deep because, the other people that were with us, they weren't. They're not much. They weren't much into that, so I can see it not getting too deep.
Lord Ludicrous Plaid with a kind, generous donation to the show says, Brian, thank you for coming forward. I will keep you in my thoughts and prayers for continued recovery, wellness, and happiness. Great conversation tonight.
Hey, right on. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Joe is asking, who brought up aliens first? He's guessing it was her.
I couldn't answer that, Joe. It was just a conversation about aliens, so I don't know who did. I
did neglect to ask you a few things. I wanted to know, like, how has this affected your wife and your marriage? Like, what does your wife think of all this?
My wife's been extremely stressed out. She's been extremely, extremely stressed out. As a matter of fact, that's a lot why I'm here. Because she and Anjali had some words a few weeks ago, and it was just getting stupid. It's just stupid. There's no reason for threats or bullying or manipulation. So now that shit's occurring, I'm here. Here we are. My wife's pissed off, so now I'm pissed off. That's kind of where that is on that one.
Grapefruit.
She's lost a lot of sleep over this.
I could imagine, yeah. You're all over the internet all of a sudden. Grapefruit Fizzies is asking, would Brian be willing to describe his near-death experience?
Sure, I would. I'll do that.
Yeah, earlier you said that's not you don't really have a paranormal experience. I would consider that definitely on the list, right?
It was pretty powerful, for sure. I would rather describe that, on its own, but it was amazing. How about that? I'll describe it as absolutely amazing, and I'm looking forward to doing that again someday.
Yeah, hopefully only once though, right? Yeah, This is an interesting question because as I recall, she basically said that at the coffee shop you said, do you want to meet some aliens? And then you took her back and told her there was an aliens in your base.
I don't recall saying that, because I wouldn't say that to anybody. I wouldn't bullshit somebody to say, hey, come meet some aliens when there's no aliens there. That's not my style. So The only thing that was ever talked about is the sightings on the mountain in the 60s. That's it.
Interesting. And Charlie Weiser I'm not sure if you're aware, but Anjali is now claiming that she has Zoom calls that are going to contradict what you're saying here tonight, that she has recordings of.
And that's okay. She can have, if she has recorded Zoom calls of us, like I said, and I'll say it straight up, we have had conversations and we did entertain this for a price.
Sure, so, very honest of you.
So what? So she's got recordings of us. She has some recordings she doesn't want to release. She's got this big surprise. She's going to release recordings of us that we sent her. I'll just tell you right now, Anjali, if you release recordings of me sending you my land, then don't do that. You don't have my permission. I'm going to publicly say right now, you do not have my permission to share any photos that I have shared with you or any talks that we've had. I'll make that clear. Do not send any pictures in public of our land in any way, or our faces, or you don't need to do that. There's no reason for you to defend yourself with us.
Yeah, I would hope that she would respect your privacy. She's been really vocal about doing everything to protect your privacy for quite a while. So I can't imagine why she would turn around and do that now. Steve K says, Brian, bless you, brother. You were totally bullied into all of this. Good vibes towards you, your health and well-being. And thank you, Steve K, for your kindness and generosity.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it.
A lot of people liking you tonight, Brian. Brian should become part of the UFO community. He seems to be cool and funny. I want to hear him talk about aliens and share his cannabis oil recipe. Seems to be good, strong stuff.
I think I will join this. It sounds fun.
I'm a big advocate of cannabis as medicine. I've partake myself. I have nerve damage in my paralyzed eye. I used to be, the doctors would give me all kinds of opioids, and that never really did much for me other than make me unable to function. Cannabis alleviates the pain in my paralyzed and dead nerves, and no opiates, and I can function. So you're a big supporter of medical cannabis and cannabis oil for cancer treatment, right? It's been very beneficial for you.
It changed my world. I didn't know anything about it. After the surgery, I had a 13-hour cut on my neck. Then I did 1 round of radiation. My protocol was 2 rounds, but not the third, because the third would kill me, they said. So I ate this radiation pill, and to this day, I have issues from that pill. That was actually the last pill I've ever eaten. That's why, I haven't even had a Tylenol or an Advil since then. So that was February 17, 2014. I got so sick. I mean, I lost about 100 pounds. I couldn't eat. I threw up every day for probably 2 years, and maybe less than that. I don't know. I could be off on that. But anyway, it was a long time, and I just couldn't eat. Well, a friend of mine introduced me. He said, "Hey, do you know what Rick Simpson oil is?" And I had no idea. I said,
"That's
no.
the oil. That's the oil that somebody mentioned to me that said it's super, super strong and concentrated and would make you almost feel like you're having an out of body experience if you take too much."
It's really good. You in fact, just taking it in mild doses, micro doses, does wonders for people. I'm cancer patients of stage 4, or all cancer patients are recommended to do this at the cancer center that we go to. So I've been doing this ever since the day that I was introduced to this. I was able to eat a plate of food. I couldn't eat. I couldn't eat. I had to force food down me, and I hated it. But when this oil came into my life, man, I was thrashing the kitchen, so it's I've seen it do a lot of great things for other people as well, in a lot of different circumstances. I'm a firm believer. I think the whole world should be on it myself. I think if most people were on this, they would get rid of their it would take a lot of their ailments away if they
Mhm.
figured out their dose to take, that it wouldn't hurt, not too much. Like I probably overdid Anjali that night, because that was always a bad habit of mine, is I'd give people a little too much.
Plan B. This is what I'm saying, that people are so focused on the details of the story. And part of Anjali's story is that at your house was her, you and your wife, and another couple. And I guess people want to confirm if that part of her story.
That's it.
So there was five of you.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. How many people were at the house? 5, just as Anjali had described. Have you? Did you know that other couple, and are they aware of this whole internet story stuff?
We haven't. We kind of lost contact with them. They moved out of state, and we just haven't really kept in touch. So I don't know if they know or not.
Yeah. I selfishly was thinking, if you still knew them, I would call them too, because, if 4 of the 5 of you don't remember the aliens that were there that night, that, not that I need more convincing though, Brian, but
yeah,
I'm sure people are going to ask me, are you going to interview the other people too?
Well, I guess you could say we had a mild falling out because we haven't heard from them. So I don't really know what to say. I'm not going to go hound on somebody if they're not going to return my phone call.
Those people, to the best of your recollection, that other couple didn't see aliens or have an alien experience or anything like that night,
no,
right?
Of course not. No, they
left.
Just
Anjali.
Yeah, just Anjali. I mean, they left on a normal night. They took off, and it was just a simple evening. So yeah, no, there was nothing. There was no, like I said, there was none of this talk. None of this talk of anything of this story was until last August that we even knew anything about this. Just like the world.
Right? I guess one of the last things I would like to ask you is because everybody is speculating on her motivations, on her why she's doing this. Is she after money, fame, power? Is she looking for a movie deal, a television deal? What do you think her motivation is for all of this story, this entire thing, and how much it is blown up? What do you think her motives are for doing all of this?
I really don't know, because she has made it clear that she doesn't want money. Although she's kind of offered some money out on the table, like for instance, when I said $10 million, she said, "Oh, well, let's just make it 20. And we won't, take anything less than 15. It's like, oh, okay, well, hey, great. Of course I'm going to entertain that.
But did you think that was just talk, or that she actually had access to that kind of funding?
I didn't know what to think. So of course I'm going to entertain it. Right.
Wow. And Steve K is asking, oh no, wait, wrong question. I'm sorry. No is asking, Brian, have you ever suspected or dreamt of alien abductions?
Nope. I haven't. Not even after watching hours of shows before I went to bed.
Yeah, and somebody is asking me to ask you about Bigelow. Is it true that she mentioned Bigelow might step in and fund this whole adventure?
She said Bigelow Aerospace wanted to step in and buy this land, yes.
Well, I can contact them and see if that's accurate part of her story, or if they've never heard of her, right?
We'll
try to follow that up.
It's part of this must be true.
Yeah. So, what do you think is next for you? You're gonna listen to what she has to say tomorrow?
Of course, I can't wait. I hope she, accepts me in, or has good things to say. I'm like I said, I'm not trying to come here and be an enemy or slander her or make her look bad in any way. I'm just basically coming in here to say, here's the deal. This is the Wayne, and everybody stop looking for Wayne and Trisha. And
actually, if you could wait one moment, this is what I'm going to ask you to do, and this is important because it seems to me like you two have been going back and forth. You and your wife and her have been going back and forth, And you were very adamant that you want to come here and communicate some things directly to her tonight. So I'm going to solo you, and if you could say anything to her about this whole situation she put you and your family through, about the future of whatever she's trying to do, I would like you to just talk directly to her. What would you like to communicate to her?
Anjali, I guess all I can say is whatever journey you're doing and you're on, is stay on it, and you know, believe in what you believe in. But you just, you know, there's no reason to be dragging us into it and doing this to our life. So please just respect that. And that would be it. That'd be what I would like to say.
Excellent. And we're just boy, time flies. We're just hitting 2 hours. So I guess we're going to wrap things up here. And you've never done one of these interviews before. So what's going to happen is I'm going to throw you out. I'm going to throw you out of here, and then I'm going to do a quick wrap up. But listen, I want to tell you two things. Number one, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you coming here and doing this and bringing us the other side of the story. Well, really three things. And number two is you talked about being respectful towards her and not wanting to beat her up or wishing her any ill will. I applaud you for, how you've handled this, because one can understand that some people would get so pissed off that they would go scorched earth on her, creating this much drama and tension and anxiety in your life. You've handled it incredibly well. And the third thing I want you to know is that there's always an open door here. You're always welcome to come back. We can talk about something else, like your NDE experience or something else.
Well, thank you. That's great. I will come back. I got
right.
great things to talk about.
Well, we always need great guests here, and now you're famous. If nothing else, you made your internet. You are internet famous, Wayne.
I love it. Okay.
All right. Listen, and when I throw you out of here, you can just close down your browser or whatever. It won't affect me, just so you know. So I'm going to bounce you on out of here. Thank you very much for your participation. Everybody really wanted to hear from you tonight, and I'm so glad that we got this in the history books. Thank you again.
Likewise.
Thank your wife for me as well. You've got a beautiful wife. Lucky guy.
Very lucky man.
All right. You have a great night. Thank you, Brian. All right, friends, there we have it. What an incredible journey this has been so far. And now I'm certain that people may feel differently about Anjali and her stories of alien contact, having the benefit of hearing from a witness to the events that night, whose story largely incredibly contradicts Anjali's story. But the story isn't over yet, friends. And tomorrow night, I suppose Anjali will get her chance to respond to what Wayne had to say. And that will be tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And you are all most welcome to come here and hear from her about these new and latest developments. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. I especially want to thank our guest tonight, Brian, and thank his wife for loaning him to us for a little while. It's been my pleasure to bring you this important new development in the story, and we're going to continue to follow this story wherever it goes. Greetings and salutations, old friends, and I really hope some new friends find us tonight. And if you're a new friend to the show, or this is your first time tuning in and you're interested in strange and esoteric subjects, we're glad that you found us. Please be sure to hit that subscribe button and the notification bell to be notified of future live events and shows. So tonight we continue with what I guess I will call the very strange case of Anjali. Some time ago, a former military woman, a former Defense Intelligence Agency analyst, went to the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C. to hold a press conference. And there she told an incredible story of contact with extraterrestrials, with aliens of multiple species of aliens, I should say, that were in a base inside a mountain that she happened to visit. Last night, we heard the owner of the mountain's account of her version of events, which differs greatly from her original story. I thought it only fair to invite her to respond to questions and the differences in their versions of events. I should note that last night we heard from Wayne, whose real name is Brian in real life, and he cautioned her not to release private communications. However, shortly before broadcast, she posted something to send me, and I'm not sure how to handle that. First of all, it was shortly before broadcast that I was able to get to this information. And secondly, some of you are aware I'm visually impaired in the kind of small screenshots from phones and things, and that's the sort of thing that I would need to blow up before I could really read it. And there's also just issues with that. I mean, I'm a self-trained investigative journalist. I don't know how to handle that situation. First of all, it's shortly before broadcast. Second of all, I'm not sure I'm even allowed to read private communications between two people when both parties haven't consented for me to do so. And there's more issues with that. So for tonight, I'm going to have to lay that issue aside, but I want, in full transparency, I'm always honest with my audience. I want you to know that this is one of the issues here, because I feel that we're going to get into a sort of a he said, she said situation. And maybe there is something in these screenshots of their private texts and communications that would, give us a clearer understanding of who's being truthful and who's being deceptive here. But again, we're going to have to get back to that issue because of time constraints, and there's just issues with that situation. I would prefer to speak to Brian before I even read those things. I think that would be the fairest way to do it. So along with this, there is some other things that I'm finding out just to worthy of mention. Anjali recently appeared on an episode with one Whitley Strieber, and I'm told that Whitley Strieber was going to be sort of the go-between for some kind of deal between her and the mountain owner to do this expedition between her and Bigelow Aerospace. Whitley Strieber somehow had some involvement. So that's a new twist to the story, or so I'm told. I'm going to ask Anjali if that's accurate or not. But there was some mention by Anjali to Brian that Bigelow Aerospace would just pay him for the mountain, or pay him for access to the mountain, I suppose, which is another sort of new twist to the story. We've got to get into all of this tonight. Now, I want to also caution everyone that this story has really, really, it's resonated with some, and it has angered and emboldened other people to be less than kind to her or her supporters, or, this has been sort of an argument back and forth between the true believers and the true skeptics. And then I suppose people in between, I just mean to say that tonight we're inviting you here. So while I understand you may be passionate about this story and feel one way or the other, for the purposes of tonight's interview and conversation, please be respectful in the live chat. No personal attacks. You're fine to ask questions, but just be respectful of whatever it is that you say, especially directed at one of our guests. They take the time. She doesn't have to come here. They take the time, and they're really doing us a favor, opening themselves up to being questioned, some would say grilled, by me. Please be respectful. So with that said, friends, I'm going to welcome her in here. Welcome, Anjali.
Hello. Thank you, Stephen, for having me today. I appreciate it.
I felt like I was obligated to, because we've heard, some things that would maybe lead some people down another road.
Mm-hmm.
Heard your story and then heard Brian's account.
That's right.
So first, I just want to get your reaction to, if you reviewed what he had to say, just general reaction to his side of the story.
My general reaction is that it made me very sad. First, Stephen, you told me a few days ago that you had all of our screenshots of our conversations already. So I assumed that you had them.
Oh, I'm not sure that I said that. If I did, no, I didn't have screenshots of conversations between you two.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. The screenshots of our conversations.
Yeah, and I don't recall telling you that I had those, but if I did, I didn't have those. So
in Twitter, you said I have all the screenshots too. It was exactly what you said, and you can go back to your DMs and check that. So that's so I was a little confused when you said that you couldn't look at mine when I thought you already had them. So I don't really know what to do if we can't talk about any of the things that I've sent you, because they're all in reaction to the video that we had yesterday, or that I watched yesterday.
Well, we can talk about them. I just, I can't really share them. You can
no,
tell us.
I feel fine talking about it. I have no problem. After yesterday, it's, of course, there are certain personal things that I would never reveal about anybody, but in general, what I was most protective about was that no one would be able to find them. And so now he chose to come out and tell his recollection of the events, and has put his identity out there. And I know others have screenshots of this, of our conversations. So I'm sad, because when you read through the conversations that I sent you, most of the time what you hear is begging them to just talk to me about what they do remember. If you don't remember what I've said to you, what do you remember? You owe me some kind of explanation for what happened there. If you're saying that I am not telling the right events, you owe me an explanation. Time and again, Stephen, you can read in those messages where I'm begging them to just tell me what they do remember. So you can imagine.
I guess, but I do have to, just to play devil's advocate here. Like, first of all, do these people owe you anything? And you kind of involved their family in all of this drama for a long time now. Do they owe you any conversation or explanation? Or are they free to say, as they have been saying, like, we don't want anything to do with any of this?
They are free to say that they don't want anything to do with this. And they do owe me an explanation for what they remember that day. Because our first conversation that we had, you'll see that there are quite a few contradictions from what Brian is saying. And I know that some of that is, a lot of time has passed. According to what they were saying in this conversation that we had, they don't remember anything. They said many times, "Oh, we don't really remember. We were drunk. I was passed out. Yeah, we were drinking. We were all drinking alcohol. I wasn't drinking alcohol. I did not take any more cannabis at his house."
Okay, but now's a good time to ask you though. Were you on other forms of medication which may have interfered with the cannabis oil or amplified its effect, or
I sent them actually a screenshot that I sent you of the medications that I was on. If you'll give me just a moment, then. Oh, actually, I can remember them. What I had taken that day was Adderall and my my heart medication and famotidine, which is for some spasms that I have in my esophagus. The other medication that I had was Cymbalta that I take when I go to bed at night, and Flexibro as needed. That was also for when I was at home in bed. And that was all I was on. So
okay, but doesn't that kind of differ from your original account? I remember asking you if you're on any drugs. Maybe you just thought I meant illegal drugs, because
yeah.
I mean, I got to be honest with you. I'm no pharmacologist, but you just mentioned that you were on a stimulant, a sleep medication, a muscle relaxer, and something else.
No, I didn't. No, you are incorrect. And again, this is a problem with everybody on the internet who thinks they're suddenly a doctor because they recognize a few things.
Well, let's both take a step back, because I'm not trying to be difficult here, but you did just mention that you're on like 4 different medications that are all of different types. And we add that to this cannabis oil and your original account saying I wasn't on any drugs. I got a little bit of a problem with that, because, my hypothesis has been that, listen, I respect that you believe you had an experience, and it's not my position to say that you didn't. I just have felt that your experience was somewhat related to a drug event, or a combination of drug events. And you know how I know that, Anjali? Because no, you know how I know that you may have some weird, strange experiences when you're on a bunch of different drugs, is because I was in rock bands for 20 years. I've been there. I've done these things. If it was a pill you could take, something you could smoke, a hallucinogen you could eat, I did it. And I had some strange shit happen to me that if I were not just cognizant of the fact that it was drug induced and related, I may decide I had an experience very similar to yours.
Listen, I don't take drugs. When you asked me if I was on any drugs, I said no. I don't take drugs. When you asked me if I was on any psychedelics, I said no. I don't take psychedelics. I never have denied that I was on any kind of prescription medications.
But there's Reddit posts of you describing taking hallucinogenic drugs. This is where we get into the...
There is one post, and this is such a dead horse. You want to beat it some more? We can beat it. And that's fine. I mean, it's a waste of your airtime because we're just spinning our wheels over the same thing that's been resolved and talked about a dozen times. And I can say it again, and nobody's going to believe it, but let's do it. One time I had a powder that a friend of mine gave me that he said was developed. It's a synthetic mushroom. I don't really know very much about it. It was a powder form. I had a little bit. It was not around Brian's house. It wasn't even the same year as Brian's house.
No, I understand that. But what we're talking about is the fact that there's lots of inconsistencies. You said, I've never done any hallucinogens. Well, except for this one time, this is a problem. That's all.
I said, I don't take drugs and I don't do hallucinogens. One time, and I've already said it, one time.
Okay.
One time, Stephen. That's it. And I don't even know what a trip is because I didn't have one. That's the bizarre thing. I didn't even have one. So the cannabis did not cause this experience to occur. I remember the inside of his house. I can describe everyone who was there. I know where I was sitting. I know that Stacy was awake the entire night. Okay, I know she was. She says she was, at one point she said she was drunk and passed out. Another time she was sleeping. And then she said that she went to bed and it was just Brian and I. None of that is true. None of it. I'm just like, excuse me, that is not what happened. She did not go to bed. Did not. She was up until I left. So I don't know how to explain that. I don't know.
Okay, but that's like, don't you think that's kind of a little thing? Like maybe he just remembers she went to bed and you remember she didn't, and that really doesn't have any bearing on his story. That first of all, there's no tunnel on his land, and we did a walk around yesterday off air. There's no tunnels on his land. There's no tunnel. There's no cave. There's no entrance. There's nothing, obscuring what could be a hidden entrance that I saw. And yeah, I'm not an expert, but I mean, don't you think that these details are a lot more important than what time somebody went to bed that night? Because she refutes most of your story and agrees with her husband about the sequence of events, not your sequence of events.
Of course. Yes, I understand. What we have, you need to look at our first conversation. I know you haven't had any time to read the transcripts, but that conversation was much more productive than he has been leading you to believe. First of all, he talks in it about the 2 tunnels that he's digging. He says that he doesn't know exactly why he's doing it. And you hear him say that. You hear her say that she was drunk and passed out. You hear them numerous times saying they don't remember anything that night. I didn't say that.
Well, this is a good time to ask you, because I'm not sure if you're aware, but what you took is something called Rick Simpson oil. And one of the side effects, well-known side effects, especially if in a concentrated or big dose, is impaired memory. So maybe they were suffering from impaired memory because of the Rick Simpson oil that you guys were all dosing yourselves with.
Except they dosed themselves more than once, to his claim. I did not. And I seem to be the one who has more of a memory of that night than either one of them. And this was never supposed to be. We were never supposed to be where we are right now. This is like for me, I was relieved at first when it came forward. I was like, whoa, good. Okay, now I don't have to be so concerned about somebody trying to find them and ending up on their property or, just whatever. I've been trying to mend what had upset them and tried to give them space. And there have been a lot of mischaracterizations. And I think that it is important. You say they're irrelevant details. Well, if they're irrelevant, then why did you do a whole show on them? Because it was your show that all these irrelevant details came up. So tell me, are they relevant or not, Stephen?
I think maybe we're confusing things. I think all of it is relevant, but I think that the more important details are the most relevant. Like there's no tunnel there. Like this is a good point brought up by J-Mod. Thank you, J-Mod. Mixing cannabis oil and Adderall can cause increased risk of psychosis and hallucinations, according to the internet. And yes, I was going to bring that up, J-Mod. So, we originally it couldn't have been drugs that caused hallucinations, but you yourself have admitted that you were on Adderall and you took this very strong THC-infused Simpson oil.
Yes.
And it's well known that can cause hallucinations. So, and again, I get that you believe that you had a genuine experience, but when we get to the part where there's no tunnel, Anjali, there's no tunnel entrance. There's no big archway in his house that's a teleportation machine. There's no human-looking aliens that anybody else saw. There's no gray aliens anybody else saw. There's no purple mantis being that everybody else saw.
Want to tell me what happened, or did you want me to talk? I don't understand what.
I'm just trying to get to this. It's like, isn't that important detail? That doesn't exist. None of that exists except in your imagination, Anjali. None of that exists.
Okay, then we're done. If you're just going to yell at me.
I can't. I'm just trying to get to this. Isn't this relevant that none of that exists? Let's both take a step back. You're right. We're both getting too passionate about this. And I love a passionate woman, Anjali. So I apologize. Oh, Well, Anjali has dropped from the stream, friends. And I had a feeling that she might. I don't think that there's much left she can do here but jive and dance, and I suppose try to justify her belief in her experience. And I'm sorry if I upset her. It was not my intention. And I'm sorry. I mean, I tried to bring this interview to you. She's free to come back on. We can both take a breath and try to start over. I'm willing to do that. But I've got a lot more questions, difficult questions that she probably doesn't want to answer. The truth is that I in all honesty, have to say that I believe that she's a very manipulative woman. Recently, she got caught up in a scandal of posting fake pictures of UFOs on the internet or on Twitter. And most people looking at these really hokey, obviously computer-generated image, fake UFO videos, it was still images, actually, instantly said these are so fake, but she insisted that somebody had sent these to her, and there became this whole story around this. Well, you know what? Hey, Anjali, you don't want to talk? I'm going to talk by myself then, right? One moment, please, friends. Please bear with me. So there is UFO Interest did somebody else's offering. Oh, so Brian offered to come on if she would drop the call. I guess he's watching, and sure, I mean, if he wants to, I'm not giving up on the show. But here's what I got for you. I have 1 second. I'm just going to send Anjali a message saying, I apologize. Let's try again. Let's try again. I'll try and be kinder or gentler. I don't know. Kinder. I'll try to be kinder or gentler. I don't know. All right. All right. So hopefully I can find this quickly. I wasn't planning on sharing this, but with a guest missing, what can you do? Here we go. And I'm going to share this in the spirit of fair use, and I hope that UFO Interest doesn't mind. But this tells the story of this latest scandal she got caught up in. And remember I mentioned that I think that she's really tried to manipulate me. Several different times in several different ways, I felt like she was trying to manipulate me. This latest time, well, the first time was when she lied to me about the Wayne we found, but it turned out that wasn't the real Wayne. She just lied to my face and said that we had the right guy, but please don't release his information. And it turns out she lied. We had the wrong guy. She didn't want us to keep digging and find the real guy. But I'm telling you, some really good investigators like Charlie Weiser and James A. Conrad jumped on the case and found alternates once we found out that she had misled us, and they found him, or we believe we did, and then it was confirmed that we did. We heard that interview last night. So she has tried to manipulate me, I believe, this is my personal speculation, away from this Wayne, whose real name is Brian. She has tried to have me tell the story her way. And I guess tonight that ended because I have a Post-it note in front of me, right on my computer, that says, don't let her manipulate you anymore. And that's where we're at, friends. And that's where I found myself tonight. So we're going to cite fair use, and we're going to share this UFO Interests video about this latest controversy Anjali has been caught up in. But before we do that, I mentioned she was manipulative. She messaged me and tried to get me to come out and like defend her for sharing fake UFO videos and UFO pictures. You know, like, would you look, here's the screenshots of the people that sent me this, and people are saying that I faked this and made this up. Can you tell everybody that you saw these screenshots? And then, that these people really did send me these images and I didn't make that up. What I'm gonna come out and defend you for sharing fake UFO pictures. And they were so obviously fake that, I don't get it. I do not get it. All right, so we're going to cite fair use. This is a transformative work. I'm going to share a UFO interest video titled Epic Fail, UFO Taken Over Brooklyn. And by the way, that was the shortest interview in my career. Oh, man. Oh, these things happen. Look, we roll with the punches here. I'm still doing a show, and it's going to be all about Anjali. But yeah, I guess you're only going to hear my side of the story because she doesn't want to submit to any more questions. Maybe we can interview Whitley Strieber. This is what she posts. Stop what you're doing and look at the pics taken today. Except they weren't. And my thanks to UFO Interest. I hope he doesn't mind me sharing his video. You can go over there and subscribe to him. Just search for UFO Interest. He debunks a lot of this garbage. Here's how a hoax promoter thinks and works. If you want to gain more visibility, tell a fake story about a UFO sighting, but don't expose yourself. Better to refer to an anonymous source. A friend, a cousin, a wife's friend, a friend of a friend of a friend of mine. Sure. Here's how Anjali's fake story circulated on Twitter. She says, stop what you're doing and look at these pics today by my friend's wife at work. These appear authentic. No Photoshop or similar images. My beings are beautiful. Here's one of those pictures. I don't know. To me, as soon as I looked at this, it's so obviously Photoshop, CGI. I couldn't believe that anybody would share this as something that's supposed to be real. I spoke with my friend who offered a video to show that his wife took those pics on her phone camera, not screenshots. She said this morning that her office mates claimed to have seen the craft on Monday as well, which corroborates the day the video posted. Here's the backstory exposed on Twitter, forcing that user to delete her thread. And of course, this is Anjali. Those pics were just still images of a CGI video published on Instagram 4 days earlier by Nelson Werstrom, 3D animator and graphic artist. Busted! Busted! You're busted! So fake. And UFO Interest, to his credit, he tracked down the source. It's CG artist Neil Werstrom, who posted this on TikTok 4 days earlier. So I guess, I don't know, did she just take stills of it and post it and start talking about aliens and her great sources giving her real pictures of UFOs taking over Brooklyn? Or is it a hoax? What do you think? Let me know in the comments. I know what I think. In fact, I'm sure of what I think. So what can I say, friends? We were set to interview Anjali today. She bounced on out of here. She didn't like the way that I was asking questions. I've apologized. I've sent her a message saying I apologize. Let's try again. I'll try to be kinder or gentler. I don't know. And so far, she hasn't popped back on here. But Wayne offered to pop back on here. Not Wayne. His real name is Brian from last night. So you know what? That's what I'm going to do. Brian, if you're listening, I'm going to copy the invitation. And you know what else? This is another thing, how I got manipulated. I got told that the only way that she would agree to the interview at all is if I had no co-hosts, no other panel members, no surprise guests, and it would just be me and her. Now, I don't know if I would call that manipulative, but it sure is taking some of the tools out of my belt there. You know, I could have had a surprise guest that popped on and got you her real good, but she didn't want to, risk that. So she had to set this is some rules. And you know what? Though I thought, well, maybe that's fair. I don't like it, but I'll agree to it. Again, a form of manipulation so that the story gets told her way. And did you notice in this interview when she was not able to control the narrative, how angry she got? I think that might speak volumes about Miss Anjali. So just bear with me for a moment, friends, because I'm a one-man army here. I'm my own producer. I'm my own guest booker and musician for the show. We do it all here. I got to find Brian's... I got Brian's email here, and I'm going to send him an invitation. I'll just say, here you go, Brian. People did say that they wanted him to join a cult because they'd rather join his than hers yesterday. But, not that this is a popularity contest. Okay, Anjali says, I have no desire to let someone scream at me that nothing I experience is real while on their show. You behave so poorly, I am not coming back on. And that's from Anjali. Okay, you lose. I'm done. You lose, Anjali. You lost. You lost this. Bad. This looks real bad for you. Real bad, because last night somebody just came on here and destroyed your entire story. Ripped it to shreds, and the whole house of cards came crashing down for the shit show that it was. And you don't want to come here and answer real questions. No, you want to come here and manipulate me and make me do it your way and make me be way too kind to you. You know what? I have been kind to you. Everybody commented. People have commented about how respectful and kind I have been to you. While you're manipulating me, while you're lying to my face, while you're trying to get me to do the whole thing your way. No, I think that people can see what's happening here. And, I'm glad you did that, because I don't have to be nice no more. Okay? You just fucked the whole show because you don't want to answer a few questions. Okay? Then I don't have to be nice to you at all. Those UFO pictures you shared were a joke. And why didn't your alien friends tell you they were fake? Could it be because they don't exist? Why would your alien buddies let you be embarrassed and look like an asshole sharing obviously fake UFO photos if you're supposed to be some kind of angelic ambassador to the aliens? Wouldn't they know better? Wouldn't they go, you know what? We better tell our Anjali girl that those are fake. Don't share them. No, that's not what happened. They just let you look like an asshole all over the internet? Is that how this works? These love and light galactic beings love you, and you're like buddy with them, right? And they're 4D, 5D, 9D, and they're gonna help you help humanity with ascension, right? But what do we get? What do we get? We get you're giving us obviously fake UFO pictures that what'd you do? Steal them from the guy from Tinder and just make screenshots of them and put them up? These alien photos are real. My alien friends are so beautiful. My alien friends are so beautiful. Look, there's no similar pictures anywhere on the internet of this. No. But there's a video of where you got it all over TikTok. I mean, look, did I raise my voice? She said I yelled at her. I think I got a little too passionate there. And for that, I apologize. Because, I guess some of this has been building for a while. Like, what? And listen, last night we heard about this woman who was willing to drag an entire family through all of this garbage, right? Like, people might find your house. People might, some crazy filmmaker who's looking for a television deal about my story is so nutty and out of control that he may go to your house and do drone flights all over your house,
looking for the alien mountain. You might need to worry about that. She put this couple through that. Or even just imagine you're sitting on your couch one day and some woman you met 3 years ago is at the Lincoln Memorial telling everybody that she met aliens at your house. This shit is crazy. And you know what? Here's what I got to say. I love the story because it is crazy, but this just gets weirder and weirder. Now we got Whitley Strieber involved in this. He's brokering a deal between Bigelow, the billionaire, UFO. I don't know. Would you call Bigelow a UFO researcher or would you call him a UFO funder? Bob Bigelow is a billionaire and he's got all kinds of money and he throws money around trying to learn the truth about aliens. He has funded all these different researchers, groups of people researching aliens and UFOs, everything. So somehow Anjali weaves into her story that Bigelow is going to put up all the money and give it to Brian so that we can all learn the truth about those aliens. And it gets better because Whitley Strieber of the book Communion fame is also involved, and he's going to help broker the deal between Bigelow Aerospace and Brian, the guy with the mountain with the alien base inside it. Friends, I wanted to ask her all about that. I'm going to ask, look, I don't even know how to contact Whitley Strieber. Not really a fan, but I'm reaching out to Whitley Strieber then. You want me to follow this story, Anjali? I'm going to follow the story. And then we're going to make a detailed list. Lied about this, check. 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 Have you not seen any of my deep dives? Are you that dumb? Whatever. Bounce off the show. I had a lot more questions for you. Questions like, don't you owe that couple an apology? That nice couple that you put through all this nonsense due to your UFO delusions? Do you owe the community, the UFO community, apology because you lied through your teeth saying that these other people saw the aliens or were in on the aliens, they were in the tunnel with you, all this nonsense, and none of that's true. Do you owe everybody an apology for lying to everybody? I would think so. I have not heard back from Brian with an invitation, but you know what? He texted me. I'm going to tell him I emailed that to him. 1 second, friends. Maybe we can get Brian to come. I emailed the link to your email. Or you know what we're going to do? We are going to open up the show then. You know what? We'll have a panel show and everybody can come here and we can all have a conversation or a discussion. She says, you're so mean. Why did I even try? Leave me alone. You didn't want to hear from me. I'm not your effing punching bag. Okay. Look, you can look, like I said, let's both take a step back. Come back. You can come back. Try to have a conversation here. But I'm not pulling any punches no more, Anjali. You've manipulated me long enough. I'm not pulling any punches tonight, right? And the minute you saw that, you bounced out of here. You bitched out. Tail between your legs. Shit, I can't handle real Stephen Campion. I can only handle kind and gentle Stephen Campion that I manipulated into being so kind and gentle to me. And what are we left with, right? What are we left with? We're left with a woman whose story just fell apart, and I'm the bad guy. Remember, listen, if all else fails in the UFO community, just blame Stephen Campion. He's the dickhead, right? I'm the bad guy here. Why am I the bad guy? Because I said from the start of this thing that I believe that this Anjali had a drug-induced hallucination. That's what I believed from the very beginning. I said it right from the start of this story. And I was the bad guy for that. And no, she had to come on here and explain that, no, she wasn't on any drugs, she said. She wasn't on any drugs. And then we found out we just found out she's on like 5 different drugs besides the cannabis. Or was it 4 different drugs besides the cannabis oil? And one of those drugs, Adderall and cannabis oil, can cause hallucinations.
But remember, I'm the bad guy for I'm pointing these things out. I'm sorry, but facts tend to matter when you're telling fantastical fairy tales with zero evidence, zero proof, zero corroboration. She claimed she had corroborating witnesses. And last night we saw the corroborating witnesses to her story refute most of everything she said. But I'm the bad guy. It's my fault, right? And goddamn Steve Cambion with your facts and your evidence and with your tracking down my corroborating. She acted happy that we found Brian and he could come and tell his side. You think she was happy about that shit? No way. She was stewing all night listening to him break her story apart, rip it to shreds. Maybe she came here a little bit angry too. You know, I'm not the only angry human on planet Earth. I'm not the only person passionate enough about these things to get a little heated, you know, to maybe raise my voice a little bit, maybe not be as kind as I could be. But, you know, I thought Miss Anjali, Love and Light, would just forgive me and we could be okay, right? Love and light and forgiveness. I forgive her for what I believe was her trying to manipulate me through this whole shit show, right? I forgive her, you know, no hard feelings, but I'm not going to hold my tongue. I'm not going to be manipulated into covering the story her way anymore. You know what I'm going to do? Like I said, we're going to follow the facts and the evidence, right? We'll chart. Lied about this, lied about that, lied about this, lied about that. You know, I almost don't even have to because there's a blog full of that already that Charlie Weiser has done. And if you'll just excuse me for a moment, I'm getting a lot of incoming messages and I'm not quite sure. Some of them might be important right at this moment. So you'll have to bear with me 1 second, friends. Yeah, not important. But I did get a text from Brian, so we'll see what Brian had to say. And Brian, of course, if you are aware of the story, is the infamous Wayne of Wayne and Trisha, one of her corroborating witnesses. Hold on 1 second. I cannot see you. No, Brian, I cannot see you there in my drop out. Hold on, I'll send you a new link. I'm going to send Brian a new link. You know what? We'll get him back. Had a good conversation yesterday. We'll get Wayne back. Remember, Anjali's story is that Wayne is the person that owned the mountain. I'm sending you the link once again, Brian, and you want to pop out, close down your browser, restart your browser, and then go to the new link I just sent you in the email. And by the way, here's what we're going to do. I'm putting the link. You know what? Anjali's not ruining the party here because there's a lot of people that have information. How about this? How about we do it this way? Anjali, we try to do it the nice way. You can sit here. We can have a talk, right? I'm not doing it. You bailed. And you bailed. I didn't bail, right? So we're going to do it this way. Anybody that has any information or anything to say about Anjali, and now I got you, Brian. Great. You're welcome to come on the show. We're going to have a panel discussion about all this. And I think that maybe she'll be surprised, actually, with some of the things, you know, people's opinions and how, you know, I think a lot of the tables have turned on her. She doesn't understand that people are sick of people making up fake stories and trying to get rich and famous, selling fake stories. And her story has just come crashing down. She's not happy about that. But here's what I'm going to do. We're going to send in the clowns, friends. That's right. No, I'm kidding. Maybe not. You never know who's going to show up when I do this. I'm always hesitant to do this. But here's what I'm going to do, friends. I am putting the invitation to join the show tonight right in the live chat. That's right. All you need is a webcam. A pair of headphones really does help. You know, microphone, If you have a Zoom or, Skype setup or whatever you usually use, it'll probably work. I'm going to just put invitation to join the show. And there's the invitation. And please, no nudity. No nudity. That's the one rule, okay? No nudity. Anybody is welcome. Believers, skeptics. We'll try to be respectful and have a good conversation. And now, standing by in my green room, he's coming to rescue, so I like this guy better already. Last night we interviewed him. Brian, welcome in.
Hey, thanks for having me back.
Hey, man, that didn't go too good, bro.
He seems to be a little upset.
Was I really nasty though? Do you think, or was she just frazzled?
I don't think you're nasty. I think she was on the defense right away, and I mean, if like you said, if I didn't remember exactly the order of who went to sleep where, well, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry about those little small.
Yeah, that's my point. Was like, isn't the alien stuff the important details that we should be focusing on here? But I think she doesn't have much, so she's got to try to pick apart your side of the story. Like, no, she didn't go to bed at this time. She went to bed at this time. See, he's a liar. It doesn't. That's her. That was her. I think that was her level of, line of attack here, and it felt real flat to me.
It was pretty hardcore. The part where I owe her an explanation, I'm real confused about that. I don't know what explanation I owe her, especially after she just basically told everybody what she was on. So I was right. There was pharmaceuticals involved that I did not know about. I didn't even think to ask anybody, hey, man, are you on any kind of pharmaceuticals before I dose you with my amazing oil?
Brian's got the best oil. Yo, Brian, I'm coming to your house and you're going to dose me and I'm going to look for that tunnel. Okay? You're going to get dosed up and look for those aliens, bro.
Now, I've been doing that for a long time.
Getting dosed and looking for aliens?
Yeah, looking for the tunnels,
I'm glad that listen, Brian, you don't know this, but I'm an asshole sometimes. So listen,
aren't we all?
No, but I mean, like, I should talk to you about something off air, but I'm going to talk to you about it right now because it's fun. Okay. I happen to have a friend and a friend of the show that lives right near you, and he's got good cameras and things. Yeah. And so he's offered to be sort of our West Coast correspondent. And if you'll allow him, he would like to go there and have you show him around the mountain so we can all see that none of the shit that she said was there is there.
I'd love it. We can do that.
Great. Awesome.
We can go ahead and even go a little bit.
And we're going to do that. How about that, Anjali? You don't want to answer a few questions? I'm sending somebody with a goddamn camera to this guy's house to prove how full of shit you are. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm getting upset. But I'm glad because now Brian's going to let us have access. Oh, you and your expedition. Here's another thing, Brian. This is great. Her and her goddamn expedition. She's going to hype this thing up for a year, post 18 Twitter polls, who should be allowed in and who shouldn't be. I was one of the people on that list, and I got voted off of her expedition. But how about this? We're going to do our own goddamn expedition, Anjali. That's what we're going to do.
We
got cameras, equipment.
Is how come we didn't get to know anything about this expedition?
Yeah,
we knew nothing. We didn't have a list. Crazy. We didn't even know. We didn't know shit. So
look who we have. Look, proof will let anybody on this show.
What are we doing?
Goof on Lives and Goof on Radio.
Nice to meet you, Wayne. Brian.
Nice to meet you as well.
You know what? If you can find the clip, he did a funny thing with a mask, pretending to be you, talking about the aliens in the mountain.
That's right. I could find it, but you weren't bad. You weren't mean to her. She kept interrupting you every time you made a good point. She's like, well, wait. And you're like, shut up. It's like, let me speak. Let me say something important that needs to be heard. And she just tried to divert the conversation every time she does that. So
yeah, well,
you weren't mean.
I think that she knew that I wasn't going to be like kid gloves. I do regret though. I think I should have been like I should have went in a little softer so that it wouldn't have been a 10-minute interview. Maybe I don't know. Shortest interview of my life.
Well, she was pissed off anyway. She was already mad when she got on. I mean,
from the get-go.
She was angry. Obviously, with me, she said she was hurt about something, but whatever the explanation is that I owe.
We have Derek joining us.
The only explanation I can think of is I got to watch my doses to folks.
I got to get me some of that oil. What is it called again?
It's called Rick Simpson oil. It's really good for you.
Rick Simpson oil. I'm writing that down.
How you doing, Derek?
Hi, Derek.
Hello,
What's up,
hello.
Derek?
I think you got a bad connection because you're like
Oh, this is a
real
little better.
choppy. There you go.
Oh,
this is a little better, and he popped. And he popped off. This is the shortest interview of my life. Thank you two for jumping on. I feel bad for the audience because everybody wanted to see her answer questions and and tell her side of the story, and now she kind of scampered off and she took her marbles and she went home. Man, that's not fun. That's not fair.
Yeah, she waited for the first sign of trouble and she got out. And what did we expect her to say? Yeah, there's nothing she could defend at this point, my opinion. Yeah, after last night's show with Brian. I mean, that's it for me.
That's it for
And then the picture. And then that picture. Thing, oh my God, it was awful.
Yeah.
I don't see her progressing in this field, but you know what? Unfortunately, she will still have the followers that feel bad for her. She's such a nice lady. She's so delicate. She's like a flower. No, she's worse. She's a weed. She keeps popping up everywhere. She'll never go away. You can never get rid of her. She's going to put out this book that she's been writing since she was 6 years old. It's going to make her, popular, like Elizondo. In a bad way, though.
Yeah, somebody brought up a good point. Somebody wanted me to ask Brian, have you ever authorized her to do the expedition? And did you know anything about the popularity contest she was holding on Twitter to decide who was going to be in the expedition?
We were watching that. We were watching that from the sidelines, but we didn't know the extent of it. We talked about we discussed the expedition. But that's when we were discussing money too, you know what I mean? So it came to kind of a halt when there was no money involved. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and just stop my life and let people drive up my road and
just to verify, that's another crazy part of the story, Brian, because apparently Whitley Strieber of the book Communion fame was going to be involved with brokering some kind of a deal between you and Bigelow Aerospace.
That's what I heard. So show me the money. Show me the money.
And maybe she thinks that nobody's going to get to Whitley Strieber and ask him if that's really true. But I will, or I will do my due diligence to try.
Well, you know what? I'm willing to go ahead and deal directly with them. I'm cool. If we're this far,
Brian's still looking for the $20 million payout that he got promised, right?
It's already started. We might as well, see what happens.
We're progressing in this field, but you know what? Unfortunately, she will still have.
You got your headphones on?
She'll still have her followers, I think he was saying. Yep.
Okay.
I was left in suspense.
Yeah.
She's definitely got supporters that will support her even after this. I mean, she can come up with all the bullshit she wants, and they will still stick with her. And say,
and they can stick with her. That's fine.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, that's right. There were some concerns in the comments there the other day about you there, Brian, and about your safety and stuff. I mean, think of this. I mean, the internet's looking for you. What the hell are you supposed to feel like? I mean, that's scary in my point of view or in my eyes. I mean, how was it for you, though? I mean, how was it for you? I'm asking you, how was it for you to have half the internet, half of ufology looking for you?
It's been pretty stressful. It really is. This is kind of a relief, just, I mean, in a sense. But yeah, it's still a little stressful because she seems very unstable to me. So who knows what can happen here? You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
especially after this little. I mean, how she acted right there. I mean, that was obviously she's pissed off, and she's not gonna take any whatsoever criticism. She acted right there. I mean, that was.
Well, you have a lot of friends out here now. I've seen so many comments, so many people
Yeah,
saying, "Hey, thanks."
You.
Yeah, a lot, man, a lot.
So I
Thank
guess,
you.
I guess I got some followers now too, right?
Yeah, see, there you go. You need to make a YouTube now, so don't you?
Yeah, well, I guess this is what it's going to have to be. That's fine.
Was Anjali saying that Brian, that you were lying about a lot of stuff, like there's an alien base there, but you're just hiding it?
That's what she's saying, but that's a crock of shit. I mean, that's
and also, Brian, just so you know, she sent me all of your private communications.
Yeah, and that's fine.
But listen, don't you think this is? Everybody can chime in on this. Like a half hour before I'm supposed to interview her, she sends me all your private communications. Who you just said you don't want her to release any of that, and now she's sending it to me. So I didn't know how to feel about that or what to even do about that.
There's really no reason to share our previous conversations of manipulated bullshit. How about that? I mean, because if anything was any kind of something sounding good, it was just a lie anyway. The bottom line is, it doesn't really matter what conversations we had or how great they may have seemed or anything like that. When her and my wife started having words and pissing off my wife to that extent, then there's all deals are off. That's just the way it is. That's just it. I don't care. You know what I mean? It's what I don't even really know all the things that have been, all the dirty things. How about that? I don't know all the things that she's done. I've only known things that, what I'm shown.
Well, she apparently tried to capitalize on it, creating this obviously fiction, something in her head, and then she's saying, "Oh, this really happened." I'm sure at some point later, and people have mentioned this too, that she'll just go ahead and say, "Well, but I dreamed it. It was in a dream state," and this is her excuse. But that gives her no right to go ahead and make you a private individual, part of her little scheme, her little story. I mean, that's not only rude, that's probably illegal. I mean, I don't know I ain't no lawyer or nothing.
Yeah, well, that was my other concern is like, do I need to like talk to a lawyer before I even read these? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, they're not my, like he didn't consent for that, for me to get that. And we have welcome Mike from Philly. I'm sorry about that. Welcome Mike from Philly.
What's up, Mike?
He turned his camera off. Okay, there we go.
What's up, Mike?
So just to add to all this, we got absolutely nothing to hide as far as conversations, text, anything like that, because we're not trying to bullshit anybody. And in any conversation you would ever see of us, it would actually be, maybe it might have to come to that, but until our lawyers tell us what's up, we'll just hang on to that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but it was interesting that she included a screenshot where she was telling you these were the drugs that I was on. Besides,
why did that
oil.
come out all this time until right now? I mean, it was almost as you pulled that out of her in an act of desperation or some shit, like this whole time you're sober. Bullshit. We've been on the sidelines this whole time thinking, what a crock of shit. If we were all buzzed in one way or another. Maybe she wasn't drinking alcohol. Probably so. Whatever. Pharmaceuticals like that and some good cannabis oil, buddy. You better not drink. You better not.
She wasn't hallucinating. It's all made up.
Well, that's the question too.
Up.
How much of this was just for profit only? How much of it was for notoriety? How much of it was for fun? Who knows? I mean, where's the point where this was all for profit, or this is what I dreamed?
She's been talking about aliens since she was a baby.
Yeah.
She knows how to talk about it in a way that's very manipulative. She knows.
And that's it. Her training does. And she posted about this on her Reddit. She boasted about being able to lie to people and successfully do it, and actually part of it was how she managed to do it. So this falls right in line with what, and that's it. She'll deny everything that was said back in those Reddit posts, right, before she got banned or whatever, for whatever reason, but it's still there to this day. And you can't say that you didn't ever try drugs because you said it way back then, and that's when she got pissed at Steven here. She obviously.
Yeah, but I can't lie. I regret going in that hot. I should have calmed down for a lot longer. So
she had
I apologize. I apologize to the audience because I'm sure they would have preferred to hear more from her. And now she's going to have to go do the UFO circle jerk softball shows to tell her side, and we're not going to get anybody ever again like me allowed to ask her real and hard questions.
Right.
Yeah, because anytime she's pressed, I swear to God, you can see the fire in her eyes, and she just all of a sudden she just changes. Like a split personality. And I don't want to make fun of people that have that, but I swear to God that's what I see in her.
Somebody just sent me this live. It says YouTuber exposes ufology liar. It's Mysterion sent this to me. It was a cocktail of meds that made her hallucinate the whole thing. Breaking news.
Right at the timestamp too. Perfect.
Yeah, there we go.
It has begun.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, and that's not good enough. That doesn't warrant a press conference. Does that job care that I got high? And why should I care that she got high?
I'm gonna do a press conference tomorrow.
Is she gonna buy my book about my experience? Getting high.
So Brian, thank you very much for coming on and explaining this stuff.
Especially with Adderall.
So many people were looking forward to that, and she still has her little, small group that believe her, regardless of what nonsense she speaks. But we tried to be nice to her, but apparently that doesn't work. So I'm going to speak for the audience and say thank you very much for coming forward with this, Brian.
Thanks for having me. I hope it helped out a lot of people.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
Big time.
Yeah, because you might have saved us from listening to fairy tales for 3 years before we found this out. Sometimes it takes a long time for these stories to unravel.
It was hard for me to keep quiet. It was. Because I'm not, I've never done anything like this so, and I didn't really want to be, have to do all that, I guess, you know what I mean? So, but the more bullshit that I was seeing, you guys.
I think we all saw her coming from a mile away.
From day one.
Yeah. Okay.
What would have happened? What would happen if you said nothing at all and you just, stayed anonymous or as best you could? Do you feel that you would have been safer then, or are you safer now, or is there any difference at all?
Well, I think I'm safer now. Number one, because I put myself out there, who I am. So I'm not. I don't know if that's good or bad.
She hallucinated a scheme. She hallucinated a scheme to have a book and a cult and be adopted by the phenomena community, as she says. I was just rewatching the press conference.
Yeah, we can watch it right now if you guys want to.
Let's do it.
I have a question for
The
Brian.
part about the tall whites was edited out of her official story. She said she saw two different races of beings, the Greys, and then she also saw the tall whites. That has been eradicated off her own official video. There's a jump cut. It's a very obvious jump cut about a half an hour into the video, and I found that strange that now that's gone, because it just sounds too much like Edward Bulwer Lytton's The Coming Race, which influenced Hitler and the Thule Society. It's Nazi philosophy, tall whites, Aryans, the Nordics. These are supposedly higher beings. What are higher beings doing down in a supposed tunnel or cave? It's all in The Coming Race. It's the same thing. It's from a long time ago. It's fiction, and it's fiction. And Hitler got Nazis off of that and everything. So I wanted to pop in and say, if it was just a hallucination, it's a pretty elaborate hoax.
Brian,
as
you
well.
never talked to Ryan Gordon, right? The guy who said he was going to make the no.
Nope, I haven't talked to anybody. The only people that we've talked to is really Charlie Weiser and Steve in here.
Okay.
And now you guys.
Yeah, that's a guy who says that he's paid $1,000 for an interview with an original Wayne.
Yeah,
But he
I back.
That was pretty wild.
I backlinked him to go ahead and see where it come from and stuff. And none of what Ryan said was true.
One at a time. One at a time.
Worldwide, a lot of people are into it, but it's Ascended Masters, and it's Theosophy disguised, the I Am movement, and Lighthouse Ministries.
Let's see that you got that on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, Stephen.
Yeah, I'm getting it right now. And well, you know what? Listen, I just want to tell everybody. I want to thank everybody for their kind and generous
I
super
got to
chat
jump up. I
donations.
just wanted to pop in and say congratulations. That was hilarious. Anjali, you're busted.
Oh
Good
no,
seeing you guys.
Good seeing
Right
you.
on.
See you, Fred.
Right on, Brian.
All right,
See you, Rob.
Rich,
Right on, Fred.
see you guys.
All right, I'll throw you out of here. There we go. Yeah. So I want to take a minute to thank. This is a viewer-supported show, and if you're tired of seeing the UFO circle jerk and guys that aren't going to ask hard questions, aren't going to do crazy things like find the corroborating witness to the story and rip it to shreds with his help, like, this is good work that we're doing here, and we're a viewer-supported show. I want to thank all the kind and generous super chat donators. We didn't read any of them yet. I will do it at the end of the show, I promise. We will, continue the discussion for a while here, and then I'll throw everybody out and just read the super chats and thank each and every one of you. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Now let's get to the. I'm kind of afraid to play this, but we'll get into it.
You'll be fine. Yeah, you're fine.
It's fair use. Wait, put up the fair use banner. 1 second.
Make it official.
Yeah. Okay, so this is, and I'm going to verbalize it as well. This is fair use. This woman put this out there, and this is a newsworthy event. After all, it involves contact with extraterrestrial beings and a press conference at the Lincoln Memorial. So we're going to be sharing her original press conference where she made all these fantastical claims. We'll be discussing it. We'll be educating the public about it. This is fair use, friends. 1 second. Got it. All right, here we go. So here's her original press conference. And by the way, she has said that she's not making any money from this, but I noticed something. This is a monetized YouTube video, which got almost 70,000 views, which means that at the very least, she made $700 just from this video, approximately. If you, it depends on, every YouTube channel is different, but I don't know. If you say $10 per 1,000 views for monetization is about average. Sometimes it drops to 8. Sometimes it's up to 12. But let's just go in the middle and say 10. Then she made $700 just from this video.
Yep.
And she says she's not here for any money. Then why put the monetization on in the first place and have ads playing all over this?
Hey,
no power.
So this was it was supposed to be a press conference at the Lincoln Memorial, and it was really, I don't know why they didn't cut a lot of this, because the first 5 minutes or more, it's all them jumping around trying to make this work.
Yeah, she went live.
Yeah.
Yeah. She should have edited it and take this out.
Well, they did a supercut version of it that was very well done. We'll see if we can't. Yeah, she's still.
Didn't she say she put the announcement out to all of the media?
Yeah.
And nobody showed.
Yeah, she said that no actual press showed up to her press conference. But here we are. Okay. She starts talking right about here. 12 minutes to get the technical side working. They're streaming live from the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C.
Did we ever find out who the person behind her was?
That is her partner. She calls him her partner, which others have told me that's her boyfriend. So that's what she means by partner, because I don't like the term partner, because does that mean sexual? Does that mean business partner? I don't like the term partner. It's too is ambiguous, right? You're not
Yep.
quite sure if they mean romantic partner, domestic partner, business partner. I don't like that term, but she calls him her partner. Others have told me that's her live-in boyfriend.
Florida, where I grew up. At that time, my name was Angelia Johnston, Johnston. Many of you would have known me growing up as Angie.
Or a
I
liar.
went to Mamie.
She's got like 4 names.
Is she talking to anyone, or is it just
There's
a
nobody
laptop?
there. Cardboard cutout.
There's a couple of UFO community people standing in front of her, and they're the people that ask the questions.
Side High.
There's no actual press members there at a press conference.
The audio is a little bit low on her.
Let me try to see if I can fix that.
In the U.S. Air Force.
Nope.
In
That
1992.
Only goes up a tiny little bit
I was
more.
stationed at Ellsworth Air Force Base, where I was married and later divorced. And at that time, you may have known me
I wonder why.
as Angelia Belton.
I think she's got some anger issues, don't you?
Yeah.
Look at her hands.
Or you would have known
Yeah, she's very
me
fidgety
as
during this
Angie
whole
Belton.
thing.
Oh, she's nervous.
I worked in the 28th Medical Group Air Transportable Hospital for orthopedic surgery during the First Gulf War.
And?
Oh no.
After I graduated and entered into the Air Force, I attended Black Hills State University in South Dakota.
I'd like to imagine that there's a moment where Alex Jones just walks
At
past
that
in the
time,
background.
You would have known me again by
Make it
my
happen.
name,
Make it
All of
happen,
what she's
Spooky.
saying,
Johnston,
Make it
or
happen.
Angelia Johnston.
all of this
Manifest.
stuff is apparently true, right? I mean, you know,
Yeah,
that she
and here's the
actually
thing.
all this
Here's the
stuff.
thing. Yeah, she leads with the best stuff that she has,
Right.
which I believe is a hook to get people interested in the story. Because after all, why is a very educated woman, and I'll give her that, she's very educated, a very once accomplished woman who was in the Air Force, who worked in government offices after the Air Force, right? Why is that woman suddenly seeing and talking to and communicating with aliens, right? So she's got this great backstory, and all of that is true. All of that is true. The divergence comes when we get to this. She met these aliens in Wayne's Mountain, and here we have him with us tonight. Yeah.
2003, Black Hills State University.
This is all true. Her background is real, which is rare for one of these UFO grifters,
I
right?
attended graduate school
No, I
at
think it's a
South
green
Dakota
screen,
State
man.
University.
That'd be a good one.
Department
She
of
went to the Lou Elizondo School of Reality.
I was pursuing my master's degree. At that time, during my coursework, I was recruited by the Defense Intelligence Agency
This is all true too, which is crazy.
and be an intelligence officer.
Like A-Tip.
Yeah.
In the effort to full disclosure, I was trained in information operations and information warfare. In human
Can you imagine
factors
just
analysis.
like you're just walking around and then you just overhear someone saying all this?
This is not the type of intelligence that
Script.
is ever directed.
Yeah, I'm getting some questions because people are saying that she was in a wheelchair there and things like that. So we're not, I'm not sure. I have not seen her in a wheelchair anywhere else. But people have said that she was in a wheelchair during this event.
She was.
Okay. So there's that. You know, apparently is having some kind of health issues and health problems.
Yeah, that guy wheeled her over.
Okay.
At any of the interests of the United States people, our citizens, or our corporations, we have absolutely zero domestic charter for that. And so I want to just make sure that everybody is clear that I am not saying.
Isn't that what she's saying? She has no intention to use this, you know, draining on U.S. citizens. Well,
Yeah,
I don't know about that.
Yeah, and it's kind of weird that somebody with this kind of a background in counterintelligence and all this stuff and warfare, deception, and all this is going to come out with a story about aliens.
Well, it's just like Lou, though, too. Lou even said the other night, and that was kind of funny. He's like, I don't know anything about ufology. I don't even know what it is. And I'm like saying, here, you're a lead of one of the biggest UFO now it's UAP
Right.
investigation groups, and you know nothing about it. I mean, that just tells you it's, he's disinformation or
Well,
co-intel,
that's
I
like
guess.
saying I was a firefighter for 20 years, but I don't know shit about fire.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
Jesus.
Right.
Doesn't make any sense. Let's get a little further into this. I don't know how much more to play of this because it's most of it is nonsensical rambling, and then she tells, I guess, the short story of her contact with aliens. Maybe we'll fast forward it some.
Yeah. This is a good part.
It's a very awkward event.
After saying hello to me,
Here we
and
go.
at the time, nearly feigning surprise. Oh, hello, Anjali, they said.
Those middle school drama classes really paid off, right?
Oh, no.
We've been waiting to talk to you.
And they were waiting at Brian's house, apparently.
They wanted
That was
me
right after that
to
dose.
visit them deeper into their base. And I want to make something very clear. That from where this excavated tunnel is, which is mostly rock, okay?
Brian, do you have an excavated tunnel at your house?
Mostly rock.
Mostly rock.
Somebody was asking in chat do you recognize, or Brian, do you recognize this at all, her saying this stuff? Or have you seen this before? Or knew about it even?
No, I didn't know shit. I didn't know anything about any part of this until 2 days before this conference. And she didn't really give us the whole story. She just said she had an alien experience here at our house and she was going to go tell the story in Washington. That's really all we knew.
And what was your initial reaction to that?
Oh, no.
So could she have had an alien experiment or experience without you seeing? I mean, whether it was because she was delusional or not.
I can't answer that.
Really
I guess. I mean, I don't know. Them aliens are pretty smart.
Apparently so.
I mean, the bottom line is, I mean, again, this whole story is going to stop right where I said yesterday. If they want to start, if she's so sure of it, then get your money bag together. That's where.
Mojave Desert, they understand what I'm talking about, and they know. It's pretty stable.
Which hand are you watching, the left or the right one?
Where it ended,
Both.
and where
Wow,
their
that's talent, man.
space began, was seamless. There was nothing there.
I'm gonna give her like an
suddenly was.
8.8.
Okay.
Good technique.
It wasn't like there was a physical
See,
edge
very.
that I could delineate.
You can get
I'm enjoying
visibly distressed, though. I mean, is there people heckling her back there?
No, this is what it's like when you're
very
lying.
uncomfortable. It's very uncomfortable.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Otherwise, she'd be able to do it easily.
Very easily.
Yeah.
It's very uncomfortable, and it feels weird, especially for somebody that's got all this government training in deceptive warfare and COINTELPRO, and it's just weird.
Room where I met several of the most amazing beings that are here.
How do you do that?
Yeah, this is very uncomfortable to watch, right?
Oh,
I haven't watched this
yeah.
since this story started, so I kind of forgot how cringe this was.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Was in a body approaching 8 foot tall,
Oh.
taller than the door. That was like a sliding hatch door.
That's my
Hey,
barn
Brian,
door.
someone in the
Yeah.
chat is asking, are you ever in the military or related to the military?
It's funny you ask that. I was not in the military, but a good friend of mine just gave me a text right now, and he was in the Army for like 11 years. And he's watching this, by the way, and he just said, background in information warfare. indication that she's really good at manipulation. She's totally using this experience.
Right, which is. Oh, I'm sorry, dude.
No, it's okay. That's fine.
Which is just what she was boasting about on the Reddit stuff. You know, that she could successfully do this with ease. You know, because that's what her training was. And I'm like saying to myself, you know, you're admitting right here, and she says flat out, "Don't believe anything I say." Yeah.
Why don't you preface your story with that? This is a question for Brian. Brian, does it look like her health has deteriorated from when you first met her? I was going to ask, was she in a wheelchair or having trouble walking when you met her?
No, she was walking. She walked. She couldn't hike or anything like that, but she can walk. But she wasn't in a wheelchair, and I didn't notice her limping or anything.
Yeah, so maybe her health has deteriorated.
When the show just first started, this show here that we were watching, when she just first came on, the first thing we thought was she's not looking very healthy. So sorry to see that.
Well, I thought there was, and I saw Dorothy mention it, that she may have lupus, is what I heard. Also.
Well, we should try to not speculate though, because
all right.
It's not medical advice,
right? Yeah,
she's not here to confirm or deny.
Well, she shouldn't have hung up.
Well, thanks very much. Thanks very much, Dave Hanks, for really kind and generous. $49.99. Very much, thank you. And I'm going to read every single one before the show ends. But if I see any new coming in, and we have Cosmic Toast Jay is here. Welcome. Maybe not here.
What's up, Jay?
Some people walk away while they're waiting to connect. So
there he is.
There he is.
No, that was me. I was saying hello.
Oh, okay.
We'll keep going a little bit while longer.
This is
To
good.
meet the face of a being that had been giving me visits.
Oh. And
I thought at the time that this being was probably about 4 feet tall. Such is the nature of this phenomena.
It's
this
4 feet
being in physical form has chosen an 8-foot tall form.
Last time I spoke to her, she mentioned that the aliens in the base that were patrolling had military-grade boots on. Do you remember anything about military-grade boots?
You're talking to
Brian, sorry.
To Brian, yeah.
I'm sorry, say again?
So last time Anjali was on, I asked her about, she mentioned that the aliens in the base that were patrolling in the hallways, they were wearing military grade like hardware and boots and stuff. I'm guessing none of that's real, right?
No aliens at all.
Cool.
You know what I'm thinking?
Right?
If she was like hallucinating all this stuff and being delusional, I mean, it would make sense for her to like see a boot and then say, okay, I seen that in my vision or whatever, or I seen something similar and, you know, on your property, let's say, or she's saying, I can use that. And I could say that, oh my God, that was an alien, you know, knowing that she's just bullshitting. I mean, I see two sides of this lady. I see the side that, and I don't want to make fun of her, I think she seriously is slightly delusional, you know, and this is not medical advice, but, you know, on the other side, I see that she knows that she's doing this because look at what her training has done for her or taught her.
Well, this just in, we have Cosmic Toast Jay here, and Jay's got a really new part of the story to share because he had a chance to stay with Anjali for 4 days, and he wants to give his perspective. So let's bounce out of this for the time being here, and I really want to hear what Cosmic Toast Jay has to say. So let's get into it, friends. Cosmic Toast. Let's hear your side of the story. Oh no! Cosmic Toast. Jay, are you there? Boy, that was disappointing.
I could sit here and make up a story about how I spent 4 days with Anjali.
I don't think we want to go there.
There was ice fishing.
I'm gonna get jealous.
Ice fishing, some plain spots.
I'm just gonna I'm putting in the private chat. Yeah, come tell your story. We're waiting.
I think that you can go into and press the little speaker thing there, or the settings, and then go ahead and choose your input, and then choose the proper microphone. I think that's probably what it is. See,
He says he's
settings,
here.
audio, and then you'll
Yeah.
have a little drop down for mic.
Yeah, he
Learning
needs to
technology.
maybe adjust his
Because it does that to me once in a while.
settings. Adjust his settings, I suppose. So yeah, it was kind of weird to listen to her original story again after all this time, right? Like, what a fantastical story, but it kind of fell apart right before our eyes. You know, nothing that she said happened according to other people that were present at the event.
No, it
Where she
didn't
says
look
all this
very
happened.
professional. I mean, at least give her a microphone. I mean, you're outside, and you know, Steven, when you play music outside, it's a lot different than when you're indoors. You know, you
Yeah,
need a lot
anything
more
could happen.
Yeah, a lot more, but you need a lot more push too to have people hear you properly too.
Yeah, that whole thing felt like really weird to me. Even
So-
when I originally saw it, I thought this is weird because it felt like some kind of construct that went not very good. You know, like they had an
Anjali
idea,
is
like
in the
let's do
chat.
this. Okay, well, she's welcome to come back on the show. She's got
She's
the link.
chatting under a different account called William K, or at least I think it is her. She's implying
Oh,
that
yeah.
Brian is intimidated by you, and that's why he's recanting the Anjali version of events.
He got intimidated by me.
That's what
No,
she's saying.
no offense, but
You
listen,
heard it here first, folks.
history of cancer recently or not, he looks like a big construction dude that could beat the shit out of me. Why would he be intimidated by me? That's nonsense.
Who said that shit? I'm missing something.
Somebody in the live chat.
There's
probably
she has a
Anjali.
Twitter.
Yeah, but-
apparently she has a Twitter thread. That's what this person's quoting.
No, this William
Oh,
K
okay,
is
we'll
saying
go
her
check
supporters
in.
are coming out of the woodwork, so it's not her, and I recognize that name too. So that's not William K is not her.
Yeah, I misread it. It's okay.
Okay.
Okay. Well, still, that's fine that there's still some support for her in the live chat. We welcome all perspectives here.
Right.
But yeah, Mr. Catfish says Anjali needs to get back on and explain this to everyone. I mean, if it's her story, why is it all coming crashing down? And now I'm suddenly the bad guy because I followed the leads. And I got to tell you, nobody can listen to the interview that I did with her previously and say I wasn't fair to her.
Right.
But here comes Brian, and he's got a completely different version of events that, no offense, but Brian's version of events blows her whole story to shit. I was too polite to say that, because I knew she was still coming here trying to be fair. But in fairness, Brian's part of the story blows her entire narrative to shit. And I'm the bad guy because I want to press her on those things that we now know to be facts about that evening.
How dare you?
I know. I'm the asshole. I'm always the asshole somehow. But
Truth. Yeah.
I feel like I
Came
did the
in
right
today
thing.
completely combative from the beginning. Like within 1 minute, she's already going, check your messages. No, I said this. It's just like, whoa there. Like,
Yeah, she posted.
like, she wants to talk about tone, right? Like she started off with a pretty pissed off
She posted
tone
on
from
Twitter.
the get go. Like, is that
She
any
posted
wonder
on- oh, I'm
escalated
sorry,
between the two
All right,
of you?
we'll check-
Because
we'll check in
She
with
didn't
her.
bring a
We'll
very calm energy to the conversation to begin with.
She's posting on Twitter right now.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, good for her.
She says that.
She chose to
Oh,
leave.
listen, oh
She chose
yeah.
to leave
Oh,
the
we're gonna
discussion.
share this. Oh, we're gonna
Yeah,
share
I'll
this
post the
because
link.
she is lying on me right now. Come on, honey. Don't be lying on Twitter. You're lying.
Yeah.
This is straight lying now. Jesus, lady.
Don't need fair use
Oh
for this.
no!
Stephen Cambion did not want me on Truth Seekers to answer questions and discuss discrepancies between my recollection and Wayne's. Yeah, that's why I booked you to discuss and answer questions about discrepancies between your recollection and Wayne's.
Right.
It's clear.
He didn't disconnect you.
After
I'm
just
sorry.
10 minutes, Stephen leaned towards his screen and began actually yelling at me. For this reason, I left and will not return to his show. So there we go. She's a control freak. She couldn't take that loss of control. That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. So
I agree.
there we have it, friends. I'm the bad guy. when in doubt, blame the interviewer for pushing you and asking hard questions. I'm never going to
She tried to put you on the
apologize.
back foot from the beginning, man. To be honest,
She did. She came out very aggressively from the very beginning. And I just want to also mention that she kind of, what did she do there? She implied that I said I already had the messages before she sent them to me. That never happened. I will publish our entire Twitter DM history. I never said I already have all these messages. It's okay for you to share private communications between Brian, his wife, and you from
her
this time frame.
antagonism from the beginning was a complete lie.
Exactly.
So her intention coming on the show does not seem good in light of that.
No, because she's sending me private messages that she doesn't have a legal right to share without both parties' consent. Near as I can tell from a quick reading of how that legal stuff works, she has no right to share private communications between her and Brian and his wife. And, she doesn't, I don't think she has the right to share those without his consent. And at that, it happened a half hour before the show. I didn't know if he consented. I didn't have time to call him and figure this out. So here we are. It's like she tried to put me off kilter right from the very start of it. And then she came out all guns blazing and I'm the bad guy here.
I think that almost.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was just going to say, after we consult with our lawyers about this, if they say it's okay, I'll release everything myself.
There you go.
I have the copies. I made damn sure to download. I made damn sure to download everything that she sent me. I didn't have time to review it all, and again, I have to apologize. But here's the thing: is like I wanted to make sure I get it because I had a feeling tonight might go like this, and she's going to restrict the access to that. She probably already did. And there was one other thing that she was going to send me, which was I don't know, something else that she said. I'll have to check in. She said, "You're so mean. Why did I even try? Leave me alone. You didn't even want to hear from me. I'm not your effing punching bag." Well, you're welcome to come here and we'll be respectful and try to hash this out. The door's open. You got the link. You know what? I'm going to send it to her again. The door's open. She's got the link. If she can come on here and tell her side, we'll be respectful. We'll be kind to her. I won't raise my voice even. I give you my word, and my word is my bond. I apologize if things got heated. I apologize if I raised my voice to you or you felt disrespected. You have my sincere apology. I'm sorry for that. It wasn't the way that I wanted it to go. So if you'd like to come back, I'm going to send the link to you right now again. And you can come here and we'll do it any way you want. I'll throw everybody else off and we'll continue just you and me.
Oh, no.
Or you can sit here with everybody and have a conversation.
I can come back with all of us now.
Yeah, well, I sent her the link, so that's all I can do.
I'm kidding. You can. I'm just bullshitting.
Can throw you guys out of here.
I'm totally bullshitting. I'm sorry, Anjali. Right, you're having a bad day, obviously.
Don't you think it would be beneficial if she did have a conversation with Brian? I think so. I think it would be beneficial.
What's that?
I think it would be beneficial if she came on and just had a conversation with you.
It would help.
It might lead to some greater understanding instead of. Here's what's going to happen. It's going to be, I'm the bad guy. Brian and his wife are lying about their version of events. That's what she's going to try to spin this, or she can come here and we'll hash it out right now. And she can not waste months of her life.
Let's just have a nice conversation. That's my message to you right now, Anjali.
Yeah.
Accept Steve's invitation right now and let's just talk it out. It's not a big deal. But, we're all in a circle here now. I mean, just start over. Take a couple of deep breaths, and Steve.
And I apologize. I apologize if things got heated. I'll even offer. Look, we got a very experienced other show host here in the form of Rich from Goof On. I'll bow out and let him do the rest of the stream if he's willing to referee between you two and have a talk. Now Rich is like, oh shit, put me on the spot, Steve Campion.
I'll do it. For the greater good. For the greater good.
And honestly, Rich has been, I got to say this. Rich from Goof On is usually he tears people to shreds sometimes if he thinks they're full of shit. He has been I've seen him on these different panels with her and stuff. He has been very, very nice to her. So if you think I'm the asshole and I'm the problem, I just want the story. I'll bail out of here and let Rich finish this with you and Brian Wayne here. And you can do that. The invitation is open. We're not the ones running away with our tail between our legs here. I mean, I'm not. Like, I just want to get the story, the truth of the story. That's all I've ever wanted. I've followed it since it started. So
in 19 hours, now 20 hours, she goes ahead and she goes from, I look forward to it as well, meaning the interview with you. And then she goes ahead and 37 minutes ago, she goes, I will not be on any show where the host berates and yells at me. Who would willingly subject themselves to that? Now, that's it. You're checking out her claims, and obviously that's something that she didn't want to speak about. So, and I think that it's right to say that you did get a little bit heated. I'm not going to say that you didn't, but she was
but I apologize for that. I sincerely do. I sincerely apologize. I shouldn't have raised my voice. I shouldn't have got so passionate so early. I should have saved that for later in the interview, maybe. If because it's it wasn't my intention to interview her for 10 minutes and only hear some weird excuses. To me, all she did for the whole time is make excuses, and I don't know. And she's saying I'm not your effing punching bag. I didn't mean to be unkind, so I apologize.
Wow, man, you can't raise your voice to anybody or say anything about anybody without it being the worst thing you've ever done.
Cosmic Toast is back. Can we hear you now?
Hello.
Just
Hey.
Hello. There we go. So you've got a story to tell here, right?
Can you guys
I wanted to hear this. Yeah, I can. We can hear you. Why don't you just go ahead while the connection's still working? Tell us your story involving Anjali.
I'm gonna back out then.
Why are you gonna back? Why are you gonna back out?
Hear you.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, I think there's a delay.
Okay. Well, I apologize for not being able to bring everybody that part
Schedule him
of
for
the
a
story.
show. Do it on a show.
Yeah. I could do a whole show with you then. We'll talk about your side of the story. Sounds interesting to me.
4 days with her. Whew. Hey, Wayne, or Brian, how many days did you spend with her in total?
With Anjali?
Yes.
Not days at all. Maybe 8 hours.
Okay.
Maybe 9.5 if you want to count the coffee shop.
Well, so all this came from one 8-hour period.
Probably
That's
8
funny.
hours. Maybe 8 to 10 hours. Period.
Okay, at what point did the ambulance come for her to check her out? I mean, during that 8 or 9 hours.
About sunset, and that would have been about. I think that call was like around 4 or 5 o'clock or something. I believe. I know it was still light out. It wasn't totally dark, but I know it was getting there.
Well, what did they do with her? I mean, did they say, okay, Brian, can you please take care of her and make sure that she gets home? Did they leave, or did the paramedics stay?
She was fine. It was just like it was cannabis. It was too much cannabis, is what they came up with.
So, given time, it's going to wear off, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So they cut her loose, and the sheriffs left. They left, and that was that. And then
she floated away.
Hey, Rich.
Yeah.
Hey, Rich. I'll bet you $100 I know where she's going next to tell her side of the story.
Oh, you better not say that.
That bottom feeding piece of shit is gonna suck off my story. You bottom feeding piece of shit loser. Yeah,
that's it.
I know where she's gonna go tell her story now.
100%.
Yeah.
Damn.
And you know what? I'm not going to say anything now. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I wish that she would. And I'm sorry if I got too heated too early, but she came out to me. She was like all guns blazing right from the beginning, accused me of shit. And I got kind of frazzled. She, you know, and
Yeah, that was
and
her
hey,
intent, though. That's
in
the point.
my defense, you got to remember that I'm interviewing a former PSYOP intelligence officer from the United States government
Right.
whose job it was to deceive people. She said that herself. So I have, you know, I'm sorry if I got, you know, if I lost my temper or if I didn't do what I should have. Remember,
There's
I'm
so
not
many
listen, I'm not a trained journalist. They'll put any monkey in the world up here on YouTube. You don't have to have any college or any shit about how to interview people. They just go, you want a show? Are you good at getting people to pay attention? Here you go. and there's no training to this shit. I'm just flying by the seat of my pants. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Suddenly, dude, I went from a little podcast nobody ever heard of, nobody ever listened to in audio land, to suddenly there's 400 people watching you and are so interested in what's going on here. What the hell? I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Nobody trained me for this shit. I don't have I'm not a journalist. I'm doing the best that I can here. That's all I can do. In full, you know, look, I'm trying to be humble here and say, I'm sorry. I think people are going to be pissed off at me that she jumped off too early.
I think she got the reaction out of you that she wanted, and then she dipped when she got what she wanted.
Does anybody notice the parallels between her and Lou? I mean,
Thank you.
what is this with the government agents? You can't get anything out of these people. And she still, to this day, she stands her ground and she says, I never misdirected anybody. You know, what do you mean?
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
She lied about the original Wayne that we were sure. Me, Charlie Weiser, there was like probably first it was, I have to say it was, you know, Charlie Weiser and oh geez, me, we're looking for her. And then we have another researcher. So, you know, all these people are looking for Wayne, which we now know to be, you know, Brian. But she did mislead us all into thinking that we had the right person. This is exactly what a counterintelligence officer would do. Throw people off the scent. And, you know, and I'm not qualified to go head-to-head with some CIA trained, or what is it, DIA? She was DIA, right?
DOD.
DOD. I'm not qualified to, you know, do spy games trying to get to the truth with this person that has all this training and misdirection and manipulation of the media. And she is,
you know what, Steven?
She's a freaking intelligence officer, and I got a barb with that. You know, it's not my fault.
You guys brought up Charlie Weiser quite often here, and I know that people have been asking what's the situation with Charlie Weiser and what, you know, association does he have with this, or is there any? You know, what relation to this?
Charlie is one of the main reasserchers that has been digging into her story since the very, very beginning, and has.
I thought there was a lawsuit or something or pending or whatever. Okay, could you speak about that? Is it possible?
All I know is she's threatening to sue Charlie Weiser, and I'm not sure for what or why or.
That would not be a wise decision.
Threatening to sue Charlie Weiser for I don't know exactly what, and because Charlie Weiser has been covering the story quite critically of Anjali, I have to say, but yeah.
Yeah, I just wondered what that was myself too. You know, I mean, and I realized that Charlie Weiser was doing, you know, research on this and stuff, and I just didn't know what the law side of it was. I had no real idea what was going on with that, and people were asking just the same.
Yeah, and there's a lot of inconsistencies Charlie Weiser has pointed out. You know, how can she possibly know that all the details of her current story are accurate if she forgot the original memory? And then she's also been involved in this hypnotherapy with Barbara Lamb, like a hypno-regression sort of procedure to try to remember more, so that would alter memory as well.
Yes, somebody had said that the Men in Black erased Brian's memory.
That little stick.
God, yeah, Brian.
Last thing I remember was a bright flash. That was it.
That was good.
Yeah, and according to Anjali, Brian and his wife, the beings had hidden the tunnel's location from their minds. So that's what happened. Brian, you got mind wiped, according to Anjali.
I got what?
You got mind wiped, like the aliens wiped the location of the tunnel on your property from your memory.
Well, that's well, okay. She told me that. She did tell me that, and then she told me that that the beings told her that it was time for me to remember, and I should be remembered any time.
What is that? What she did? She tried to convince you yourself that you just didn't remember it. Is that what she did?
Yeah,
Oh
she
God.
said that. She said both
incredible.
my wife and I, we just don't remember, and it's time for us to remember. And the beings told her that we can go ahead and remember now.
So let's try this one more time.
Gaslighting.
Cosmic Toast Jay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep,
Yes. Please tell us your story while it's working.
Hey, Brian, I actually messaged you on Instagram, I think around December, November. I don't know if you remember that.
I do remember that.
Yeah. Yeah, you completely denied the whole story of Anjali.
I did, of course I did, because I didn't want anybody to find me. But yeah, you were pretty hot on our trail, so I denied everything, of course.
Gotcha. Hey, so like I said, I was with Anjali for about 4 days, and I went there to go see her just to see if what she was saying was true. And I was paying attention to subtle details like, where her eyes is going when she's talking about the beings and her experience, her posture, her body language, everything, right? And after talking to her for 4 days about it, there seems to be a very genuine experience there. It seems like she really believes that she saw beings, and I honestly just after hanging out with her, it seems like true.
He's
The thing
breaking
is,
up.
The aliens are getting the transmission.
I confronted her. I asked her, "Hey, do you think your experience that it's all, something that you've experienced in your head, or was it a physical experience?" And she says it's a physical experience, and she doesn't deny it.
Okay.
What I'm trying to figure out is if this is all fake, what's the goal at the end of the day? What is she trying to do? What is she trying to get out of it? She hasn't gotten any money from it.
Well, she got $700 just from the press conference video so far, approximately, from YouTube.
Is that from her channel or
Is
someone
that a
else?
hard figure? Like, how do you know it's $700?
Well, it's just a rough estimate of a 60,000 view monetized video, right? And actually, that you're right. That might be inaccurate because it's on TT Productions channel, which was, I guess, the production company that was going to be making a documentary about her.
Oh, so they earn all the revenue from that video.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to find if she has her own channel I believe it's mirrored on her own channel. So we can check if it's monetized or on her own channel. It may be that this TT Productions is profiting from it. And she is not, in full disclosure. But somebody is making money off the story so far.
Yeah, but
Charlie Weiser in the chat says that presser is not on her YouTube channel.
Okay, so the press conference is not on her YouTube channel. It's on this TT Productions YouTube channel, which I believe was the video guy she hired to tape it all. And there was also, at some point, there were some plans to do, this TT Productions was doing a documentary, but I don't know what happened with that.
So let me ask you a question, Jay.
What's up?
When you were with her for 4 days, is she in a healthy state of mind?
Yes, she is. The thing is, her GBS has her. I don't know if I should state this because I mean it's not everybody else's business, but
No, yeah,
let's
don't
just
share
say
any medical information
No, that's
on
fine.
her that
Okay.
you're aware of. Please don't do that.
It's a yes or
let's
no.
just say
Yes or no.
that yeah. Let's just say that she can walk, but max is about maybe 7 minutes at a time, and then she has to sit down.
I'm sorry. I hope she gets better.
Yeah, I'm sorry she's in poor health.
Yeah. So, yeah, she was on a wheelchair. And if she didn't want
How
to be on a
recently is
wheelchair,
this?
she always had a seat. This was maybe a few weeks ago. I would say she. I will say about a week or a month ago. Sorry, it was about a month ago. I actually went from California to the East Coast, because I was moving from the California, to New York. And on my way, I saw Jeremy McGowan in Las Vegas, and then I saw Anjali in South Dakota.
Oh, that sounds like a fun trip.
Yeah.
So now you're in New
yeah,
York.
Yeah, I'm in New York right now.
Mark Tarana is in the live chat, and he's asked a couple of questions about the ambulance and the wellness check that was performed on Anjali. Apparently she texted her daughter where she was going, and then her daughter became concerned and sent police and ambulance to do a wellness check on her at Brian's property. And we detailed some of that information. So apparently she had his address, sent it to her daughter. Her daughter became concerned and contacted the authorities. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, an ambulance and a sheriff arrived to
Yes,
do
sir.
a wellness check on her at your property.
Yes. Oh, and we had no idea that was occurring until they pulled up.
Yeah. So just to clarify that part of the story. But one might ask themselves what history she has if her daughter feels compelled or concerned enough to send police to go out looking for her someplace.
Right.
Right? It's just a bizarre part of the story.
Mm-hmm. Very bizarre.
Can we
We're
also
We're
talk about
disinformation
why-
agents.
why-
go ahead.
why
I'm
is
sorry.
the story- Why is the story even? Why does it exist? Why is she saying that? You know, there's beings, there's a tunnel. She has a message to send. She says that she's got daily communication with, and not only the lavender being or the method.
Yeah, she claims to have daily communication with extraterrestrials, but yet, I'm no expert, but I would think that if you're about to share a bunch of fake photos on Twitter and ruin your reputation, the aliens that she talks to every day would intervene, right? And say, hey, that's fake. That's not real. Or, it's just,
Or
I don't get this whole
or,
story.
or stop harassing these couple and this guy that's fighting cancer. And what are you doing that to them for? Like, why? You know what I'm saying? Like, why would they allow this shit?
Now, Brian, can you give a gauge on how long it was before you noticed that she was doing this stuff and that she actually was? I mean, is there any gauge in your mind of how long this went on that you didn't even know that she was doing this stuff?
3 years.
Wow. Oh my Lord. Jeez. Wow. I didn't know it was that long. I thought maybe a year, but oh my God.
This is the 4th year. 3 years. 3 years was last August before the press conference.
Right. So when she did the press conference, that was what she was speaking about, your ranch or whatever it might be.
Right. And with that being said, people have all these questions about, if it's real or not. If it's real, if there's a question there, here's this question. If it was so real and so amazing, and then why wasn't it discussed the next day when she came and got her car?
Yeah, why would she wait 3 years to suddenly contact him back again about this
why didn't we have a
world-changing? If this experience of hers is genuine,
Why didn't we walk back up into the cave when she came back to get her car?
Yeah,
You know
but
what
it would be a paradigm shifting, life changing event. You couldn't just shut up about it
I
and
think
run
her
away for 3 years and then
Yeah,
come
I think
back
her
and say,
excuse was and I know she mentioned it in her Twitter there, that she didn't want to tell anybody. She didn't really want to tell anybody, and I'm wondering if that's actually what she was speaking about, Brian's case here. You know, that she didn't really want to tell anybody, and for whatever reason, I think some people were asking, why are you telling us now, 3 years later, or such a time later?
yeah, a lot
I
of great
think
questions in the chat.
didn't she say the aliens didn't want it wasn't time yet or something?
Yeah, there was something along those lines. Yeah. I don't know if I could ever find the post, but
Yeah.
yeah, she
Yeah,
did
she
mention
said
something like
something
that.
along the lines.
CC is saying, Truth Seekers, follow up with the trip to Wayne's Mountain. We're going to
Yeah.
do that. Even if I can't physically get there, we've got a new West Coast correspondent that's going to go there and give us the skinny on this. Like, this is if he allows us to.
I'll go there.
Tell him don't forget his bag of money now.
I'm gonna do some remote viewing.
All right, yeah. By the way, I'm going to send our new West Coast correspondent to to his home and all, but we're going to need a trash bag full of money. So get those super chats rolling. You know, this shit ain't free, bro.
That's right.
Hey, I gotta get going, Steven.
Okay. All right.
Thanks
good.
for having me on. Nice meeting you,
being
Brian.
here.
Nice
Yeah.
meeting you as well.
Thanks,
All right.
everybody.
Right on.
Good luck.
Hey, thanks, Rich.
All right. And just to clarify, I wanted to mention that, yes, so somebody made money off that Anjali press conference. And I don't know, for all we know, that was the deal, that he got the rights to put that on YouTube and earn the ad revenue in exchange for doing it. I don't know. But it's off of her YouTube, and it's only available on his YouTube, and there's ads on it. So that's the facts. I don't know.
Well, isn't
their
that always
arrangement
their
was.
game? Their game is like, I'm not making any money off of this, and they don't ever mention the shit that's underneath the table there.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
they never mention that. And
Yeah.
that's unfortunate, Brian. I hate to keep coming back to this, but it's not only scary knowing that this lady was doing this and people were hunting you down. I mean, and look at, apparently Jay had found you, or was hot on the trail. I mean, that's scary. I think so, personally.
It was really scary. As a matter of fact, well, Jay, you're right here in 29, real close, yeah, we were really I was.
And let me just
nervous.
paint a picture for the audience as well, because this is very important. It wasn't just one person that was looking for so-called Wayne, Anjali's Wayne, right? It wasn't one person, and that's who we now know to be Brian and his wife. There was people all over the internet looking for this couple and the mountain with the aliens on it. So he was trying to deflect, right? I don't want to.
Yes.
You tell your side of the story. So you're trying to deflect and stop people from finding you.
Any way I could. Yes, it was very nerve-wracking every damn day. I mean, imagine that position. Would anybody want that position on somebody's story that you don't even get to be really part of? You know what I mean? You just better know that you just don't remember yet. All of a sudden somebody comes into your life and says, "Hey, man." Go ahead.
What's so odd is that she doesn't think bad of you, Brian. She actually appreciates you as for who you are.
And
she
listen,
says,
I don't have.
She sees.
Go ahead.
She says that she thinks of you as a good friend, a good person, and so for her to create all this this drama, if it isn't real, I'm still asking, what's the goal at the end of the day? What is she trying to do?
I really couldn't tell you that.
Why is it just
Jay.
you? Why couldn't it have been someone else?
I really couldn't tell you that, Jay. I wish I knew that answer, to be honest with you. I don't know how to answer that. I wish I could.
Brian, I realize that you're speaking with lawyers and stuff like that, and now that brings to mind, what's the penalty or the repercussions to her inviting people to go look for you, you know, and apparently some people had found you, provably so. And here you have the evidence that she was there. I would imagine. I mean, with the ambulance and stuff, she was there at that point at some point. So she can't just say that. Oh, I don't know this guy. I never knew this guy, and stuff like that. What is the legal repercussions? I mean, I don't want you to speak anything that you can't or
I
don't want.
really can't disclose
Yeah,
all
we
that.
should we should not get into that here
Okay,
for the purposes.
We're
But this is interesting. Jessie Peak from MUFON Phi says she's in a new documentary coming out by TT Productions. So, you know, I'd be curious to see if she did that for free or if she was paid for that appearance in a documentary. And I'm also aware that I don't, again, this is just opinion and speculation, but she did Whitley Strieber's show and they did half of it in public and then a big pitch come behind the paywall to hear the second half. So I don't know if she made money from that or if she just let Whitley Strieber keep the money, but there's people are making money off of this story. And in full disclosure, including me, because I've covered this and people send me super chats for covering it or they send PayPal donations for covering this story or for interviewing her. So it's important for people to realize there's money. People are making money, even me, on this story.
Right. So Stephen.
So for her to suggest that she's not, is everybody else is being bottom feeders and making money off of her story? She's not making any money? I'd like clarification on that. Is she getting paid to be in this new documentary coming out by TT Productions? You know, who knows? Did she get paid for the Whitley Strieber deal? These are some of the questions I was going to ask her tonight, but she's not here.
Hey, Jay, if you could speak up a little bit, that would be cool.
And conclude this because
go ahead.
We got to hear her side of the story. Because there's a lot of people that have been following this story, and we just want to conclude this. We want to know, we want to hear her side of the story. We want to hear Brian's side of the story after she, you know, says what she needs to say. I want conclusion. I want the truth behind it. All right. Is there any way we can bring her back up?
Is it not fair to say that Anjali's had like a bazillion interviews and Brian's had 2? I think we've heard most of what she has to say.
Good point.
Like what more is there to add at this point?
And this wouldn't have been an interview if she had been here to answer the questions tonight. Brian, you know, he wouldn't be here tonight.
Well, see, but her whole preface to this was so long as nobody else is there, and so long as, well, apparently Brian isn't there to counter her claims. You know, I mean that in itself. I mean, why wouldn't she invite to say, hey, I would love to have Brian here too as well. I mean, that just screams to me that she's doing something that she shouldn't be doing. That's what that tells me.
Hey, Jay, how exactly did you find yourself spending 4 days with her? Like, how did you get there? You know, because that's I'm just trying to understand how
you could actually check my Twitter if you want evidence.
I don't really use
being
Twitter.
with her. Yeah, but I have a photo with me and her in her house on my Twitter.
Okay, but how did you like hook up and get there? Is my question.
Right. Let me get to it. So let me provide you with the evidence, and then I'll tell you the story. So look up the handle. It's J88. And then the story is, I was in Reddit, reading her story for the first time, and you know I left my opinions on the story, and she had mentioned that she was sick, and I felt, you know, like I should reach out to her to make sure that she's doing well. This is after a few days of reading the story, and you know, I kept on checking on her because I felt like there was some sort of connection between me and her. I've never met her in person. And so after reaching out to her, she said that she felt some sort of connection towards me as well, and offered me her phone number. And ever since then, we texted, had video calls, and stuff like that. So this has been going on for about 9 to 10 months. And so we built a friendship, and I ended up hanging out with her, and yeah.
No,
At any
I'm
point in
looking
those
at
9 months, do you feel like you've been manipulated at all?
No, I don't think so, because her message about humanity and how we should treat each other definitely resonated with me. I felt like she had a lot of good things to say in terms of that. Whether her experience or not was real at the time, I didn't know. Actually, I was a big skeptic about it, and it was until I met her at her home where I said, "And now I can believe that I truly have experience."
Yeah,
Subjective,
maybe meeting her in person personalized
physical
it for you.
experience that's only in her own mind.
Can I ask you a question, Jay?
Charlie Weiser is here in the live chat, and I want to acknowledge and
Yeah.
thank her and all of her work on the story. And she says Anjali has lied to Jay about me. That's called manipulation. So do you feel that you were manipulated by her at all, Jay? Because quite honestly, for the first time tonight, I'm being honest that I think she has certainly manipulated me in various ways to get whatever she wanted, positive coverage, publicity. And by the way, I'm a big boy. I can take it. I'm not saying that I'm a victim here, but I would certainly say that my impression of her is that she has been very manipulative of me to get her story told the way that she wants it told.
Yeah, I looked up it's J88 and I couldn't find it on Twitter. I looked up Cosmic Q Toast on Twitter and it's got like 6 tweets and nothing related. So if you could direct us
Yeah,
to
so
your Twitter, that might be cool because people are asking about it.
So
There's a
look up,
private
it's
chat you can post
J88.
it in.
Look up
Yeah,
it's
you could post it
J88
in
on
a
Twitter.
J88.
ITSJ88.
Wait a
And
minute.
then go to TS.
ITSJ88.
Yes.
All right, an observer and believer in chaos. I think I got you.
Hey Brian, can I ask you a question real quick?
Sure.
I don't say.
I think I remember hearing Anjali tell this story. I think
gonna
it was
leave
on
it in the
your
chat.
show.
Okay.
I think it
Okay.
was on your show, Stephen.
Hey,
that
Jay.
She was at that coffee shop
He's still there. Is he
for
leaving?
for
I
an
wanted to ask him.
autograph or selling books or something like that. Does that sound familiar?
I'm still here.
Oh no, it wasn't anything like that in the coffee shop.
Do you remember that, Stephen? Saying something about she was there for book signing or something like that.
Yeah, she said she was in the coffee shop to sign books for her fiction book release.
There was no books, and I would
So
have known.
even
I just remembered that.
I would have
Yeah,
known.
so even that's a little detail, but little details matter. And maybe those little details were added to the story to provide, a richness of context or something, but that didn't happen. She wasn't there signing her books. She wasn't there to promote her books. She was just there in the coffee house.
And so Brian, you had a question for Jay. What might that be?
My question is: Jay still here? Or did
He's
he
got
leave?
a bit of a
little
bad
delayed.
connection. He's got a terrible connection. Spotty at best.
My question to Jay is: he's questioning my integrity of my story. So my question to you is: do you think that I would come out after all this time to say my story, to lie? What would I have to gain about lying at this point? That's my question to you. I mean, if you're questioning,
oh, he bounced out.
Yeah,
I didn't get. Listen.
He might be back.
He's
He
gonna
might come
pull.
back.
He's gonna pull another Anjali. That's fine.
Yeah, you know what?
These
You know what?
people
I
are
did
funny.
notice.
You give them a question and they bounce out because they can't fucking handle the truth. Number one. Number two, they can't take any criticism. So don't say anything wrong.
You know that account the other day in the chat.
he's-
I had to
He's
delete
back,
a lot of her
but he
stuff.
must have a bad connection.
I can't find it's 28. It's got I don't want to say no names.
I can't
If
find
you
it either.
if you can, he didn't even link in the chat. I'm questioning whether this guy's legit or not. I'm sorry about
Well,
that,
I'm
but
looking.
that's
I'm looking at his Twitter,
yeah.
but I don't see all these things that
This
he's
is
doing.
Anjali's buddy, by the way.
He posted it in the private chat here.
Yeah, I know. Oh, did he? Okay. Let me see if I can find it.
C8. Oh, okay.
Hello. Yeah.
No, he said S, but okay.
No,
you hear my
I
question,
didn't say
Jay?
this at all. No, I didn't get to hear your question, Brian.
My question to you is, after all this time of me coming out, after all this time, I finally came out to speak to defend my life and my wife's life.
Right.
Why would you think that I would come out and lie about anything? What would I have to gain to lie?
I put the link in the chat.
Yeah, I don't know, Brian. I'm not dismissing what you're saying at all. The thing is, I don't understand why Anjali truly believes her experience happened, and why is it? What's the end goal? Is my question. I don't understand.
Have you ever heard of
why-
hallucinations?
Yeah. Have you known she's on 5? I believe it was 5 different drugs at the time that she had these experiences. You don't think that might have played some part in her reality shifting experience?
No, I'm pretty sure it has. Actually, her condition now, it seems like she kind of still.
And here she is on Twitter. Here she is on Twitter. Here she is on Twitter.
Let me just say this really quick, Stephen.
Sure.
We know that NDEs cause a DMT release, which allows you to see things. Whether or not that is, the other side of, our life experience, I don't know. But she has had a DMT release before, and so she is able to tap into this other sort of experience.
All right, and here she is on.
Have you independently verified that she can do that?
What do you mean? Give me an example, please.
Well, proof. She can tell. I mean, I can tell you that I can levitate this box of grapes that I have, but you don't know whether I can do it or not. Plot twist: I can't do it, but you get my point.
Well, I mean,
like she's telling you she has this connection,
like
but you can't verify that that's real.
No, I can't verify if it's real because I've never had a DMT release. I've never done ayahuasca. I've never done any sort of hallucinogen.
Well, why don't we do some hallucinates together, and then let's take a walk, and maybe we'll see some.
Oh
Hey,
no!
I'd be totally down.
Brian's a fun guy. I'm going to California this summer. But listen, I wanted to mention this, and this is the spin, right? This is the spin. This woman that's in contact with all these super advanced extraterrestrial aliens is going to save Earth and everything. Stephen Cambion did not want me on Truth Seekers to answer questions and discuss discrepancies between my recollection and Wayne's. It's clear. After just 10 minutes, Steve leaned towards the screen and began actually yelling at me. For this reason, I left and I will not return to his show. I've apologized. You know what? I gave her exactly what she wanted. I gave her an out. So I gave her the out. Now she could just make up excuses for why she can't answer any of these hard questions. She can run to a friendlier show that's just going to let her tell her side and not press her when she needs to be pressed. We're talking about a woman that was on 4 or 5 different drugs at the time of her apparent alien experiences. I believe questioning her is both valid and material to the story. And while I apologize for my tone of voice and raising my voice or her perception that I was being unkind, I apologize for that. I don't apologize for being willing to ask the tough questions to her. Now she's going to go on some UFO circle jerk tour for friendly people that aren't going to press her and aren't going to challenge her. That's what I think is going to happen. And there we have it.
I like it.
I'm kind of pissed off at myself now because I gave her the out. I gave her that out. I shouldn't have done that. I regret doing that, and I apologize for doing that. It would have been much better for me to remain calm. She's welcome to come back. She's got the link. I've sent it to her. I've sent it to her once. I'll send it to her one more time.
Yeah, Anjali, if you're hearing me, please come back on the show. And Stephen, it was kind of unfair because you were treating your guest kind of, harsh. You were yelling at your guests, actually.
She was also being combative, dude. It's like
No,
it
I
takes two to
understand,
tango
but-
there. That's not all pins.
Yeah,
on
and I
the
didn't
lady
see that
trying
in the
to
chat
destroy
the other
people.
day there, Cosmic Dose. I didn't see that. I just imagined that stuff that I had to remove comments by you. I just imagined that, right? Yeah, okay. I don't.
Imagine what? What are you talking about?
Your
Be very
comments I had to
specific.
remove. I don't trust you, man. I'll tell you that right now.
You don't have to. I don't care if you trust me.
Yeah, let's try to remain civil, though, guys. We're all interested in the story. No, But what I will say is this: is that I'm kind of pissed off at myself now that I think about it, because now I gave her this out, and she's going to use that. Oh, he was rude. He raised his voice. She was raising her voice, I think, before me. But I'm going to have to watch the replay. And
she was.
So it takes two to tango, and I apologize. And the door's open here. We're calm. I promise. I give her my word as my bond. I will be polite and I won't raise my voice if she wants to come back, explain her side of the story. Otherwise it'll be 50-50. Half the people will vilify me for raising my voice. The other half will say she ran because she could not withstand real questioning. So that's where we're probably at.
She was in the military, right? And she got yelled at. And she was a counterintelligence officer. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but in her defense, she may be in frail health and
She's definitely she's very frail right now.
Right, I forgot.
That's why I'm saying, like, when you talking to her, just keep your tone of voice. Look, this is your show, right? I mean, I'm asking you just to.
Yeah, and it's not generally my. I feel that what I did was a mistake, and I acknowledge that mistake. I shouldn't have raised my voice. I shouldn't have got so heated. At least not that early. Yeah. I should have waited till the end to get pissed off if I was going to get pissed off at all. But listen, I'm very passionate.
She should have had some cannabis oil first, and then it would have been probably a little better. Like a little cannabis something before the show. Helps the nerves, helps to calm nerves. She was very shaky. She was upset.
Hey, Jay, I have a question. Did Anjali ask you to come on this panel tonight?
No. We actually are not talking right now. I told her that
plot twist,
that I figured out her plan or whatever, and that I wish you the best. So we're not talking right now. She told me not to message her again. The only reason I'm here is because I want the truth. I just want the truth, and I'm tired of following a story that could potentially be bullshit. I just want to know the truth.
Well, why don't you take it from
agree
me?
on that.
How come you're not taking it from me, Jay?
Because I haven't spoken to you for the past 10 months. I don't know who you are, but like I said, I'm not dismissing.
We're speaking right now in front of a whole bunch of people. We're talking at this moment.
Jay, how did you originally find? Well, what she called Wayne. How did you originally find? Did she tell you? I mean,
Thank you for that one. Yeah, how did you find me?
No, I was looking around myself.
Really? And how did you do that? Can you elaborate? Because I'm looking at your post right here and Twitter, and you were there with her all along, and since August 25th of 21.
Yeah.
Okay, when did you say you stayed with her for 3 days?
I'll just say that I did do a lot of research on Wayne, aka Brian Blackwell, and I found him and I messaged him because I really wanted to know if the story was bullshit or not. And since he denied it, I couldn't figure out if the story was true.
So how many Waynes did you message and ask? How many did you just get lucky in the first one that you hit, or did Anjali tell you? I mean, think of that. Did Anjali tell you? Answer that question.
No, she didn't.
Well, it's kind of ironic. The first thing you said to me was, "Are you a friend of Anjali's?"
Yeah.
First thing you said to me. So that's kind of
So
interesting.
did she give you Brian's number?
And also, let me ask you this. Hold on a second. And also, Anjali knew that you were messaging me because I called her immediately and ripped her ass when you called me. So, and
Yeah, so
she said that she knew. She said that she knew that you knew who I was because she told you. So, right now, you're not being truthful.
See, that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
this is
So you want the truth, but you're not being truthful.
Right.
This
Another
is
Anjali.
But you're demanding the truth, but you're not being truthful. That pisses me off, man.
no, but this is after the fact. I messaged you, and then when she got pissed off, she told me not to message you again.
How did you get Brian's number to begin with? Did Anjali give it to you?
Yeah, that was my cell phone. How do you get that?
Yeah. You find that on the internet, did you? Yeah, right. Okay. Sure.
That
I don't believe you, man.
It was your Instagram. What the hell are you talking about?
Well,
I can send
I
you
can.
guys the fucking messages on Instagram. I'll send you everything.
Sure. And just to be clear too, is maybe you were manipulated a little bit or helped along to find your goal, right? I mean, I don't know here, but in my experience
Look,
is that
let me just say that I'm not here to say that Brian is wrong or lying. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that she is wrong or lying. I'm just saying I want the fucking truth. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, here's the fucking truth. The fucking truth is there's no motherfucking mountains. There's no tunnels on my mountain. And there's no fucking aliens on my mountain either. There's the fucking truth.
Okay, so why did you agree to the expedition, and why did you ask for $10 million?
Well, who the fuck's not going to entertain $10 million? Would you?
Right.
Of course I'm going to entertain
So
$10
she
million.
said
Go dig a hole.
you're saying that she offered you $10 million and then talked about the expedition.
No, let me help you out there, Jay. I said, if you're going to uproot my life, it's going to cost a minimum of $10 million. That's where it's going to start. That's the story. Did you not watch me last night? Did you not listen to me last night?
Yes, he wasn't here.
I know you did.
Yes, he was.
Okay, then what part of
I agree, Pete.
Did you not hear?
Straighten this shit out.
You know what, Jay? Who else did you tell his name to? Who else? Did you tell it to anybody else? I mean, I'm asking you right now. So that if we find out later, well, then I mean, you're busted. So be honest now.
Yeah,
did you tell anybody? Yeah, because even before the show, you posted in the chat who he was, right? His name. I didn't imagine that now, did I? Okay. Did you tell anybody else? Crickets.
He's got a terrible connection. Yeah, he's got an absolutely terrible connection, even with no video. I don't understand that, but
I can hear the background.
I can hear him in the background, but he's lost here. So and in the meantime, I can share. There's a picture that he posted on his Twitter of him and Anjali. So I'll try to, I'll post that. Let's share that. Can't hear you. Barely hear you. Here's a picture of those two. After taking the time, to know her on a personal level, after first reading her story on Reddit, I have to say Angelia Ongaya is such a wonderful, loving person. More context. After reading her story and keeping communication with her ever since, I have come to understand every part of her story comes from a place of love and truth. I know it's hard for some of you to realize and accept her story, regardless of your doubt. It is true. Even if there were a situation where the story surrounding the tunnel was false, the message she bears brings much value. For clarity, that's not the case here. The beings are true. The message of consciousness is true. Disclosure will be soon, and so will the end of this cycle. I ask that you take time to do research on literally everything that has to do with the UFO phenomenon. Educate yourself. Take everything with a grain of salt until you find the pieces falling into place. Then reach out to a loving community. Ask questions. Prepare your mind for a huge shift in paradigm, your worldview. It will be scary at first because it is full of unknowns. So you'll need to seek your own experiences to remove doubt and uncertainty. It's not that easy, but it will prepare you. Always seek the truth. And I just got to say, in all seriousness, that sounds like a fanboy writing a love letter to Anjali. and I mean, I'm with respect. It sounds like a fanboy
I
writing a
found
love letter.
something.
Just your opinion,
I found something, Jay. Jay, why don't you explain this? Dude, she's gathering a team of people to take to the tunnel. If she's lying, they'll clearly find out. There's no point in all of this if it's going to happen, if it's all happening because of drugs. Now, she's actively, and you know she's actively hunting for her Wayne. Hey, what is up with that? You're going to support that shit? You know, I mean, come on. This guy's got a family. You know, do you have a family? Would you want people doing that to you? I'm sorry.
Creeping up
Steve.
on your house too. This is his house. It's his backyard where this mountain is.
Can you explain? Can you explain that one more time? Be very specific as to why you're blaming me.
I'm not blaming you.
No, I'm talking.
He's asking if you
to
condone.
Sixth
If you can. He's asking if you condone putting together a team and just showing up at somebody's house with a team to expect to go onto their property.
No, I don't condone that. But she says, and even Brian says that he agreed to it if she has the money.
Well, does she have the money?
Hey, Jay, I agreed to this. You give me the money, we move, you buy the house, they dig, and we're gone. So it wasn't about I agreed to be a part of some fucking team.
Yeah,
I said you bring a bag of money, buy the house, and dig all you want. We'll be in Florida fishing somewhere. That's the deal. Not us be part of some fucking team that you're putting together to dig in my hill. No, you're paying us $10 million to uproot our life and leave, and that's that. That I thought I made that clear. So you still seem to be so confused here. I don't understand the confusion here.
No, I'm not confused.
Apparently, Anjali is still
monitoring.
Apparently, Anjali is still monitoring the stream and is saying, "I'm not affiliated with TT Productions or anything they have produced." Yet she's in one of their upcoming documentaries. And Whitley was kind enough to bring the interview from behind the paywall, and he allowed me to post it on my channel. So there's a correction there. I don't want to give anybody inaccurate information, so you can go listen to the Whitley thing. And she claims she's not affiliated with TT Productions or anything they produced, even though she's listed in the credits of one of their upcoming documentaries. So this is what we get. It's never a clear picture.
I'm confused as to how talking to someone for 8 months who is an admitted intelligence operative who is skilled at lying to people, why you would not go into that situation without a level of distrust. I don't understand how you've cultivated this. I mean, you've cultivated this talking friendship for like 10 months. No, I'm asking, why would you not go in with a level of distrust, knowing that she is a skilled liar and manipulator?
No,
a trained liar and manipulator.
Project community. You could talk to the Transcension Project community and speak to the people there. You'll find out that I have been a skeptic for a while. And
you don't sound very skeptical. You don't sound very skeptical in your post. In fact, you're making excuses for why things didn't turn out the way that she originally said. So are you excusing her lying or misleading everybody from the very start because she may still be in contact with aliens?
I'm not even, like I told you, we're not talking right now. I'm not in defense of her at all. I'm giving you guys my.
Listen. Let's be. I understand that we probably disagree with him, but let's be kind to him because he's kind enough to be here and tell his side of the story. So let's try to everybody both take a step back and take a breath. We're all interested in the story, and he's here to tell his perspective of it. But
Yeah, like I said, I don't dismiss what Brian is saying. I don't dismiss what Brian is saying, and I'm not saying he's a liar.
Ryan Davies says
no. I didn't.
Ryan Davies says he'll pay the $10 million just to put this story to bed.
Take me to dinner first.
All right, Jay.
It starts at $10 million.
Jay, I'm going to get back to how you originally found out. Now, you posted here that it would be relatively easy to find out who her Wayne was. Now, if it's so easy, why can't you tell me how easy was it? How did you do it? Or did she just tell you?
How about you ask Charlie Weiser? How about you ask
How about
Charlie
I
Ryder?
ask
'Cause
you?
Charlie found out
You
before I
fucking
did.
people don't. You fucking people. I'm sorry.
Why are you
How did you
deflecting
get
it
the
onto
phone
Charlie? We're asking how you
Right.
specifically tracked down this man. Like that's
Yeah,
the
how-
only question
Because
here.
Charlie,
How did you do it?
Charlie found out the
How
same
did
way
you
that
get
I
the phone
did.
number?
I mean, I
How
should
did
be
you
able
get
to,
the phone
How
I
did I
should
get
get to
the
know
phone
this
number?
shit.
I did, Brian. I did not text you. I sent you a message on Instagram, on
Yeah,
social
that's
media.
right. You did. You're right. So how? Yeah, but you.
Okay, that
so,
makes
so,
sense. Okay.
so to
I
find me on
apologize.
Instagram.
I apologize, Jay. Okay. Oh, that probably wouldn't
I
have been
do
that
too,
hard.
and I do
It was
too.
so easy. How did you find him?
Yeah,
It's
I
a pretty
thought you had
simple
his phone
fucking
number.
question.
Yeah.
What is the point of telling the method of finding somebody if we're here
For the
talking
truth.
about?
Because we're on True Seekers.
Right. Right.
We're on True Seekers.
I think
You at least owe it to
I
Wayne.
think Brian,
Right, we're on
Brian
truth
would
seekers.
know.
Well, one at a
I
time.
don't want
One at a
people
time,
to know
please.
how to dox people. I don't want
Don't-
people to know how to dox people. Look,
Clearly,
Maybe you can
Brian
speak
find
Brian
privately
wanted
with.
his
Maybe you can
privacy,
speak
Or-
right?
privately with
I
Brian.
asked
You're
him a
saying
simple question.
One at a time,
Are
please.
you associated with Anjali? Are you associated with Anjali? Do you know about the tunnel that leads to the beings? And he says no. And that was it. We talked about me being in the military, and he was like, "Oh, we
then how were you so sure
appreciate
that was
veterans, blah blah
him?
blah," and that was it.
See,
That was literally
your
it.
story don't pan out, dude. Your story don't pan out. You know,
Yeah.
it doesn't pan
Hey,
out.
hey,
Yeah,
don't
and
care.
I
speaking of
have to
doxing,
I have to tell you, in some of this
doxing,
audio, I might be wrong, but I
It
felt like I
doesn't
heard
pan out because you don't have all
somebody
the
in
fucking
your
facts. That's
background.
why.
Yeah.
well, I just say, speaking of doxing, your girl Anjali's gonna go on a show soon, and if they hear you on this show, they very well might dox you. So, just giving you a heads up because that's
Yeah,
happened
that's fine.
to several people
I wonder if
on the
Anjali
screen
turns
right
on
there.
here.
So,
I don't
You
have a
can't even
problem with it because
explain.
I have nothing to hide.
so you might
Explain
want to
something
be
that's
careful.
so relatively easy, and I can't. I don't believe that that's true. I think you were told. I think you were told by Anjali, and you deny that. You deny
Okay.
that. But okay, well, okay. I guess you won't answer that question. If it was so freaking easy, but
I was
all right.
told after the fact. I was told after the fact. Yes, she did tell me his name after the fact.
All right. After September 3rd, 2021, is that what you're saying?
September 3rd. That sounds about right.
You said it was so easy to find out, but you're not telling people how to find it. But you won't even tell us. If it was so freaking easy, you should easily be able to tell us how. What did you go on one of those sites that you can look for people's names and stuff?
Look,
How did you
if
get
you
his
want
real
to
name in
know
the
how to
first
do
place?
it, if you want to know
None
how
of
to
your
do it, ask Charlie.
story, none of your story is complete, man. It's got holes in it. Holes in it. Swiss cheese, man. Swiss cheese.
I just want to say this happens every time that Anjali tries to talk about her story. It turns into something approximating this. So, again, I think this is the reaction that she wanted. It's attention, and right, people like her feed off of it.
Yeah. And I'm going to put the link to join the show right in the live chat. But I want to ask everybody, let's observe some general rules. One person speak at a time. Let's all be respectful of each other, even if we're challenging each other. That's fine. I like challenging conversations, but let's try to be kind about it and not, he's nice enough to be here and tell his side of the story. So let's, be kind at least. So I'll put the link to join the show right in the live chat, and you can come and be a part of our discussion. But I don't know what more there is to discuss because now I'm the bad guy because I might have raised my voice or lost my, whatever. And Anjali's all going on a Twitter storm right now telling everybody that it's my fault, that she doesn't want to answer hard questions. She just wants to take the softball circle jerk shows. And I'll predict right now she's going to go on a softball circle jerk tour to defend this and tell her side of it. But I've got the evidence, and we'll see where the story goes from here. I think that she's going to land herself in desperate mode now, trying to salvage this thing because no offense to you, really. I'm glad that you're here, Jay, Cosmic Toast, but you're already making excuses for why her story was falling apart. And I think we're going to see a lot more of that now from her fans and things like that. And welcome, Mysterion is here.
Steve, you blew that apart.
Oh man, I
What's up?
know. I feel like I fucked it up, and honestly, I'm disappointed in myself because I gave her the out. She wanted an out from the rest. You should hear. You know what? Maybe we'll just go through my list of questions later, and then we'll see why she may have bailed early. She knew.
You got played, mate. She's a woman. She didn't put any makeup on. She was looking all frail and everything, and you got played, mate. She created that argument so that it gives her further histrionic excuse to carry this on.
And in my defense, I am not either mentally, intellectually, or financially well off enough to compete equally with a trained United States government counterintelligence officer, or whatever she is in her role, right? Somebody doing all this counterintelligence work is, obviously better at manipulating situations than I would be. I'm just some guy with a webcam, bro. That's it. I'm just this guy, a curious guy with a webcam. That's our whole show here. And
Brian, thank you for coming forward.
Well.
Hey, Alien Scientist has a good question in the chat. Can we do a recap of all the best evidence in the case, for and against?
The only evidence for is her story, and all of the evidence against is the people that were involved with her story saying, with respect, like Brian and his wife saying, that's not what happened here. So, I think it's pretty simple here. That's her best evidence is a lot of stories, but the stories fall apart under any form of scrutiny. And I'm kind of surprised that it's gone on this long. And I really want to thank Brian and his wife, and thank your wife for loaning us for another night of crazy. His wife's in the background like, this shit is crazy. Why is this woman putting us through this stuff? Like, none of this happened, right? It's just a crazy. This woman ran, a former counterintelligence officer or whatever she was, dealing with deception and all. She ran into this dude's life like a whirlwind, met him one night. 3 years later, he starts hearing stories that she's at the Washington Monument talking about meeting aliens inside a mountain in his backyard. This is crazy. The whole thing is crazy.
It's pretty crazy.
And thank you, Brian, for being willing to do this, because it really does get us to the best way to get to the bottom of the story is this man was there. He didn't see any aliens. He didn't see any Nordic aliens, tall white aliens, little gray aliens. He didn't see any aliens. He never has. He has a mountain on his backyard, but there's nothing there.
Hey, if they got 10 million, they can go and imagine them if they want.
Yeah.
Why not?
Does it not worry you, Steve? I mean, look, obviously you as well, Brian. I make my own oil as well. So, and yeah, it's damn strong. Yeah, it's concentrated, isn't it?
Rick Simpson oil, yeah.
Even us seasoned users can take too much.
Well, my mum has Parkinson's disease, and she's on L-Dopa, the drug they give to stop her shaking and stuff.
Yeah,
and she begged me. We made a big hashed loaf. In a loaf tin, so you could slice it like a fruit cake. And I took a slice round for her. She asked me to. She said it would obviously help her tremors and stuff. And she was concerned. She didn't want to eat the whole slice, so I split the slice, and we had half a slice each. And I get a phone call from my brother when I've left. Apparently, she's tripping balls, saying that she can see the light. They phoned an ambulance. The ambulance took her on a ward for 3 hours. She didn't even see a doctor. At the end, they just said, "Are you feeling okay now?" and discharged her. So they knew she was just chucking what we call it, chucking a whitey off the weed.
And Dorothy is here. Welcome, Dorothy.
Thank you.
To have you here.
Hello, Dorothy.
So good to have you here. And while we're welcoming you, I'm going to share something, which is which is a picture of the mountain with the aliens on it, with Brian here smiling.
Oh yeah, I can see it.
Except the problem is there's no tunnel entrance, there's no alien base, there's none of that. So, but
is it a big hill or is it a mountain?
I swear in her story she said that you guys had to walk like 30 minutes out into the bush.
No.
Don't say that, Steve.
Literally right in his backyard is the aliens.
Somebody will find a UFO in there somewhere. I'm sure of that. Look at that, the thing on the side of the camper there. Yep, that's an alien.
I just keep thinking of there's a Stabbing Westward song. It's called "This Is Where It Falls Apart," and that's what I keep thinking of. But I got to tell you, I have seen some really crafty UFO grifter, alien contactee grifters, man. And I think she's going to pull something out. That's what I think. I think that there's going to be some exciting new development about her and the aliens in the very near future. That's what I think. That's my speculation. I'm entitled to it.
I think
don't
it's going
think
to have
she's going to.
crystals as well. There's
Yeah,
gonna be crystals
crystals.
involved.
Crystals. I don't think she's going to go quietly into the good night. Now their story is torn to shreds and torn to shit. I think that she has learned to enjoy the notoriety, the fame, the attention that she gets from all these people that believe her story, and it's going to continue. But we've already seen one of
the end of it. I don't want to see any more on Twitter feed.
I just hope
let's let Dorothy get in here because she just got here. So Dorothy, you've been watching
Steve,
this whole thing.
See you, Mum.
Okay,
Right, I
nice
came
to
in
see you.
very, very
Cheers,
late.
Brian, for coming out. Cheers,
Yeah.
Terry.
Thank you for being here, Mysterion. There you go.
I got in here very, very late from another show, and it was so riotous at the time I came in. I went back a little bit to get to the beginning of the interview with Anjali here, and it was clear to me she was doing the same thing in defensive reactionary responses to you that she was doing that on a different show a long time back, and turning it all back on the people who are asking the questions. And it's a very familiar kind of tactic that someone who's lying or someone who I get the impression that she believes her own story. And I don't doubt that she had an experience, but I truly believe it was inside of her mind. And
yeah,
just, to out myself as an old hippy dippy girl from, the 60s. I've never had THC ever put me into hallucinatory mode, ever. Never took any hallucinogens either, but, THC has never done it. So I'm like, well, but prescription medicines can have strange interactions, even if they are one by one by one, rather, mundane kinds of things. The things she listed: Adderall, her heart meds, Flumetidine, Cymbalta, and Flexapro. I'm going to have to go and look that up for, adverse reactions and adverse interactions.
Good point, Dorothy. I have a friend who I was going to reach out to in the medical profession and get some kind of expert breakdown of, like, here's the meds she was on, and she took this very powerful THC oil, and what are the possibilities there? But anytime,
well,
look, my only experience is being in a rock bands and just doing way too many drugs. I had this rule for a while, like, it was party time. You're in a rock band. If somebody gave you a drug, you did it. So I have mixed a lot of shit, and I got to tell you, some of the worst or best experience I've had on drugs is mixing a bunch of different stuff. You don't know how these things are going to interact,
She could have been mannequin up for a couple
they can
of
build
days.
up in your system and create a bad reaction all by themselves too. There are very many ways for prescription drugs to mess up your brain.
Absolutely.
No, I can speak from personal experience. I've smoked some stuff that just knocked me on my ass. I mean, it really totally messed me up. And I've smoked for I don't know how long, a long time. So, I can definitely see that. Let's say you take something like that and you mix it with the 5 meds or whatever she was on, I can only imagine that that's almost asking for this out of body experience or whatever she wants to call it. And I realized that, it's different with each person. Some people, one hit, they're done. Other people, they can smoke the whole thing, they're pretty well cooked. But the thing is I've had personal experiences where I smoked some stuff and I didn't think it was going to do it. It totally put me on my ass. And
the mixing is what is troubling, because
right.
she's
You
on
got
all these different.
Adderall in there.
Yeah, she's
You
on
got
all these
Adderall in
different.
there.
She's on all these
Should've been
different meds. She's on all these different meds, and then you take a really powerful, concentrated THC oil on top of it.
Yeah.
You're bound to have some kind of strange experiences. That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. But again, I'm not a doctor, so I mean, I might be able to find a qualified medical professional to look at these list of meds she was on, and then and add these just really strong, super strong THC oil in the mix, and what's the possibilities there? We've already seen that just one or two of these mixed can cause hallucinations, or
Well, she said the paramedics had her on a table, right? I guess they took her into the ambulance, right, and made her lay down on a stretcher and took her vitals, right?
Yeah, apparently.
So if you're hallucinating, if somebody's standing over you, they could look like they're way taller.
I don't know if you can get any better than the National Institute for Health right there, and they show
the
what.
black boots. They wear black boots. Paramedics do, and so do sheriffs. Yeah.
Well, I do want to thank Anjali and Lou for upping the interest level in the subject altogether, but I find it extremely odd that she called a press conference with nothing to show at the press conference. The only thing she had to show was to tell this story about her experience that I think to her was completely real. And I can't understand the motivation in doing that.
Yeah.
I think this whole thing is a kind of a counterpoint operation to what Lou Elizondo is doing. And that's a little tinfoil, but it's like they're coming at it from one side, and then you got kind of like how back in the day, Corey Goode was kind of a mechanism for that, where it's controlled opposition. You know, he's faded away. Along comes the next big crazy story, right? And they go around flipping the script on everybody, saying, "Oh, you're a victimizer and you're being mean," and it's tiring.
I really
wanted
to hear her answer about the Bigelow comment. Like, does she know him?
Oh, we're gonna just like. I'll tell you right now. I'll tell you right now. I may have a source that we could get some answers from on that front, and I'm going to reach out to Whitley Strieber. I'm going to reach out to Bigelow and Bigelow Aerospace, and I'm going to want a comment from them on things that she has claimed or said in these messages between Brian and her, because it's very telling. Yeah, if she was going to listen, if she was going to take all her marbles and go home, maybe I give her too much credit, intelligence officer and all, because she just gave me a huge data dump right before she took her marbles and went home. And that's not a good idea, because now I've got all this new information to go on. But honestly,
she did it right after Brian said last night, "You do not have my permission to share private information."
You don't have my permission to share any of that. And he was visibly upset about that. Like, don't you dare share that information. Today, a half hour before showtime, she shares the information with me. And I don't know if she wanted me to share it live on air, but I didn't feel comfortable with that. And I'm like, I don't even know if I could read this stuff legally. I don't know. I'm not a real journalist. I'm not a real journalist, damn it. And I got to check on these things, make sure I'm doing things. I'm trying to do it the right way. So, but he's given me his permission to read through the stuff. So,
I got a question for Brian. Brian, before this, have you ever been interested in ufology ever? I mean, before this.
Of course, absolutely. I'm all about it. Yeah. I love Asian aliens.
Okay.
I think it's amazing. I think there's a lot of things we don't know.
And there is.
Just don't say David Wilcock.
It just so happens to be that in this field, there's a lot of grifters, just flat out liars, people that just make shit up as they go along, and they make money doing it, and some of them even charge $333.33.
Yeah, well,
come on.
I'm not trying to do that, but of course, if somebody wants to buy my land now, go ahead. I'm there.
All for it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I wanted to ask if that was 10 mil in US dollars or non-fungible tokens. I don't know.
That's exactly US dollars, non-refundable. That's the starting bidding number. So if it crawls up to 50, I'm good with that too. 100.
I better get a finder's fee, right? I'm the publicist. I'm gonna be Brian's new publicist and scheduler. You know, I'm scheduling the interviews. He's the guy that got the aliens right in his backyard in a mountain. And that's another thing. Listen, Brian, your property is beautiful. And by the way, just in full disclosure, Brian, after the stream and ours ended, he showed me parts of his house. He's got a real cabiny, cool mountain house. It's beautiful. And he was showing me different stuff and showing me stuff in the backyard. But, you know, Brian, it's like, it seems like an overhyped story, right? Because it doesn't even look like a huge mountain in your backyard. And that's how this is being portrayed. Some of the people even made like representations of this mountain where the alien base is and everything. It's some big hills behind your house for sure, but it's almost like everything is like just turn down the hype on all of it, like 50% at least, right?
At least.
Yeah.
Well, Stephen, I'm sure you could get some investors and get a Skinwalker 2.0 out there. I mean, get 5 seasons for sure. You know,
well, we might have to go to
all
that.
All you need is a story. Yeah, all you need.
We might have to go to that lane just to stop this train. You know.
Hey, Brian, during the time that these people were actively hunting you, you know, and you didn't know it, did you notice any like unusual activity, people on your property, people kind of stopping in front of your driveway or something? Did you notice anything like that?
No. Well, I mean, we get that sometimes because, you know, there's people, you know, trying to buy people's houses, you know, around here right now.
Okay.
It's kind of like that. You know, there's a lot to there's a lot of investors going on around here. Just stuff like that. I'm sure that I would be probably on defense when I see somebody.
Yeah. I was just curious about that because, you know, I mean, it's freaky that people do this kind of thing, you know, and all because of somebody just makes up the stupid freaking story, you know.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And the part where she got pissed off at Stephen and about me owing her explanation of what happened to her. Well, that's crazy. What do you mean I owe you an explanation of what happened here? You know,
right?
The fuck am I supposed to do?
Right. Unbelievable.
Hey, I'm gonna hop off, Stephen. Thank you for having me. Nice to meet you, Brian.
Good to see you. Good to hear and talk from you. And make sure you check out Spooky on her various projects. Plug your projects now.
I'm on various sorts and sundries. I'm on that one time I was abducted by aliens, and I have my own channel called Out of Context CW channel, and I also like tacos. Who'd have thunk it? Right, I'm gonna go. Love you all.
Tacos.
Thanks for having me.
Have a good night.
Good to see you.
Keep searching for the truth.
We will. Great. So I put the invitation, but we're going to be wrapping things up here. We're at almost 3 hours, and we've only had 10 minutes of what tonight was supposed to be. So, and for that, I apologize, and I'll take the blame. I should have been kinder to her to keep her here longer. That's my mistake, and I apologize. But what I do have to say is that we're dealing with the trained intelligence officer who's been trained in deception and counterintelligence and information warfare and all this stuff. And maybe I was outmatched. You know, I don't know. I don't know what her game is, but I didn't play it well today. You know,
she had somebody in her earpiece, retreat. I'm sure she was looking for any excuse to get out of this. And that was apparent within that last few minutes. You know, she was progressively getting more agitated, and it built up. Unfortunately, it built up to that where she left. But I think you're right. She was looking for an out.
And that could be the medications as well that makes you agitated and shaky and obviously in an unsettled state. You know, that stuff messes with you, whether you.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Listen, for future reference, I'm not going to feel comfortable interviewing somebody unless I'm sure they are of sound mind and body. You know, and this is a whole other layer of it. Should I even be talking to her given these medications she's on, her obvious physical or mental problems? Most of me thinks no, I shouldn't. So, you know.
Well, you had 2 great weekend You had two great interviews into the weekend. I'm going to bounce out of here. Just say thank you, Brian.
Yeah, thank you for always
Keep you in
supporting
my
the show,
thoughts.
Lord Ludicrous
Yeah,
Plaid.
Nice meeting you, Lord.
always, and Brian,
Longtime
I'll
friend
keep
of
you
the
in my
show.
thoughts and prayers, and I wish you nothing but health and happiness.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for coming forward.
Thank you very much. Nice meeting you. I'm sure we'll talk
Hey,
more.
you too.
Yeah.
I'll
Thanks,
hop
Lord
off
Ludicrous.
too. Thank you so much, Stephen and Brian, for letting me come in and say something on the show.
Thank you, Dorothy. You are most welcome here, always.
Okay,
Have a great
I'll
night,
be taking.
everyone.
Yeah, goodbye there, Dorothy. I'll be taking my leave here too. Thank you very much,
And then
Brian.
there
You
were
made
two.
you made so many people so happy. You know that we finally got to something. You know, reasonable. You know, and real. You know, not this. I don't know what the hell you want to call it. This imagination land stuff. Thank you very much. Thank you, Stephen, for having me, buddy.
All right. Yeah, you're always welcome here. Sixth Design, chat room moderator, and big friend of the show. Thanks for all you do for us. We appreciate you.
Take care.
All right, I'll throw him out of here. And then there were just us. Imagine that.
Here we are again. Deja vu.
Yeah. Well, listen, I want to thank you for saving the day because, listen, I've almost never had that happen to me where I've got this huge audience waiting to hear about the story, and then the story runs with their tail between their legs and goes, takes their marbles and goes home. And again, I apologize. If anybody perceives I was rude to her, I raised my voice, I got upset, I sincerely apologize. I regret doing that. I should have been kinder and kept her here longer and gotten more answers. But I'm glad that Brian, also known as Wayne's Mountain, came to the rescue here to sort of try to shed some light on all of this. Thanks for the save. We really appreciate you doing that for us.
Well, I'll be happy to come back anytime. Anytime you need.
Yeah, Alien Scientist said I shouldn't have yelled at her. Well, I'm going to review the tape. I think I raised my voice. Maybe I got upset.
Passionate. You were passionate. That's all. It wasn't. I mean, it was kind of. It could be both ways.
Well, you gotta. I'm a glass half full guy, so I guess I saved myself an hour and 50 minutes of listening to her lie to me because I think she's been lying to me from the start. That's my take on it, and I'm entitled to it because I have been following this story since the day it began, and I have done my due diligence. I investigated her background. I investigated her military credentials. I called all of her colleges and verified her education. I've been working this story. I did the best that I could. I'm not a trained journalist. I'm just some guy on the internet that's curious and interested in these weird stories on the internet. So here we are, and here I am. I do the best I can, but I do consider it a failure because I gave her an out, right, Brian? Now she can say, Steve Campion was mean to me, so I bounced, and I apologize for that.
It's too bad. I mean, but if you think about it, I mean, Jay bounced too. He didn't like them questions either, and we weren't yelling at all. But Jay just didn't want to talk no more. I didn't think. I don't know. Usually, when people don't have the truth and they're trying to defend their story, I guess that people would get upset. Maybe I think that's a trait of not being truthful in the first place when your story is not sticking. There's just been too many inconsistencies with her words. So how people are still people like Jay that still is not convinced with this. I mean, come on. He just heard her say she was inebriated.
Yeah, and he was making excuses like maybe the contact wasn't what she thought, but that doesn't mean she's lying about this new daily contact that she's having with extraterrestrials, and
Yeah, I mean, okay. So if there's daily contact, I mean, are they? They're still in my backyard. I mean, I haven't seen one yet. So it's just bizarre. I've even asked her to just change the story to another mountain, another location.
Yeah, and just to be clear, some people are accusing Anjali of being in the background of his video. That's why he wouldn't show his face, or that somebody heard her telling him what to say or cueing him. Other people have said that in the live chat. I don't know that that's the case, but I'm going to review the tape and see if I could hear her voice in the background of him. I don't know. I don't know, but I'm at this point, I'm willing to entertain all possibilities that we're all being manipulated, because it feels like a manipulation from the start, and the story's falling apart now. It is literally falling apart before our eyes.
He knew who I was through her. That's the bottom line, because there's no other way he would have known at that time. You know, that was early on. That was a few months ago. I think it was last year. So it was pretty early on. It was when it was really in the peak of our stress.
Yeah, and I applaud you for coming forward again, because you're honestly I want to tell I want to tell everybody this. The thing that I get from Brian and his wife is that they're just like, this is nutty. What do we got to do to squash this and move on with our lives, right? I mean,
that's really where it was at. Really where it's at. I mean, bottom line, I didn't know what else. I mean, I'm this basically now it can be legal because I'm not some alias name. So
all right, listen, everybody said they definitely heard a female cueing the friendly to her that was here. So I'm going to challenge everybody else. Maybe I could get out of doing the work. You guys are free to go. Everybody's free to download this video, analyze the audio, see if you can hear her in the background cueing him or talking to him or whispering to him. Let's all get on the case, because it's truth seekers. We're all here trying to get to the truth of these things together, not just me. But I'll do it. I'll go run through some of that audio and see if we can't find more information, because it seems funny that she wasn't willing to come here, but all of a sudden comes in this white knight who has been spoken very, very positively about her and her experiences and how it's all real on Twitter. And he comes here to defend her, but she wouldn't come here to defend herself.
Yeah. It's I don't trust him. I'll tell you that. I think that he's closer to her than he's putting out there, you know. I think they're talking for sure.
Listen to this. Moody Mongol says, ironically, the best thing to come out of Anjali's story is Brian, keeper of the hash oil medicine bag, Blackwell. Facts.
I'll take that.
Yeah, that's funny. You're a little late to the party, but I'm glad you're here, Brian, because we could not have gotten to the truth of her story without your courage to come forward. So I applaud you, because listen, this guy was just like some normal guy, right? You build houses and you work on houses, and you're a construction company owner, and all of a sudden he's thrust into this internet drama of this woman claiming she's talking to aliens in his mountain, and his wife is
Bigelow
involved.
and Elon Musk. Yeah.
Now we've got Bigelow and Elon Musk and the original Mr. Contact, right? Whitley Strieber is now in this story. What did she tell you about Whitley Strieber? Can you tell us? Let's get to that. Like, what was his involvement?
Not too much. He just mentioned the name, and along with Bigelow, and that they were getting together to, they were going to just buy the house, So,
so Whitley Strieber and Bigelow were going to team up and buy your home.
I really didn't I don't really remember all the details of what she was saying. She was just, because she said a lot of different things, there was a lot of different stories. I heard a few different scenarios, but the bottom line is every one of them ends up in the same place. $10 million minimum.
You gotta love Brian. It's like, yeah, you can go look for aliens right on my land, but you gotta give me some $10 million first.
Yep,
right?
That's minimum.
Maybe she was just throwing names out there. Yeah, maybe she was just name dropping. People often name drop,
basically,
especially in the entertainment industry. And if you think about this is just another form of entertainment, largely. So is it a stretch that she'd be dropping names to try to impress people with her entertainment story?
Right. Yeah.
Spaghetti Lee says you should charge Bigelow $50 million for the mountain.
Yeah, well, like I said, get that bidding war going on. I'm good.
Yeah. Do you have any idea? Spooky's asking. Do you have any idea why did she pick the name Wayne?
I have no idea. Never asked that question.
I just think of
my
Wayne's
wife
World
sure
every
hated the
time.
name Trisha, though. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Well, thank your wife for loaning you to us again. I appreciate you spending the time and coming to the rescue. Listen, I always repay a favor, so now I owe you a favor. Because this is going to turn into a huge shit show, but at least we had you as a backup and the panel,
We made another friend out of this. So if anything, let's if something can come out of this positive, that's what I'd like. So
Yeah,
That's
me
what
too.
we'll
Me
work
too.
on.
Yeah. So listen, I'm going to throw you out of here. Then we're going to take a short musical break. And when I come back, I'm just going to read the super chats and thank everybody for coming here and that kind of thing. You don't be a stranger, and say hello to your beautiful wife for me, and
got it.
thank her for letting you come, and really you saved my butt here. You really did. So I
Thanks
appreciate
for
it.
having me. It's been an exciting weekend.
All right, great. Thanks very much. I'll be in touch. I'm gonna keep going. So
we'll be in touch. We'll be in touch. Don't worry.
All right. You have a good night. Brian, also known as Anjali's Wayne, the owner of the mountain with the aliens in it, except there ain't no aliens in there. Good night, Brian. All right, friends. What can I say? Look, we pulled one out. Look, this is a live show and things happen, and I have to be prepared for that. I've never had a guest stomp off in a huff 10 minutes in, but I take full responsibility. That was probably my fault. And I apologize for that. I should have been kinder to her and try to keep her here longer to get more information from her. But we're all human. We do the best that we can. I think I was losing my patience because she was kind of accusing me of things like I got to review the tape, but she sent me all this private messages between her and Brian, also known as Wayne, all these private messages between him and her and his wife and her about this situation. And I didn't even know if I was legally allowed to read them. I don't know. It depends on, like, California is it a one party? Let's see. California, one party consent. I don't know what the legalities are. Oh, so here we go. This is why this is a problem. In the state of California, telephone and electronic communication eavesdropping law requires the consent of all parties to record a confidential communication, including those conducted by telephone or other device except radio. So, first of all, I don't know if she had his consent to record or save those communications. I don't know if he had I don't know if he had her consent to share those private communications between her, his wife, and him with me. We've got to check in all this. I can't just 20 minutes before showtime start sharing private communications. I'm not a lawyer. And, we're an independent show here. We have very little resources. It's not like I have a legal department I could call up 15 minutes before showtime and decide, yeah, I could save, I can share these private communications between these two parties when one party expressly said yesterday he didn't want them shared. I'm not, me personally, I'm not going to go online and share those communications. I'm not even sure if I'm legally allowed to read them, though I did save them all, and we're going to find out. We've got to dig a little bit deeper. So I want to do two things. I want to thank all of the panel member guests who came and saved my butt today. It really means a lot to me that something like that could happen, like a guest storm off in 10 minutes, and we still are able to pull things together. I really appreciate every one of the panel members who came here and shared something about this story because you kind of saved my butt. I'm sitting here like, it's 10 minutes in and she left. What am I supposed to do here? But you live and you learn, and I'm okay with this. I think we did the best we could in a difficult situation. I apologize to her for raising my voice or whatever she perceived to be unfair or unprofessional. I'm human. We all are. We make mistakes, and maybe I did make a mistake. Honestly, if I could do things differently, I would have been calmer and more polite, because basically I just gave her an out, and now I'm the asshole here. I'm the bad guy now, and I gave that to her, and it certainly wasn't my intention to hand her an out. I would have preferred to make her sit here and get grilled with these recent revelations, get grilled with the fact that nobody else saw the aliens but her, get grilled with the fact that she never mentioned the aliens, right, to the other people at the house that night. She waited years to suddenly contact them and tell them that she talked to aliens in their mountain and had these incredible experiences and all this stuff, what can I say? I did the best that I could do. I'm not a professionally trained journalist. I'm a hack at best. I'm a self-taught show host here. We're in a new digital world where literally anybody with a webcam and a little bit of creative talent can hop on the internet and get something like we had tonight, like 350 live viewers to tell a compelling story or to take people through a compelling story. And we do our best here. I did my best here. Now, there's some things I'm probably going to wait to say. Like, am I going to continue following this story? I think this story just got blew to shreds. Now, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a damage control tour of her going on all different shows talking about what an asshole I am. But I'm not the person that hounded a poor couple who she spent 8 hours with once, trying to convince them that she saw aliens inside their mountain and maybe they got mind wiped or manipulated. That's why they don't remember, or whatever this whole big thing came out of. I don't really know where this story will go next, but I'm willing to follow it to the end if there's any new developments. Now, some predictions I'll make is she's going to go on a damage control tour, and I'm going to be the bad guy here. And she's never going to address the fact that the other principal witnesses that she mentioned in her original story all say, essentially, she's full of shit. None of this happened. Where does this leave us? Where do we find ourselves? We find ourselves in a very strange place. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a good break here. And I am reminded of my friend C.W. Channer, even though he's talking shit on me behind a paywall. Nice guy. Who I think I got this originally from, this Evel Knievel idea or concept. And it really comes from him, but I think it's a beautiful concept in that sometimes I'm going to go live here as a show host and I'm going to try to bring you a compelling, interesting, great story. And sometimes it's going to work, right? I'm going to come down that ramp. I'm going to jump over those cars and it's going to be amazing. And sometimes I'm going to crash and burn. But people are still going to show up, right? That's one of the weird things. People will show up to see you crash and burn almost as much as they'll show up to see you make the jump. And I don't know, I grew up with Evel Knievel as one of my heroes, so I've always loved him. And it was C.W. Channer who sort of recounted that, connected the dots for me between some of these adventures we go on here and these things we try to do, and Evel Knievel trying to make the jump. All I could say about tonight is I tried to make the jump and I crashed and burned. And I apologize. I could have, hindsight's always 20/20. I could have maybe did things better. I certainly could have been kinder to her. And for that, I apologize. I'm human as well. And she's still welcome to come on back on here. She's got the link. We're going to take a break for a bit. And when we come back, I'm going to read every single super chat. I apologize for the delay in doing that. I thank you all for your kindness, your generosity, and your continued support of the show. We read every single super chat. So I apologize. All this was a hectic one, but we're going to take a break here. And when we return, I'm going to read every single super chat. Then I'll read any comments or questions from the live chat. Please put them in all capital letters. If you want me to read your comment live on air here, please put it in all capital letters. So what can I say, friends? Sometimes you got to do this well, and I truly believe this. I stand by this. To do this job well, you have to be a bit of a daredevil. You have to be willing to take risks, and you have to be willing to spill and crash and burn. And tonight, I was willing to do that. I could have certainly handled some things better. Hindsight is always 20/20. All I can do is apologize and say, I apologize. I'm going to try to do better. Until next time, that's all I can do. Live and learn. Most of me is pissed off that I gave her that out, because now it's going to be Stephen Cambion was nasty and he raised his voice to me. And that's her excuse for lying to everybody for some, year now about her experiences, for lying to everybody. I gave her an out, and I regret doing that for sure. I should have been kinder, but it is what it is. I'm all too human, aren't we all? So we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to read all the super chats. We're going to take any comments or questions from the live chat. We'll be right back, friends. Sometimes you got to take some risks, and doing this story this entire time has been a risk. Sometimes I've jumped and I've hit the mark. I cleared the hurdles, and sometimes, like tonight, perhaps, depending on your point of view, I crashed and burned. But I was willing to take the jump, and no one can blame me for failing. We'll be right back, friends.
Okay, we're gonna. Ladies and gentlemen of this wonderful country, I've got to tell you that you are the last people in the world who will ever see me jump, because I will never, ever, ever jump again. I am through.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and we are back. Just a note for the chat, please use caps for comments or questions that you want me to read on air or answer on air. Now, boy, we're going to get to the super chats, and I am overwhelmed by the generosity and the kindness and the support of everybody tonight. So we're going to read every one of them. It's going to take us a little bit, but we do that, every single one. And King of Hugo Mundo is here, so I'm going to share my screen. Please bear with me. We'll do the super chats first, and I apologize that we didn't put them up at all as they went in. We're going to try to come up with a better system for this. So we have all of these from March 13th. Very kind and generous of everybody supporting us, following this story, which we've been following from the very beginning. So March 13th, JMods NZT with kind and generous New Zealand $5 says mixing cannabis oil and Adderall can cause increased risk of psychosis and hallucinations, according to the internet, for whatever it's worth. Yeah, very good point. Mr. DB Cooper with kind and generous $4.99 super chat says the beings must have some good advice. What advice have the beings gave her? Sorry, we didn't get to ask your question. I'll try to direct it to her. We'll see what happens. AAWE with a kind of generous US $5 says, good job. You are balanced and objective, Stephen Cambion. Well, tonight I could have been more balanced and more objective. And I certainly take tonight as a failure, but I learned a lesson. I learned a lesson. You have to always be respectful of the guests. I apologize again for being disrespectful. I shouldn't have raised my voice to her. I think I was losing my patience because, in my estimation, right from the very beginning, she was like accusing me of things, right? Here's a woman who's sending me all these private messages that I'm not even sure she has the legal right to send me in a one-party consent state, and it's 30 minutes before showtime. I don't have time to verify any of this. And now I'm the bad guy. She knew that this interview was coming for days. She could have sent me that stuff days ago and let me consult with an attorney to see if I'm even allowed to read it, let alone share it on the show. But this is where we're at. Goofon with a kind and generous $5. Anjali has been writing and talking about aliens since she was 5 years old. This was all about writing a book. She is a liar, Steve. No more book deal now. No, I doubt it. Area 503, friend of the show with a kind and generous 503, says, I would like to hear about the alleged lawsuit that Anjali filed against Charlie Weiser in an attempt to silence Charlie for speaking out. I'm going to get with Charlie on that because I need clarification, Area 503, on whether it was just a legal threat letter or whether a suit was actually filed. I'm a little bit hazy on that. Captain Corrosive with a kind and generous $2 super chat said, can I get Wayne's number? I want a party. I'll have to ask him. But thank you for your kindness, Captain Corrosive. And JMod NZT says, it's likely that her family and perhaps her doctor were already worried about her strange behavior and mental health. Is it even possible to call in a wellness check for someone if they have a history of delusions or psychosis? I'm going to check with a mental health professional and get back to you with some sort of answer. Obviously, I need to speak to a mental health professional to find out. I don't know how this works. And you know what? I'm going to reach out to that police, to the sheriff's office there, and ask them exactly the sequence of events. But near as I understand, her daughter called and wanted them to do a wellness check of her at that address. And so the police arrived and did a wellness check of her with an ambulance and a sheriff in tow. Mr. DB Cooper 77, kind of generous $1.99 super chat says, end game. Lee Guy with a kind of generous $1.99 super chat says, I didn't even get to ask about the bacon. Yeah. JMod NZT with a kind of generous $5 says, you don't have to be kind to someone that harassed a cancer patient.
Well, that's your opinion, and you are entitled to it. Opinions that I have may vary from my guests, but we allow our guests to express their opinions here, and I'm glad that you did that. Thank you for your kindness, JMod NZT. Captain Corrosive says, I need to know if Wayne has a hot tub. I forgot to ask him. That is a good and funny question. I'm going to make a note of it, Captain Corrosive. We'll get you an answer. I will reach out to Wayne to see if he has a hot tub. Lee Guy, keg party at Brian's, kind and generous $1.99. Thank you very much. CC with a kind and generous Canadian $5 says, Brian, you don't owe Anjali anything. She basically admitted she harassed you. David Hanks with a kind and generous $49.99 super chat. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Just send a super chat in support of the show. No message. Please leave a message next time, Dave Hanks. We love hearing from our listeners, especially kind and generous benefactors of the show. Lee Guy, kind and generous $4.99 says, Brian, does it look like her health has deteriorated from when you first met her? We'll follow up and see. But I believe that he said, yeah, she wasn't doing great when he knew her a few years ago, and he believed that she was suffering from deteriorating health. Mr. DB Cooper 77, sometimes you gotta love ufology. Tonight may or may not be one of those nights, I guess, depending on your point of view. But thank you, Mr. DB Cooper 77, longtime supporter of the show. Al Warrior, kind and generous $5. This is awesome. Expose the frauds. We do our very best here to get to the truth of these stories. Mr. DB Cooper again with another kind and generous $5. The victims are the people who genuinely study the phenomenon and have to put up with crap like this. Not trolls, not a novice, but people like me. Thank you for your observation. And I agree with you. There's so much garbage that you have to get through to get to the truth behind these things. It makes it more difficult when there's somebody out there spreading easily proven fake information. Cece says, who called the ambulance? I believe her daughter called the ambulance, near as I can tell. And you'll have to, pardon me, somebody's checking in. I just want to check in and make sure I'm not missing something important. Occasionally, usually for a show, I close down all lines of communication. But since we have this situation going here, yeah, the police department set a policy. Okay, so I'm being sent some important information. Every law enforcement agency shall develop, adopt, and implement written policies and standard protocols pertaining to the best manner to conduct a, quote, welfare check, unquote, when the inquiry into the welfare or well-being of the person is motivated by a concern that the person may be in danger to himself or herself or to others. The policy shall encourage a peace officer prior to conducting the welfare check and whenever possible and reasonable to conduct a search of the Department of Justice automated firearms system via the California law enforcement telecommunications system to determine whether the person has a registered owner of a firearm. For purposes of this section, reasonable as used in subdivision means that the officer could conduct the firearm registry check. Yeah, so there's rules in California about doing basically what's called a wellness check. And, we can explore more of that on a future show. Okay. I forgot where I was at now. Let's make sure that we get everybody here. I miss my place. One second. So many super chats tonight. Thank you all for your kindness and your generosity and your support of the show. Okay, I think I'm finding my place now. We've got JMod NZT saying, oh, Captain Corrosive first. Can I get Wayne's number? I want a party. Kind and generous $2 super chat. Next, we have JMod NZT says, it's likely that her family, perhaps her doctor, were already worried about her strange behavior and mental issues. It is even possible to call in a wellness check for someone if they have no history of delusions or psychosis. I don't know, but we're going to check on that and follow up. World Chaos 76 with a kind and generous super sticker. $19.99, very generous of you. And JMod with what is that, New Zealand dollars? 20 New Zealand dollars, very generous of you. Thank you both for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Mr. DB Cooper 77 saying end game. with a kind and generous $1.99 super chat. Lee Guy with the bacon man again. I will ever associate Lee Guy with bacon. He says, I didn't even get to the part about the bacon. Sorry about that. We'll have to ask her if she likes bacon if I ever get to talk to her again. JMod and ZT. You don't have to be kind to someone that harassed a cancer patient, with a kind and generous $5 super chat. Captain Corrosive with $2 super chat. I need to know if Wayne has a hot tub. I'm going to ask him. Lee Guy, $1.99, says keg party at Brian's with bacon. Yes, thank you for your kindness. CC, kind and generous $5. Brian, you don't owe Anjali anything. She basically admitted she harassed you. David Hanks with a kind and generous $49.99 super chat. Very, very generous of you. Thank you. Lee Guy. Brian, does it look like her health has deteriorated from then when you first met her? Yeah, I'm sorry that we didn't get these answered live on air. We can circle back to Brian to provide some additional insights. Mr. DB Cooper, kind and generous $5 super chat. Sometimes you gotta love ufology. Al Warrior, kind and generous $5 super chat, says this is awesome. Expose the frauds. Mr. DB Cooper again. He's the super chatter of the night. Another $5 in the till. Says the victims are the people who genuinely study the phenomenon and have to put up with crap like this. Not trolls, not a novice, but people like me. Thank you. CC with a kind and generous Canadian $5 says, who called the ambulance? I believe it was Anjali's daughter who called the local sheriffs in the area where she was at to get them to go and conduct a wellness check on her. Apparently they were concerned enough about her to call the police and an ambulance to check on her. Welcome to the show with a kind and generous 99-cent Great Britain pounds with a super sticker. Thank you for your kindness. Shell Bell with a kind and generous Great Britain pounds $5 says she set you up. She came on, no makeup, hair a mess, picked a fight. She couldn't get out of the lies. This is her way of validating herself as a victim. It could be, and you know, certainly everybody's entitled to their opinion about what happened tonight. For my part, I apologize for raising my voice to her, or maybe if I came off as rude or unkind. I have no excuse for doing that, and so I all I can do is apologize for it and say we'll try to do better going forward. Mr. DB Cooper 77, kind of generous $10 super chat, says, B. Baker, it was real. Cambion, thank you for releasing the Kraken. You do ufology a favor. Well, thank you for your support and continued support, Mr. DB Cooper 77. Dorothy Hawkins is here with a kind and generous $2 super chat. Thank you, Stephen, for your work. Al Warrior, kind and generous $2 super chat. Jay and Silent Anjali. Yeah, you know, and I'm sorry. I consider tonight a big failure because I should have, it's my fault. I should have kept my composure. I should have been kinder to her and not given her, I gave her an out. That's what happened. I gave her an out. And I'm upset with myself because I had a whole list of questions here that I spent all day writing. So I could have just, you know, spanked off all day and not did all this research and work and carefully crafting 2 hours worth of questions to get her to jump out of here in 10 minutes. But it is what it is. She's always welcome to appear here. All I could do is apologize, try to do better. You know, I'm not a trained journalist, okay? This is the Wild West out here. And anybody can start a show and have apparently have 300 or 400 viewers live, and things can go wrong. So my apologies for things going wrong. Al Warrior, longtime friend and supporter of the show, the kind of generous $2 super chat, says Jay and Silent Anjali. All right, that gets the laugh of the night. Great super chat. Thank you, El Warrior, for your continued support. Stephen L., the kind generous $8.99 Great British pounds, says Stephen nearly got caught the second time, but you wised up. Laugh out loud. Well, thank you, Stephen L., for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. And Al Warrior again with a kind and generous $5 super chat. You should have grilled some fajitas before you got sucked. Before she got sucked into space, bro. Yeah. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. So, you know, but this is where we find ourselves, and this is where we're at. I consider that I did fail tonight because I lost my temper because, you know, I mean, I'm not going to make excuses, but right away she started accusing me of things. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. She unsolicited sent me all these private messages between her and this person that was apparently sending her these alien pictures that she just got caught posting that were from a CGI video, you know? And then she's sending me all these private messages that I'm not even sure I'm legally allowed to have or read from so-called Wayne and Trisha, right? her private communications. And he just said last night that he didn't want those released. So and this is 20 minutes or a half hour before showtime, she sends me this. And, I don't even want to speculate, but this whole sequence of events sounds like something that would happen when a counterintelligence officer or, PSYOP person decides to, I don't know, spread misinformation or disinformation. Like, why wouldn't you give me that information yesterday? So I had time to check on the legalities of me even reading it, let alone sharing it here on the show. That makes no sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. So listen, comments or questions for me, please put them in all capital letters. But we've already been here for almost more than 3.5 hours. I plan on 2 hours tonight. You guys know this is the weekend. I'm working overtime, but this is when these people could agree to the interview. So I said, I'll give up my weekend. And I haven't decided. I may take tomorrow and Tuesday off. But I do have some other stories prepared and planned, or we may follow up with this one. I have to think about some things and decide it. And just for those that, I want to make sure that everybody knows I'm human. During the break, I went to use the bathroom and my wife told me that I raised my voice and I should never have raised my voice. And why did I lose my temper? And that wasn't fair and that wasn't right. So I want you to know I'm a human. I make mistakes, but I've acknowledged that was a mistake, and that's all I can do. I did my best here in a difficult situation. To be honest with you, I think that she came out of the gate swinging. I really think she came out of the gate swinging at me right from the start, and I wasn't used to that because previous to tonight's conversation, she has always been very measured and fair and conciliatory or whatever. I'm human. I make mistakes. Maybe I lost my temper. And if so, all I can do is apologize. And I got to tell you, if my wife's telling me I was wrong, I tend to agree with my wife because I like to continue to have a place to live and live in peace and harmony here. But no, my wife is very fair and I think she's right. And for once she was paying attention. I think she was watching the first part of the show. And probably she agrees with Anjali that I'm the asshole here. And look, I'm acknowledging that. I should have handled that better. But I felt like she came right out of the gate swinging at me, accusing me of things. I'm going to have to review the tape, but there's some specific things she said that it doesn't add up. Like about messages she sent me and things like that. I'm like, no, I did not solicit her to send me all of the private messages between her and third parties. She did that. And I don't even know if she's legally allowed to share those without their consent. According to what I just looked up, California is a 2-party consent state, which means she would have needed their consent first and her consent to even let me see these things. I don't even know if I'm allowed to read them. We have to check into all of this. But we're going to follow up on the story. We're going to continue to somebody's mentioning she had claws out too. Yeah, I think she did come out of the box swinging, and that kind of surprised me, and it threw me off because she's always so. I don't know. She usually, in previous interactions that I've had with her, she is like, I don't know, sort of Zen master like Stephen, let's have a conversation. She's not coming out of the box charging at me like that. And maybe that's what threw me off. And if so, I apologize. Look, I'm human. I don't know what to do. She came out of the gate, started accusing me of shit. And I don't know. And I was just here to ask questions. That's all we could do here is ask questions, right? And B. Baker says, it was obvious Anjali was pissed about the Brian interview. I believe that you are correct. I'm going to check in with those. I'm going to check in with these super chats and make sure that I got them all. Because I hate that we read every single super chat. We thank every single super chatter. I never want to miss one. Oh. Yeah, a Lord Ludicrous Plaid. Are these out of order now? Or is this... I'm going to share this once again and just make sure that we got it. Then, are they? Maybe they're out of order right now. I thought that we had gotten to them all. And now I'm having trouble making sure that we've gotten to them all. All right, we're going to go back and we're going to read all the ones from the top. Boy, what an amazing evening. The kindness and generosity and support of the show tonight has been truly remarkable. Lord Ludicrous, is there a way to check of other wellness checks? We're going to look into that. Thank you for your kindness. Al Warrior with kind and generous, $5. Brian, you should have grilled some fajitas before you got sucked into space. Okay, so we did. We just missed the one. Stephen got caught the second time, but you wised up. Yeah, so we did read them all. So, but thank you. We missed Lord Ludicrous Plaid. Thank you all for your kindness, your generosity, and your continued support of the show. I am blown away by the generosity of people all over the world that want to see us continue to look into these strange stories. And if you're new to the channel, I want to invite you. You are most welcome here. If you are new here, we look into strange and mysterious stories on the internet, and usually involving aliens or paranormal activity or UFOs or things like that. So if you're new here, please do subscribe to our channel. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that notification bell, and you too will know the next time that we go live and have a story to share. We try to follow interesting stories. This one has been quite the rabbit hole. And I want to encourage you to please help us spread the word by liking, commenting, and sharing these videos. It really, really does help. What else could I say? Lord Ludicrous, I am curious if she has had multiple wellness checks. Has to be a way to find out. Yeah, we're gonna be doing some further investigative work, because I don't feel good ending things like this. Like, well, we tried to get to the bottom of this, but maybe, you know, I'm sure there's going to be two sides of the story. One of them is going to be that I was rude, so she bounced out. And the other one was going to be that she came in, you know, kind of hot and bothered and maybe lost her temper and she stormed off. You know, there's always two sides to the story. For my side, I apologize. And I agree I handled it wrong. And you know how I know that? My wife told me. Listen, men, if you're not sure if you're right about something, whether you ask your wife, right? And my wife said, you handled that terribly. You know, you raised your voice to her. You shouldn't have done that. I gave her an out, because now she could say, I'm not the bad guy here. That Steve Cambian's an asshole. He raised his voice to me, you know, but I felt like she came out of the gate swinging at me, like accusing me of shit. Like, I didn't ask her to send me private messages between her and other parties. I don't even know if that's legal, but she sent me all these messages, both for this and for this situation where she was sharing fake UFO pictures from a CGI artist that posted them on Instagram 4 days prior, claiming they were genuine, and the aliens told her they were real, right? This is just crazy, right? Stephen A., but you handled it the way it should have been. She came out being a witch. Yeah, I think she came in real hot. So maybe if there's still time to salvage, you know, look, I apologize. I did, you know, I was not right in raising my voice or getting upset, and I should have been calmer. I should have handled myself. I certainly should have conducted myself better, because see, here's what happened. Now I give her an excuse, and she could just say everything that Stephen Cambian found out about how my story is all horseshit. You shouldn't listen to him because he was mean to me, right? That's what's going to happen here. That's exactly what is going to happen here. She's going to twist and twist. I'm the bad guy here. I'm sorry. I kind of lost my patience with her because she's coming out of the box swinging at me, accusing me of shit. You know, I don't think she had a good play to go here. And I think maybe she was a little too amped up, right? He's having a poll. Who's having a poll? Oh, man. Oh, no. Somebody's having a poll. I love the, like, who's the asshole poll, right? Was it wrong for Stephen Cambian to slightly lose his temper? Yeah, and actually, I'm going to share my screen. She's not here, but we'll share her. Well, look, I'm not afraid, Anjali. I'm not afraid. I'll share everything you have to say, and I have from the very beginning of this. All right. So She's saying Stephen Cambion did not want me on Truth Seekers to answer questions and discuss discrepancies between my recollection and Wayne's. It's clear. After just 10 minutes, Steve leaned towards the screen and began actually yelling at me. For this reason, I left and I will not return to his show. Yeah, I guess that's it. I thought she had more. No, she has explanations for the fake shit she's been sharing. I tried, failed, sent to a friend, got excited, posted, put in a call for professionals to identify any manipulation, CGI. I'm not a techie. She's talking about this bullshit, these bullshit pictures she claimed were real, and the aliens told her all about them. You know, she screwed up on that one, fell for fake CGI artist stuff, and she's reporting it as real alien contact. The beings say this is a work of third density to separate the wheat from the chaff, an illusion of the truth. Okay, so the aliens told her why she shared completely and totally fake shit. And 49 replies to her busting my balls. I love this, though. Thank you, Mysterion, for sending me that. Breaking news. YouTuber exposes ufology liar. It was a cocktail of meds that made her hallucinate the whole thing. And that's quite possibly a very good possibility of what indeed actually happened here. Everybody's going to chime in. She says, I will do so in an interview next week. I had hoped to do so this evening, but now it will have to wait until my upcoming interview. And you know, we all know where she's going to go, right? Dorothy Hawkins, at least, is defending me, saying, he apologized for being too passionate. I tuned in very late and missed the first part of the podcast. He asked you to come back on. Yeah, that's all I can do. Neil Diamond Hands, don't blame Cambion. You melted down when you fessed up to being on multiple medications and cannabis oil during your experience. You're done, lady. Wow. What does that mean? These substances are not known to cause hallucinations, so exactly what are you implying? Actually, you're wrong, and we have the proof that, yeah, these things can cause hallucinations, especially when mixed. It's one of the side effects listed on one of her medications is possibly cause hallucinations. William K. is asking if she's made any money. She says no. The yelling, of course, was uncalled for, but I wish you would have stayed. When there are extraordinary claims, you got to stand your ground and prove your truth, whatever it is. I mean that with respect. Artisan Tony, I don't understand why people cannot be respectful. Yeah, you know, I know this is what it's going to turn into. Her supporters are going to say I was a disrespectful asshole, and my supporters are going to say she turned tail and run because I wasn't going to play nice with her and let her, you know, manipulate me this time. And by the way, just to put things on record, you know, I believe that she indeed tried to manipulate me from the very start of this. I'll say that publicly, and you know, that's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. She just tried to manipulate me into helping her with damage control when she posted completely and totally fake shit and claimed it was real aliens. You know, it was CGI art, and somebody found the CGI art, and I'm the bad guy here, though. And somehow she was trying to manipulate me yesterday into helping her do damage control for this fiasco she started, posting completely and totally fake shit, claiming it was real alien stuff. You know, but this is where we're at, and this is where we find ourselves. And I'm going to apologize I apologized to her publicly if she felt like she was mistreated. And my wife was listening and agrees that I was in the wrong. And I don't know if I ever am the kind of guy that would agree with something just because Anjali says it, but I sure as hell trust my wife. And, you know, if she says I shouldn't raise my voice, then my wife's right. She usually is. So that's where we're at. That's where we find ourselves. This is as stupid as arguing about the color of Jesus' pajamas. Yes, I agree. Yeah. Kepsta says, isn't it about supporters? It's about the truth that she can't tell. And we got Brian to tell it. Yeah, well, at least we had his. So she didn't want to tell her side of the story. You know, look, I think maybe. And I don't give it. I'm sorry, but I apologize for whatever, raising my voice to her feeling mistreated. I apologize. No, but except I think that maybe it's not just me to blame for coming out swinging, right? We're both human. But it is what it is. Oh, okay. Goofon is running a poll to do a show tonight. Well, I'm not doing anything. So you please tell him, Pete, if he does that, I'll wrap things up here and go over there. And we can continue the talk, continue the party. I had planned on doing this big interview with Anjali, or is it Anjali? Depends on who you ask, and I'll get yelled at no matter which way I say it by one person or another, right? Moody Mongol is here and says, in my opinion, Anjali got all authoritative headmistress during the brief interview. That caused Stephen to hulk up a little, and she ran for the hills. Yeah. What do I have 20 minutes for? Mark D. Truthseeker is here and says, you have 20 minutes, Cambion. Oh, Goofon is going on live. Yeah, we're going to get off of here. I mean, Christ, we've been on here almost 4 hours. I didn't plan on this, but I got to tell you, I love the view count popping up like that. I love the engagement that we get when we do a really long stream. And listen, some people have been following this drama-rama on the internet since it began. And this is just another page of this story on Anjali. And regardless of how it ended up, you know, certainly I have regrets. I should have remained more calm, and I should have been kinder, you know, because, you know, I feel like I just gave her an out. Like I just handed her a get out of Stephen Cambion, answering any questions from Stephen Cambion, free card. She doesn't have to. She could just say, he was rude to me, and I'm not going to take that kind of abuse, even though she was kind of raising her voice to me too. And like, it was very heated. Did you notice that? Right out of the gate, it was super heated, you know? So maybe we both should have taken a step back, taken a breath, and I'm more than willing to let her back. I'll start a new stream and we'll try it again if she wants. She's still up. She's watching this right now. I know she is. If Anjali had nothing to hide, she could have come on the stream with Brian and Steven. And the offer is open. Why not come on with the guy? Listen, is it a coincidence that she won't come on here with the guy she claimed she had all these crazy alien experiences with? Because guess what? He doesn't remember any of that shit. But she does. And she's telling him in these private messages, the aliens wiped your memory, right? Or some, she's making excuses for why they don't remember her shit the way she remembers it. The whole thing is just, this is just ludicrous. And then, you know what? I got to say, I'm not going to say who, but a friend and fellow show host who I like, admire, and respect, he contacted me during this, and he was like, this is a bunch of sensationalist garbage, Stephen. Why are you wasting your time with this? This is sensationalist garbage. This story is garbage. And I got to tell you, I can't disagree, right? Like there's nothing to the story except her word. Her word of the story and version of the story came crashing down terribly yesterday. She came in here, and I don't think anybody would disagree with me that she came in really hot too. So maybe it, you know, I should have maintained my composure better, certainly. But she sure came in running hot too. And I don't know. This is where we're at, and this is where we find ourselves, right? John Morpheus says, you just seem charged. She seemed nervous and understandably on defense as you've been tipping her off that you were mad and felt like she is lying. But then you say, as many did, that she may be crazy. And I don't know. I'm not a qualified health professional. And part of me was even questioning whether I should be running this story, right? And I'm going to have a long, hard think about that going forward, right? Mark D. Truthseeker says, Truthseekers, we need an ending to the story. I don't think it's over yet, right? And I got to tell you, we're going to look deeper into a few more things, try to tie up loose ends. I don't want to leave it like this, right? Pinzer, Flactum says, dude, I think our personalities are so similar. That's how I connect here and appreciate and respect you, even parts of me I don't like. Like you said, your wife knows and will tell you. Yeah, she's not shy. She'll no. And look, I love and value my wife's opinion. Somebody's got to check you when you're wrong. And you have to have people in your life that you trust to check you when you're wrong. I went to hit a bathroom break during the music break, and my wife is like, you messed that up. You were wrong. You raised your voice. You shouldn't have raised. You know, she already read me the business, Mrs. Cambion. So, and you know, she is my she's the person I trust more than anybody on planet Earth. So if she says I fucked up, I can't disagree with her. She's generally right about everything in our marriage so far. Most of it, right? Yeah, she came in scorned MILF. I do. And look, I'm not making excuses, but in my defense, I think she came in a little hot. Maybe we both did, right? Moody Mongol says, Anjali disappeared faster than a tub of beard conditioner in Jeremy Cowbell's bathroom. Sure did. Yeah. B. Baker says, her story was in flames because Brian destroyed her credibility. I believe that. I mean, what could she have said tonight? And by the way, I'm sure glad I saved all those messages she sent me, because she certainly would have cut me off of access to them if I hadn't saved them already, right? She sure did. She'll keep me straight, Mike. That's a good woman. A good woman was going to tell you when you do wrong and say you. She did. As soon as I walked into the hallway, I was going to take relieve myself. It had been a few hours. She said, "You effed up. You screwed up. You shouldn't have got that heated and this and that." And she kind of agreed, you know. And I trust her more than anybody on planet Earth. So when she tells me I did something wrong, I don't argue with her. I just go, yeah, you must be right, and I have to think about this. B. Baker says, Anjali made her credibility worse by admitting how many drugs she was on. Not only that, she sent me the screenshots of her telling them how many drugs she was on. Pinzer Tim says Anjali did come in hot. Maybe we both did, though, in my defense. And, you know, I regret how this went. I would have certainly preferred to be able to ask her questions for 2 hours than the way this went. But I got to tell you, I bet you this gets a ton more views because of everything that happened than if she just sat here and we both sang Kumbaya and talked about the aliens and why her version of events that night differs so vastly from the people that she was there with, right? Juby the Ville says she might try getting her doctors involved by her blaming nonsense on the people who call her out. Hopefully smart people can find out how to prevent her delusions from changing policy on the internet. Lord Ludacris saying, go on over and jump on GoFund. Great show. Yeah, I'm going to try to do that. I ain't got shit to do tonight. That's why I let the stream go this long, right? That, and we, you know, honestly, it's good for the views. Big, long stream. And if some, you know, but here's what I'll say. I apologize because every once in a while I wish that I was a much better video editor, because what I would like to do is take this entire stream, 4 hours now, and go through the whole stream and pick out the very best bits and just give people, here's a half hour of the best of what happened about and the best half-hour explanation of this whole drama-rama. But some people like the long form, and honestly, it's better for views. Mark D. Truthseeker says, fact is, Anjali looks way worse through this whole thing from beginning to end. Yeah, and, you know, I don't want to beat her up too much, though, because I feel terrible for her. I think that she has problems, real problems. And honestly, the longer I go on covering this story, the more I feel like I don't want to cover this story. Let her go, and, you know, hopefully she gets help if she needs help. And I don't know what else to say, right? Anjali quits when the truth comes out. GoFund News Live. Yeah. Go on over to Rich's stream. We're going to wrap things up here. But I want to thank, we had one of the best nights for attendance here, and we had one of the best nights for Super Chats I've ever seen here. I didn't think I was going to be able to read them all. And thank you all for your kindness, your generosity, and your continued support of the show. This is a viewer-supported show, and it's only here because of the support of you viewers. I grew up watching PBS, and I believe in that concept. Everybody throw a couple of bucks in the hat, and we'll all have some good, educational, interesting programming to enjoy. And that's what we try to do here. We model that PBS effort. People send Super Chats. You can send a PayPal donation. By the way, I got to check in with that because I'm sure I missed one yesterday, and we want to recognize, if you send a PayPal donation, the instructions to do that are in are in the description of this video. Give us your chat room user ID and any message you want us to send out, and we will do it. So we have Dusty Plastics with a kind and generous donation, and we have initials DB. I always forget who that is, what their chat room user ID is, with a kind and generous $10 PayPal donation, who says, glad to support the show. Thank you, Dusty Plastics and DB, for your kindness, your generosity, and your continued support of the show. It means a lot to me. Now, the YouTube UFO says she's not lying. She has just been mind manipulated by the aliens. But what she is telling is truth. They are communicating in telepathy. There is partial truth to her information. I think that's a little bit of a stretch, YouTube UFO, given that she just jumped all over a UFO hoax, claiming the aliens sort of endorsed it for her. Why would these super advanced aliens not get involved and say, don't share that? That's fake CGI shit that somebody got from Instagram a few days ago. And those people claiming they filmed it are lying to you, right? Why would the aliens not warn her not to look like somebody sharing fake information? Anjali disappeared faster than the US dollar in Putin's bank account. Yeah, Moody Mongol. But you know what? I feel like tonight was a failure on my part, and I feel terrible about that because I gave her an out. I had so many more questions to ask that was going to pin her to the wall on so many of these things, right? But, I mean, if we want to, we can continue the investigation without her involvement or cooperation. And at this point, I don't think she has much more to contribute to defend what she did. I mean, she held a press conference claiming that she met aliens at a cancer patient's house who she knew was in treatment for cancer. Do you think that maybe you don't go to the Washington Monument and hold a public press conference pointing thousands of people at this guy's backyard where you claim that you met aliens? Maybe, just maybe, that's irresponsible. I'm just saying. We're just exploring possibilities here. Stephen L says, Stephen, you know what they say, you keep lying and you start believing it. That's Anjali. Yeah, I think this is a sad part of the story, though. I think that she really believes she's talking to aliens. Severe chemical imbalance, maybe. Stephen L., you know what they say, if you just keep lying and start to believing it, that's Anjali. Yeah. Yeah, very cool. Sixth Sense, I want to thank you for coming on here. I want to thank Sixth Sense and our other chat room moderators for helping us. B. Baker was here as well. And it was nice to see Spooky jump back in. And honestly, that was a little awkward because we haven't really talked, and I think we're good. I'm good with Spooky. Listen, that's another thing. Drama-rama. People are trying to create all kinds of, Spooky left because Steve Cambion's an asshole. No, Spooky left to do her own show, and God damn it, congratulations, Spooky is a host of her own show. She doesn't need to be my side man, right? Why would you be a side man if you could be the star of the show? I wish Spooky all the best of luck and success in the world. There's no animosity on my part. She's just too big for this little shit show and had to go spread her wings and do her own thing. Congratulations. She's on a great show, a show I like, with two other show hosts that I really like and enjoy. I tune in when I can. Okay? So there's no, just to dispel that, there's no drama between us. She just came on tonight. I wish I would have mentioned, hey, are we good? I think we are. She want to come here, right? I think we're good. So all you drama people, let's try to not create problems where there really are none, right? Robert Redmond with a kind of generous $2 super chat saying, thank you for doing a great job. This was really my pleasure. I have regrets. I wish I would have held my temper. I wish I would have, held my temper better, and I wish I would have handled it better because I gave her an out. I gave her a classic out. Now she could just say, I hung up on that prick because he was nasty and raised his voice or whatever, even though I believe she came out of the gate kind of swinging at me, and she was accusing me of things. And the truth is, I never told her that I had those messages she shared with me. She just shared with me private communications between her and other parties that she may or may not even have the legal right to share with me. I don't know. We have to check into these things. She came out swinging, accusing me. No, you said you had them. No, I didn't. Why would I care that you sent me all these messages if I already had them? I would have said, I already had them. You don't need to send them. No, she said, I'm going to send you all these messages. And then she sent me a Google Drive link with all of them. And luckily, I downloaded them all before this shit show happened, because I'm sure she's going to pull my access to them. But we got them all. And, you know, it is what it is. I don't know where this story is going. We are all, Vulture says, any excuse to backpedal and distract. You are right. You are right. Moody Mongol says YouTube UFO is stretching so far, he might actually catch up with Anjali as she runs down from the show. Yeah, you don't know. And I have 3 guesses where she's going to go next to talk shit on me and decide I'm the bad guy. 3 guesses. 3 guesses what show she's going to be on next. And I got to say, that would be terrible. If she does that, that would be terrible optics for her. It'll look like a vindictive move if she goes to the show. I think she's going to. Jameek 911 with a kind generous $4.99 super chat. Is it possible the government got to Wayne? I don't know. I've talked to him on air, off air. I think he's a very honest and genuine guy. I think he's being honest with us. I really, really do. Lord Ludicrous says, expect a new round of doxing. Well, we've been through it once. My address is already out there on the internet. What else could happen? My legal name's out there. My address is out there. People are, you know, bringing my family into this. Yeah. Popsicle Ocean, you still streaming? Yeah, I'm trying to find the off ramp. I really am. I'm trying. We gotta bounce on out of here. We're over 4 hours. I'm not sure what her health condition is like. So, what can I say, friends? I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. And I want to thank all of our panel members who really did come in here and rescue me. We had this huge audience here to see Anjali tell us her version of the truth after last night's incredible interview. I think a lot of people tuned in and she tuned out. And hey, part of that is my fault, and I offer my apology. That's all I can do. You know, best of my recollection, I just seemed like she was accusing me of all kinds of things right out of the gate. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute here, you know. But I'll review the tape and maybe I'll have some more thoughts on what went wrong and how I could have done better. Listen, if nothing else, I'm going to consider this a learning experience. I accept responsibility. I lost my temper, you know, and I could have handled things much better. But there's only so much bullshit you can take. There really is, right? And she came out the gate accusing me. No, you already had these messages, you said. No, I never said I had private messages between you and your so-called, quote, Wayne, unquote, right? I never said that. I never said I had those messages. She sent them to me. And I got to tell you, I looked through the messages, and I think most of those messages support his version of events, not hers. But I'm going to review them, see about the legalities of sharing them, and we may report more on that. So what can I say, friends? It has been quite an exciting evening, trying evening. And again, I apologize. I would have much preferred that she sat here for 2 hours and let me grill her. I didn't handle this well. I'm human, you know. I would think that the aliens she's in contact with would tell her to forgive me, love and light and all that, right? But, you know, it is what it is. I accept responsibility for raising my voice or whatever, or losing my temper. I'm human, aren't we all? I don't know where this story's going, but I'm going to follow it right to the end. You have my commitment on that. I'm all chips in kind of guy. I've come this far. There's a little bit of things left to do. We're sending a correspondent out there to film that mountain. And we'll have more information that will either prove or disprove her claims. I know what I think's going to happen here. I think her story already fell to shit. And if I keep going with this, it's going to fall to shit even more. But I followed the story this far. Why not follow it to its inevitable conclusion? And that's where we're at, and that's where we find ourselves. So I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. We had one of the most well-attended shows ever. And amazingly, shockingly, and surprisingly, I really thought that when she stormed off that everybody would stop watching. But I'm sort of proud of myself a little bit for pulling that out, because not only did people not drop off, but the view count of how many people were viewing went up, not down. I'm not an expert in how to host a show, though I do have experience hosting shows in my background. So I did the best that I could do in the midst of a difficult situation. I almost just ended the stream like, okay, she bailed. I'm done. I don't have to, I didn't think that was the right thing to do. And I thank you all for sticking in with me. And I thank the panel members, right? I certainly thank the panel members and every one of them for coming here and helping me still do an interesting show. That's all I got for you, friends. Tomorrow we'll have more for you, though. I don't think I'm taking any time off given current drama-rama. You got to strike while the iron is hot, and the drama is rama-ing, and it certainly will be all night tonight and all day tomorrow. There's other shows covering what happened here tonight right now, and I'm going to go listen to them or join them, and I hope you will too. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. I want to invite you, if this is your first time here, go click that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, and you too will know when we're doing a live show, and you can come here and be a part of the live tapings. And if you're listening in audio podcast land, you're getting a replay. Go on over to YouTube, put Truth Seekers, one word, Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar. Hit that notification bell, hit that subscribe button, and you too will know when we're doing a live taping event, and you can come here and be a part of the Truth Seekers community. We also have a Discord and some other things. You are all most welcome. We welcome skeptics, believers. We welcome all types. That's all I got for you, friends. So until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you, including you, Anjali. And I apologize for raising my voice to you or whatever upset you enough to storm off and not be willing to answer the rest of my questions that I spent 4 hours preparing. But I wish her the best. Good night, and God bless her too.